Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 2 of the Icon International Photography Awards. I messed that line up yesterday, so I made sure I nailed it this morning. Welcome to everyone. If you were here yesterday, we're so glad that you're back. If this is your first time here, then welcome. We're so thrilled to have you joining us, whether you are here in the room with us here at WPPI or if you're watching us online from around the world. This process has been a long time in coming. This entire process began back in August of last year with the online digital competition. We received over 1,700 entries, and we had several panels of judges looking at all of them, scoring them, and providing feedback to those that requested it. That's a big part of the process at the digital competition level. The idea is that as artists and photographers, we want to grow, we want to understand how we can improve. We don't want to be stagnant. So we want to say a big thank you to Critique, because one of the most powerful parts of that initial process is the feedback that we get from our judges. This year, our judges recorded over 400 critiques for the entrants, and the critiques are a bit different than what you may normally be expecting. This platform that Critique built allows judges to provide personalized video feedback to each entrant. It also means that you're looking at their face, they're talking to you as if it's a FaceTime call. They can annotate certain parts of the image, they can highlight other parts of the image. It's a really powerful tool to make you understand exactly what the judge is talking about. So big thank you to them. Now, everything up to this point has been focused on growing and becoming better. What you're gonna see here are the finalists of that digital competition. These are the results from all of those scores. So all of the images that we're gonna see today represent the top 10 or equal 10th scoring images in each category. So they were the highest scores that came out of that digital competition. Now, today, I keep saying this weekend, but we've already gone through a day. Today, we'll be looking at all of those images with fresh eyes. All of the scores are completely irrelevant. The judges do not know what they scored. It doesn't matter anymore. The judges will now be looking at each image with a fresh perspective, with fresh eyes, and they'll have an open conversation about each one. We're celebrating the finalist. We're celebrating the print. We're celebrating what it takes for an image to rise above. It's a very lively conversation. It's so insightful, and it's really educational to get the judges' thoughts on what makes this image so beautiful and rise above. We're very excited to start that conversation this morning. Let me tell you a little bit about what you can expect as we go through each category. We have a panel of judges that's seated. There's 5 judges and 1 chairperson who will be leading the conversation. They'll go through each of the finalist images and have a conversation, open conversation about each one. At the end of that conversation, then the judges will look at all of the images all together, and then they'll decide who they would like to see win first, second, and third place in each category. The results of that will all be made known tomorrow night at our awards ceremony, which will also be streamed live. And for everyone who's here in person, it will take place in the big ballroom just next door at 7 p.m. Doors open at 7 p.m. The show starts at 7:30. You definitely want to be there at 7 p.m. because we have a lot of entertainment planned. We have, in case you haven't heard, a glam bot. So if you watched the Oscars and you saw all of that happening, we have that at the awards ceremony. We're very excited, so you want to make sure you get your chance to get in on that. And that will all be tomorrow night, so we hope you all join us for that. We have to say thank you to a lot of our sponsors, and you'll be hearing me thank them throughout the day, because the truth is we would not be able to be here at the WPPI convention if it wasn't for them. So one of the first people I want to thank is Graphistudio, who's one of our in-room sponsors. Graphistudio is known for their beautiful handmade wall art and albums, all handmade in Italy. You'll see some examples of what they do and their beautiful pieces there at the back of the room. You'll see some albums, you'll see some wall art. They set that up just for us before the trade show even begins, so you guys can take your time and look through them. So big thank you to Graphistudio for that. They are also the ones who printed the Icon Awards book. So this year's Icon Awards book is now ready for purchase. In the back of the room, you'll find a poster where you can scan the QR code, you can purchase an Icon Awards book, and you can pick it up today or tomorrow at Graphistudio's booth, which is booth 301. You definitely don't want to miss it. It's a hardcover book. It's absolutely beautiful. And every image that scored over an 80 in the digital competition is printed in the Icon Awards book. So if you entered, you scored over an 80, you are published in that book. We also want to say a big thank you to Nikon because if you're watching us online right now, that's thanks to Nikon's support. Nikon is the exclusive sponsor for our live broadcast and also for the awards ceremony tomorrow night. Nikon is known for being innovative with their cameras and lenses, and throughout the years with new technology, that's what they're known for. Having been able to work with them for the last couple of years, I've also seen how passionate they are about this industry, the people part of this industry. They are so passionate about education and bringing education to photographers that most people don't even realize all of the things that they do to bring that type of education to photographers. We've seen that firsthand, and we also saw that firsthand with the Icon Awards. They were one of the first companies that came on board when this was nothing more than just an idea. They saw the potential, they saw how much of an educational experience this would be, and they said it shouldn't be limited to just people who are able to travel to Las Vegas, to the WPPI convention. This should be made available to everyone around the world for free. And so because of that, we are able to come live to you, filming from several different camera angles to make it feel like you're in the room, all Nikon ZR cameras, ZR, which is really cool because it's their new camera, it's really awesome. So thank you to Nikon for believing in us and believing in what an incredible educational experience this is and for helping us make that happen. Today, we're going to begin with the creative division. So I'll always tell you what division we're in, what that means, what type of post-production is allowed in that division, and then I'll explain the category that we're about to look so you can get ready for the images you're going to see. We're starting with the creative division, which is really fun because photographers are given a lot more freedom when it comes to post-production. So you might see things like graphic elements, text overlays, all kinds of creative tools that photographers can use more than in the other categories. This is also a category where you can use, you might see composites up on one of the images. Not all of the images are composites, but that is another tool that photographers are allowed to use. It's important to know that no matter, especially in this category, but across the entire competition, there's no stock images that are ever allowed. Also, no AI-generated images. That's one rule across the board for the Icon Awards that applies to all of the categories, but especially in the creative division when photographers are given more creative freedom. This category is sponsored, this division is sponsored by Epson. We all know Epson. We hear their name every day because they provide so many tools that we all use, from printers to projectors to everything in between. They have made our lives so much easier even at home. So thank you so much to Epson for sponsoring the creative division. And we're going to begin with our first category, which is the open creative category. We like to call this category the category without a heartbeat. So it's everything that doesn't feature a human in it. So in the portrait division, you have lots of humans, animals, anything that has a heartbeat. Open creative is just a mix of images that don't have a heartbeat. You might find landscapes, you might find interior, architecture, a nice, really good mix of images. If a human does appear in one of the images, it must be a subordinate element to the story that's trying to be told. The Open Creative category is proudly sponsored by Nomatic. They provide amazing gear for photographers, things like backpacks, luggage accessories. They're super slick looking. They have all the right compartments that you need. It's so good to carry your gear on location, and it just looks really good. I have an exciting little news to tell you, one little announcement to make to tell you, is that Nomatic is also, in addition to sponsoring this category, providing all second place winners with a 25-liter backpack. And that's worth over $400. So every second place winner is gonna get a Nomatic backpack. It is so cool looking, and I'm very excited. Also, I'll let Jerry talk about this a little bit later. Nomatic has also offered a wallet, hard to describe, a card organizer that to everyone who receives a trophy tomorrow night will be receiving one of these Nomatic card organizers. I don't know what else to call it. It is Jerry's favorite accessory. Jerry learned about Nomatic because of this accessory. He carries it all around, and he just absolutely loves it. And so he loves it so much that Nomatic said, hey, we'll give it to all the winners on tomorrow night. So they're also providing that to all the winners. So that's very exciting. Thank you so much to Nomatic for doing that. Now I'm going to turn everything over to our chairperson. We are lucky, very lucky, to have two chair people this weekend, and they're trading off responsibilities, which is awesome, so they can get some rest in between and stay fresh. Our very first chairperson is none other than Jerry Ghionis. Jerry is an Icon double master. He can't enter the competition anymore, obviously, since it's become the Icon Awards, but he still remains WPPI's most awarded photographer for now. So, very happy to have Jerry with us. I just have to say, from a personal perspective, Jerry's also the brains behind this whole operation. So if you enjoy the Icon Awards, it's because Jerry had this brainchild many years ago. He told me about it, and it just wasn't the right time, and he just held on to this idea, and when the time was right, it all came to fruition. He had notes about this years ago, and just how cool would it be to have this format and do it this way, and to see it over the last couple years come together and be streamlined, and we've tweaked a few things. What you're seeing yesterday and today, and then tomorrow night at the awards ceremony, is the result of that. That's his brainchild, and it has been so much fun behind the scenes to watch it all come together step by step into what it is now. And I don't want to say I'm proud of Jerry, because it's not mine. It's just, I'm just in awe of everything, his ideas and how he's been able to put it together. And I love him more every day. So thank you so much, Jerry, for allowing us all to be here and allowing us to be part of the process. But now I'll turn it over to you and our panel of judges.
Thank you so much. And a driver without an engine goes nowhere. So you're certainly the engine. And you know how much I love you, but I'm not going to talk too much because I'll start crying again. But anyway, guys, thank you so much for being here. I want to sort of remind you, actually, what I found so impressive, I don't know about you guys, but she did all of that without a teleprompter, barely looked at her notes. I don't know how she does that, so she should be a broadcaster. I want to be a kept man. Thank you so much. Yes, I want to retire, watch Netflix, and not do too much after that. All right, guys, I want to remind you as to what we're doing right now, because if you've been privy to a judging process, whether it's a different organization or you've been to past WPPI competitions and things like that, what you'll normally see is an image would come up, we're going to be scoring them, then there might be a challenge or not, and then we'll rescore them, and then boom, that's where it's at. Now, what happens is, what we're mainly doing is, certainly you can talk positive about the image, but usually that would inspire us to critique. In other words, how can we improve the image? But imagine if you're walking into a house and I said to you, I want you to look for the flaws. It's a beautiful house, but look for the flaws. Guess what? You will find the problems. If I said to you, walk into this house and celebrate it, celebrate everything about it, the view, the beauty, the feature wall, whatever, it gives you a different mindset, because like I said, if you're looking for problems, you will find them every day, everywhere. And I think in a world that's being challenged, I think it's refreshing that we are going to be focusing on the positive. After all, these are the top 10 images of each category. Every single image would have had to have scored at least an 80 plus for that chance. And here we are. So the scores don't matter. We are going to be focusing on the positive. And I want to introduce you to our incredible panel, because this is a team effort. Michelle Celentano, thank you so much for being here. Icon Associate, thank you so much. Gary Hughes, you know how much I love you behind all those quips that I do about you. And I love you too, though. But, you know, I'm just saying I had to prove my love to Gary, because I give him crap, and we've got to be careful there. So John Michael Cooper, one of my best friends, he's a WPPI Lifetime Achievement Award winner. We believe that you have photographed the most weddings in the world in history, and we haven't found anyone to beat you with that. So he's a bit of a genius. If you've got a chance to follow his new work and 3D stereoscopic imagery, he's mind-blowingly amazing. Rachel Owen, you are a triple master. You're always smiling. You're an incredible mentor to a lot of people. Thank you so much for being here. You're wonderful. And I can equally say the same thing about you, mate. Richard, you're a triple master, but you're just always there to give a hand. You're always there to mentor. And I think that everyone on this panel is the same way. Can you imagine the ripple effect that has happened because of your mentorship? It's incredible and mind-blowing. So I appreciate it. The audience here and at home will appreciate it. Let's get to the category. First print, please. So if I don't mention a title, it means it's untitled. John, first impression, mate. How do you feel about this image?
Well, I love it, and probably timely for me because I've been attempting abstract images myself without success, so I can appreciate what it's doing. I really enjoy this split image where the two colors are kind of coming together and that chaos in between, that that beautiful line of mix right there is just amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. Richard, you're shaking your head in disbelief. Tell us, think out loud for us, please.
100? No.
No scoring right now.
I know. I mean, I'm just blown away. It's just, I said this yesterday, it's just pure art. I mean, it's an abstract piece, however it was done. I mean, it could be a landscape, it could be, digital manipulation, painting, whatever it is, it just works. And the color palette and the color harmony is just extraordinary.
Absolutely. Rachel, take the mic. Last impression here. Give us a sense of the way it was printed and how it's presented to us right now.
Yeah, the texture on this paper is just really on point, especially with all the flowing arabesques. Your eye just moves around, and that texture is just the right balance to really make this an art piece.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Wonderful commentary. Thank you. Next print, please. Chores. Michelle, first impression. Lots to unpack there, so have a bit more of a look.
You had to come in close because there's writing that says, "Honey, can you get me a beer?" Which is just, this is every woman's daily nightmare. Well, some men too, but mostly women. It's just so brilliantly done. It's visceral, it's my life some days. Beautifully done. I'm going to let someone else unpack it.
Gary, I want you to unpack it.
Yeah, there's a lot going on, both technical and conceptual. So I want to start with just talking about the really wonderful choice to use truth comedy. I think it's a perfect phrase for this because it's funny. There's definitely a comedic element here, but then you start to go, oh yeah, this is real, and it really speaks to the emotional load that some people experience that is almost invisible sometimes to their partners. And I think that that's a really great way to tell the story. And I don't want to take away the third comment has to be about this presentation, so I'll leave that lying here. But just to talk about the technical, everything is so cool, and all of the objects are bland, and the choice also to just use bright red for the little bits of the subject's wardrobe that's sticking out, it really hammers home the story. If that dress had been and those shoes had been like a less, complementary color to that blue, I think it would not landed quite as hard. So just some really great choices in here.
Yeah, great comment. Rich.
I'd like to talk about the presentation. I mean, that takes some guts to do that. I mean, you got to really say, okay, I'm going to take a shot here. But what that opening does at the top, it opens up the vertical space, which gives room to lead into the story. And the paper choice is perfect for this type of image because it's more of a commercial type image, in my opinion. I just think it's really well done, really well presented.
Yeah, thank you. Isn't it funny how this category, when this image sort of came to us, we're like, well, there's images without a heartbeat. I'm like, oh, yeah, she's probably dead. But even if she wasn't, like she's subordinate to what's happening. Just dead inside. Just dead inside, yes, thank you. Also, just one more comment, maybe a bit of a homage to the Wizard of Oz, right? The witch. All right, thank you so much. Next print, please. While you're there, Rich, I love your intrigued face. It's awesome. First impression.
I mean, every afterburner in my brain is just exploding right now. I mean, just what a really soft and distinguished looking pattern in there. And it's just got all this texture and the colors that are, some of those colors you wouldn't normally put together, but that green against that blue, it really, really works. It really gives it a balance, and it's a wonderful piece.
A comment. Rachel, how are you feeling about this?
Yeah, there's a part in this image that appears three-dimensional. There's a couple of them actually, but there's a part kind of towards the center, towards the bottom right a little bit, and I feel like that is almost the subject of this abstract piece here. And the color harmony is just really on point, that kind of soft pastels mixed with the blues. It's so abstract, and yet we know where the maker wanted your eye to go very intentionally. It's very well done.
Yeah. Michelle, whatever you were thinking, add this perspective. Can you teach this? Can it be taught?
No. When this first came around, my eyes popped with tears. Like, it's so ethereal and soft, and there's love in that image. And that paper, I mean, can we just talk about the paper that makes that image so three-dimensional?
Talk to the audience, like as in the audience watching at home. Obviously, they're not privy to the print, but tell us what you're seeing so we can get a sense.
There's this texture, very deep texture in this paper that really has brought all of the texture in the image to life. Like, I mean, I think the paper choice was completely masterful. Like, did the maker start with this paper in mind and then find the texture for the paper? Like, I almost feel like that's what happened here. Like, I've got this gorgeous paper. I need the most beautiful image to go on it, and they found it. And I would hang this in my home and look at it every single day.
Yeah, wonderful. Thank you. Oh, we've got to move on, but I'll get you next time. Thank you. Next print, please. The Wine Temple. Yep, wine as in what you drink. Gary, first impression, mate?
Oh, yeah. It's very, very beautifully put together to take an architectural image that feels almost religious. It feels like an experience. There's a light coming off of it. It's kind of like pipe organ-y feeling, and there's a lot of layers to it. So I'm excited for somebody who's smarter than me to unpack this. But it feels very, very powerful for an image that has no heartbeat. I think this might be sort of the opposite of that. Made my heart beat a little bit faster.
Well, everyone on the panel is smarter than you. We'll start with John. Sorry, that was a low-hanging fruit. Sorry. It was
A beautiful architectural piece. I'm a sucker for things that are like straight down the middle, symmetry, and like Gary said, it's almost cathedral-like. And in a modern way, but I keep seeing this like bird-like swoop and wings, and that's what keeps drawing to me. And then it's also one of those images that, since it's shot this particular way, you can, if you close your eyes and open up quick, you'll see a spacecraft, and then you see something else every time you kind of look at it. And like right now, I'm seeing a cockpit of a spacecraft going forward, and that you don't really see that when people do architectural photography. They make it for the building and the building only, and then it could be abstract as well.
Great comment. Rich, you were sort of looking at it and looking at the sheen, the reflection. What were you, to think out loud with the print quality?
Well, when it came, I knew it was an architectural piece when it landed, but then it became abstract to me. And then the story started coming to me about, it does have this religious intent, and to me it's like the Temple of Ascension. You got those lights coming down in that V formation, and you look at that top structure at the top where it's brighter, it just looks like you're rising up, ascending up. And I think it's got a lot of good storytelling qualities to it. You can almost put any story you want to it, actually. Would be beautiful on anybody's wall.
Yeah, great comments, guys. Thank you so much. Next print, please. Rachel, first impression, please.
Yeah, upon first impression, it's very, very graphic, and I'm almost finding myself putting stories into it. I feel like this one really tells a narrative and tells a story, and I realize that the story I'm putting it is my own personal emotion, and I bet everybody here would have a different story to tell out of this. I feel like it's rare to see an abstract image have so much story to it. It's quite striking, especially the use of this color.
Nice comment. Michelle.
I don't even think I'm qualified to comment. It's jaw-droppingly beautiful. I feel like I'm seeing the shape of a penguin. Like, I don't know if anyone else sees the penguin, but I feel like there's this, right?
Yeah.
It's just so unique and so well done. And again, the paper choice, the way that this is printed, because we can't forget this is a print competition, and all of that black, it's like a black blue, but there's still so much detail in all of that depth and dimension. It's extraordinary how it was done. So I'm in awe.
Yeah. It's tough, isn't it? When you've got something like to latch onto in terms of if it's a human, you've got posing, you've got certain lighting, you've got architectural elements, but this is abstract, and it's more about how you feel. And even though that we may not do this kind of stuff, we respect it and we appreciate it, and that's why that fresh perspective, I think, is actually very honest. Can you give us that lasting impression? You've sort of looked at this now for a little bit. How do you feel?
Yeah, I think one of the strongest choices in this particular presentation is the square opening in the mat. If you think about the square opening, it's the most human and engineered shape in existence. It almost could not exist in nature with the most asymmetrical, natural flowing biological shapes inside of it. I think it's just a really cool way to, you could have cropped this and presented it 1,000 different ways, but this choice just really hammers home how cool this subject is.
Thank you, ChatGPT. I love you. We would be best friends if we were living in the same city. We would go out all day. In fact, can we be each other's backup plans if we both break up? Sorry, honey.
I take such good care of you.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. Next print, please. Richard, while you got your mouth open in disbelief, talk out loud. Think out loud.
I'm haunted. And it's hard to get the words out to what this does. It gives you this feeling like you're losing your breath a little bit, and just trying to focus on all the little details. I see this face in the middle, and then, is it a skull? Is it an alien? Is that smoke? What is this? It's just an abstract piece, and it is just, I'm going to stop because I'll talk too much.
Mm-hmm. John, I want to get your reaction here. I know this is right up your alley.
Just talking about how all this plays together, where you can not just see the sense of depth, you can feel it. At first glance, you see these images, like it stops you, and then you say, how did they do this? And then you stop asking that question, and you just go back into it. just you can see a direction from the flow of the liquid, or if this is underwater with stuff, you can see that. So that making that just have that direction just makes it all, and it has these layers. And even if this is a portrait or if this is a still life, you get that sense that there's layers, and then if you go beyond that, there's still more. It just keeps going.
Rachel, please, whatever you were thinking and feeling, as well as the print quality, I'd love you to touch upon that too.
Yeah, this is, I mean, haunting was the very first word that came to my mind. It is a masterclass in composition. And, you know, we see so many abstracts where everyone has their own story. This one, I think we very much see the same shapes, the same human shapes. It has three-dimensionality in parts of it. It has almost a drawn feeling in parts of it. And this is one of those images that I wish I had created. It's something that I would hang on my wall, but it's one of those images that's so inspiring. Like, it makes me want to create differently after seeing something like this. And I mean, the print quality is just really on point. It's got all that tonal range, and it's bringing out the three-dimensionality. You've got to see this one in the gallery. It's incredible in print.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Wonderful comments, guys. Next print, please. John, first impression, mate?
First impression is like, either I want to go there, or I want to know what that is. Just that striking color, that I think it's an aerial, but it reminds me of a shell. The inside, the iridescence. When they captured this, the light was at the right time. It's just like, and it's just beautiful. Just like it has almost everything in it. It's just stunning.
Great comment. Richard, you're visibly moved by this. Talk to us.
Oh, I'm just blown away. I feel so inadequate right now. But if you look at this thing, it does look like a seashell, but it's to me, it's definitely like a coastline, and you see that water coming up, the tide coming up on the beach there, or the shore, and then you got all this chaos going around. It looks like a storm starting to develop, and it's just a great abstract piece, and it's presented very well, clean matte, just very simple, very impactful.
Thank you. Gary, I want you to finish with the last comment here. My question is, if there were 20, 30 photographers in an aeroplane, why would this one photographer get that and do the post-production in a way that arguably the other 19 or 100 potentially couldn't do?
You know, one of the things about work like this that I think is so awesome is that it really speaks to a unique way of looking at things, and it really showcases the mind of the person who pushed the shutter. And I think that that's really evident here. Who knows exactly what this sort of little section of this vast landscape looks like, but you see that, and you see something in it, and when you take the image, and then afterward you decide exactly how to present it with the right weight, with the right color harmony, with the right amount of texture, and then on the right medium. So it speaks more about the creator of the image than even of the landscape itself, to be able to see this and make something that you really want to look at and continue to think about and enjoy.
Great comment. Thank you so much. Let's take the print off for just one moment. I just want to make a general comment, but yeah, we're done with this print. Thank you so much. I'll be honest, early in my career, I did a little bit of landscape, and even to this day, well, not to this day, but several years in, I'm like, well, you've shot that landscape. I mean, how hard is it? The sunset was there. You put your tripod up and you just clicked it. Why would you take credit for God's creation or whatever you believe in? And then I really started to understand the nuances of landscape photography, the appreciation of finding the right place, the right time, the composition, and the interpretation of what can be done as well. So I'm just being honest that I was totally ignorant myself that there is such an art form that maybe we don't do, but we certainly can appreciate when we see it. Thank you so much, guys. Next print, please. There was an audible,
Like, oh, again, I feel completely inadequate and unqualified to talk about this. So I'll just talk about how it makes me feel. Yeah, it just, yeah, when it first presents, you're like, ugh, like, God, I want to hang out with the person who does this type of photography. I just want to like attach myself at the hip and maybe hang out and learn how to do this because it's incredible. Just the line, just how do you find this? So I'm gonna let somebody way smarter than me unpack this but it is just absolutely breathtaking.
Okay, Rachel, I want to hear your comments, please. Thank you.
This one does look like a landscape to me, and yet there is something eerily human about it, and it's biological, and I feel like it really bridges that gap between the humanness and the land. I mean, let's talk about the composition, the way your eye just flows from one side to the other and back up. It almost is two images in one with the dark blue and those whatever it is in the landscape just really appears to be veins. It is an excellent work in using color to drive your eye around an image exactly where the maker intended your eye to go.
Great comment. Richard, tell us about just the print quality and what you're seeing as you're admiring the print in front of you.
Wow, that paper. I mean, does it really work with this image here? And that blue, you know how hard that blue is to print? Oh my word. And again, to play out for Rachel there, those veins, nerves coming up, it almost looks like the land has a pulse. And then that little sliver of orange right there. Oh my word. I want to watch the process of what this went through from the beginning to the end.
Absolutely. Yeah. Wonderful, guys. Great teamwork. Well done. Thank you. Next print, please. Splash. John, grab the mic. How are you feeling? First impression.
I love how they continued the splashes.
So describe it in perfect detail for someone who's watching online who's not seeing this. So be very specific.
I love how the splashes continue on and they embellish the matte with some of the continue to paint, and it's a pretty good match on the color. First off, I've seen like splashes in liquid before, but this doesn't look like liquid. It looks like plastic. So that's like the lighting has a big part to do with that.
Thank you. Who would like to tackle how this was potentially produced, if you had to guess? Okay.
I mean, there are several ways you could probably achieve this, but my guess would be that you're photographing. Obviously you're photographing the shoe, and then you're photographing these paints separately from each other, and then masking in the ones that work, which actually shows a lot of creativity on the part of the artist who created this, because there's got to be just a whole folder full of hundreds of photos of paint splashing around, and they picked just the right ones to create this incredible composition. I also want to point out that you have a very strong triangular composition that goes along with the shoe that you're looking at, and the color palette itself is a triad, which also kind of blows my mind. So I think that there's a really neat layer to all that. So it's really, on the surface, it's like really cool commercial image, but there's a lot of little genius behind this. I think is cool.
Thank you. Rich? Go for it, mate. Great
I
comment.
want to talk about the presentation. I mean, wow. If you get a chance, when this is hanging in the show, come and look at this thing. It's three-dimensional. It has a three-dimensional spot gloss on it. It's the wave of the future. It's just incredibly done. The matte is done really well with that double matte. It gives it a lot of depth. And with those little paint drops coming out into that secondary matte, it just gives it more depth and more that 3D feel. Great commercial image.
We often talk about, people ask me all the time, what makes an award-winning image and what do you need to do? And I always say, if there's a point of difference in concept, execution, and technique, you're going to get a high score. So is it an original concept, or is it people say everything's been done before, and all of a sudden we see something that's so stupid simple, but it refreshed something, it repopularized something. Execution. Someone thought of this and executed it. It's crazy. All of the stuff we're seeing today is mind-blowing. Thank you so much. Next print, please. Rich, quick. You bowed your head. Quick. Think out loud. I want to feel out loud. Go for it. We broke you.
What? Oh, you talking to me?
Yeah. Richard. You're like,
I mean, it's just gorgeous. I mean, and it's my color palette, and everything about it just works, and it's so simple, and the story could be anything you want it to be. And look at that little blue in there. Look how that subtle color shift just kind of takes that orange and just makes it a little bit brighter. I want this on my wall.
Rachel, you're equally as visceral with your reaction. Talk to us about this.
Yeah, it's just so simple and yet so striking. The gradation of the colors pulling your eye right to that little swoop. It's very sculptural in nature, and I really appreciate the technique that's been used. Just that even amount of grain throughout just takes us between that sweeping smooth motion back to that gritty texture, and it's just like, this is one of those things that you see hanging on the wall, and the simplicity just blows my mind.
Gary, talk to us about the absolute difficulty to have those tones being so gradual but being rendered so well on that paper.
In terms of sort of the color gamut and dynamic range of the devices, from your eye when you see it, your camera captures it, your monitor displays it, and then the media you print on has to show it, it gets smaller, like a funnel. Your eye sees the most, your camera can capture less, your monitor can display less than that. So you have to shoot something like this as if you know you're going to print it. And I would bet, based on the quality of this, I have a feeling that the creator of this image might have had a paper in mind when they push the shutter. That would just be my guess. I am sometimes wrong, but it seems like it's that well done. What I really like about this presentation, in addition to that, is that the matte is a kind of a warm tone, and the paper has a little bit of a cool tone in it, which is kind of balanced to the warm and cool tones in the image. And so I think that's a really neat choice of matte color for that one.
Great commentary. Thank you so much. I want to change my ChatGPT to your voice. Why? Because I love you, though. Guys, how incredible were those images and those photographs? Oh, my God. All right, I would not want to be you in a few minutes. For the people watching at home in the room, we are going to go to a commercial break and set up the judges to the impossible task of choosing what they want to be first, second, and third. See you soon.
Have you ever wished you could express more? Something beyond your expectations. You are about to experience the astounding potential of the Nikon Z mount system. Reveal hidden beauty in the mundane, and make the ordinary extraordinary. Make your subjects radiant in breathtaking sharpness that blends smoothly into a beautiful, creamy background. Abundant light is taken in through the large diameter Z mount, delicately rendering beautiful, round bokeh throughout the frame. From the finest detail to the big picture, raise your images to a new level. Express what your heart sees in fleeting instants, fast, quiet, and accurate. This is where the essence of the creator and subject become one. Like the radiance of the sea at high tide, a heart full to the brim, overflowing with imagination.
Thank you so much.
Realize your dreams to the fullest. Nikkor Z 135mm f1.8s.
Plena.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, what we're seeing here now is the judges are taking a moment to look at all of the images one last time, and they're going to decide who they would like to see win first, second, and third place. There's no discussion for this part of the process. They're each going to make their own decisions. They don't know what each other person is choosing, and when that is all done, then we will have a winner. So we'll give them just a few moments. There'll be no discussion during this part. We'll all stay seated so everyone can kind of watch at home as well, and then we'll let you know as soon as we're ready. While we're doing that, actually, I'll have a chat with you guys. I want to also point out one of our other in-room sponsors is the Westcott Ice Light. And so what you'll see when you're looking at the gallery is the gallery for the judges right now is being lit by 2 ice lights. There's also an ice light here behind me, so I can have a hair light. So big thank you to the Westcott Ice Light for providing the lighting for the judges today, too. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the judges have made their selections, and we all get to find out what happens tomorrow night at the award ceremony. So make sure you join us at 7 p.m. tomorrow night so we can find out who the judges selected as their first, second, and third place winners. But with that, that concludes the open creative category. I hope you guys enjoyed everything you saw there. Big thank you to Nomatic again for sponsoring that category, and also, if you missed it, they are providing all of our second place winners with their prizes this year. They are providing every winner of a second place award with their 25-liter backpack. It's absolutely gorgeous. If you've never seen it, whoever wins second place is in for a treat because they're so beautiful and they're made for photographers with all the pockets that you need and everything. So huge thank you to Nomatic. We're now going to move on to our next category, which is the Portrait Creative Individual category. I'll tell you a little bit more about what that means, but we need just a couple minutes to get our panel of judges seated, so we'll see you in about 2 minutes.
Yeah, I remember the Great Light Stand fall of '08. I was on stage at a wedding, and the wind came and just knocked my stand right over. And that's when I knew I had to go full metal Cheetah. Cheetah stands are constructed from high-quality, lightweight aluminum. Their heavy-duty offerings are built from robust metal to handle higher weight capacities. Extreme speed for frequent moving and going. Spring-loaded means that when the spotlight hits, it bounces into action. No plastic drama and no backstage breakdowns. Hair moves, drama moves, but not this roadie. When all eyes are on me and I've only got one shot to get it right, I'm going metal. Full metal. Cheetah stands feature the one and only auto-collapsing leg mechanism that auto-retracts when lifted and extends when placed back down. Cheetah stand, gear that moves as fast as your creativity. So dumb.
Time saved, space reclaimed, simplified workflow, designed by photographers, engineered for precision. Innovation should feel effortless. When your setup disappears, your vision remains. Modular by design, built to adapt. When your environment works seamlessly, your attention shifts from setup to story. Behind every powerful image is a studio that disappears.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to everyone who's here in our judging room and to everyone who's online watching us. Just before we jump in, I wanted to tell you about a very special feature that I want to tell you about that is in our print gallery. The print gallery will be available on Tuesday through Thursday when the trade show is open. It's located on the trade show floor. And there's a very cool feature when you walk through. You'll see a couple of banners with a QR code on it. That QR code takes you to our app store where you can download, not our app store, the app store, where you can download our app. It's a free app, and you can then use that app to scan any of the images in the gallery. Some of them have some extra content. A lot of the makers sent us in videos. Some of it is behind the scenes videos. Some of it is the making of. You might hear the story about what that image means. So very cool. When you walk through the gallery, you'll see every image has a gallery card on it attached to it. Any gallery card that has a teal dot means that there's extra video content for that image. So you use the app, you scan the image, and the video just automatically starts playing. So as you're looking at some of these images and you're like, how did that happen? Some of the images you just saw in the open creative category, they are in there, and the video attached is attached in there, so you can watch how the photographer created it. It's so much fun, super interesting, and there's some really great stories in there, so make sure you check that out. All right, we are now continuing on in the creative division sponsored by Epson. Our next category in this division is the Portrait Creative Individual category. This category features people photographed on their own but where the maker has had more creative freedom in post-production. Because this is the creative division, they're given more freedom to use text overlays and graphic overlays and just have more fun in post-production. Composites are also allowed in this category, whether or not they wanted to use it. This category is sponsored by TogDrop Solutions. TogDrop Solutions offers incredible background and lighting, modular lighting systems that you can attach to walls, ceilings, even light stands, so that everything stays off the floor and it's nice and clean and keeps your studio really organized. Really awesome system and super helpful if you use multiple backdrops, multiple light setups, and it just keeps it all organized and so easy to use. Another fun announcement is that TogDrop Solutions is providing all of our third place winners this year with their paper core inserts. This is the coolest thing. For all of us who ever use seamless backdrops, you know when you're using a seamless and you unroll it and then it just like keeps rolling, and then you always have to have like 2 clamps on this side and 2 clamps on that side and kind of lock it in so they don't keep rolling? This paper core insert solves that problem. So you insert it into the roll, and then when you put it on your stand, it automatically keeps it from rolling off, and it keeps it in place. And also, when you're rolling them back up, it keeps it nice and even, because that's the other thing that drives me crazy, when you start rolling it up and then it gets crooked and then there's a bubble. So that solves that whole problem. So huge thank you to TogDrop Solutions for providing all of our third place winners with that prize. It'd be pretty awesome. Our chairperson for this category is Tony Hewitt. We mentioned we're very lucky to have 2 chairpersons this year. And so now we get to turn this over to Tony Hewitt, who is an Icon Grandmaster. He is joining us all the way from Perth, Australia, and we're very happy that he is with us here this year. So Tony, I will turn it over to you and to our panel of judges.
Thank you, Melissa. And how amazing, I was just sitting here earlier and thinking, what a wonderful couple of days just to come and enjoy photography. I mean, one thing, everybody in this near vicinity, walking through the corridors, you look, everybody's busy, they're all doing something, and you realise we all have that one thing in common, that we just have a passion and love for photography. And then we get, the thing about photography, excuse me, and creatives, of course, is that we're all very different, and that's what makes it such an interesting industry to be in. And to sit back for a couple of days, and from my perspective, to come from Australia, it's just a privilege to sit here and to listen to the commentary from the elite panels that Icon put together to give us some feedback on the work. So it truly is a privilege. And for those of you sitting at home, Scott Johnson, I'll never forget, you know, this is an interesting day like yesterday, but more importantly, I'm sure you'll go away at the end of the day inspired by what you see and what you hear. I just want to make a special mention too that Melissa has mentioned the volunteers and all of that, but in this room we do have these 3 lovely ladies behind who've given their time to come and basically stand in the background. These guys get all the glory, the rock stars, but Irina, Elena and Carol, I got it right. They sit back there quietly. They're wearing black, so you can't really see them, but we know they're there and they're contributing to this in a massive way. Please let them know how much we appreciate it. So I'm looking forward to how our judges respond to what they're about to see. And of course, just a reminder that this is a process where we're looking at what it takes to become a finalist. And Jerry mentioned it in the previous category, that often we get asked as speakers, you know, what does it take to win a competition, or what does it take to get to the top of the competition? What are the strengths and what are the characteristics of an award-winning print or a finalist? And that's what we're about to hear. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys are ready, and I'm assuming you guys are gentlemen, of course you are, and of course, 2 lovely ladies as well, also talented. Let's go. Let's have a look at the first print. Title: Abandoned. And let's have the first impressions. From Heidi.
Wow. Way to hit me in the heartstrings first thing in the morning. It's just beautiful. Look at all these leading lines that are just bringing you to the heart of the image, which is this little pupper that I don't know what's going on with him, but it's making me feel all the feelings this morning. Yeah, first impressions is, my goodness, I want to reach out and help this dog.
Excellent, thanks Heidi. Michael, can you break that down a little bit more and give us a little bit more of the detail what's going on here?
Yeah, the emotion aside, the way that the maker has composed the image also plays into it, and it's so common for us to go from left to right and face our subjects in that direction. Here, the subject is actually facing back, almost sort of like a look in the past, which adds to that mood. It's these really subtle things that really contribute to the image. And then, of course, everything is sort of closing in around the subject. You've got frame within a frame that's happening all over the place, but they just keep getting smaller and tighter and making you feel a lot more uncomfortable. And then the final part is, of course, the color grading that just ties everything together. The subject is still slightly warm. There's still just that teeny bit of like almost hope, but then the rest of the scene goes absolutely cold and dead.
And Alison, anything you could add to that?
Yeah, I could compliment the maker on the tones with the title. That really gave us, the dog is just not spotted in an alleyway somewhere. This title tells us the story of this animal that's been left and is just desolate in the moment. And the tones and the title really are nicely working together.
Thank you, judges. That was some really good comments. And of course, we've been referring to you more as mentors. And it was a miss of me because what I should have done is also introduced you to the people. And of course, first cab off the rank for me today. I'm a little bit behind the game. So I just want to start on this side with Ivan Duran, who's a master photographer. Then next to him, we have Heidi Margosi, who's a double master. Of course, in the middle, we have Michael Novo, also a double master, Gary Hughes, an associate, and Alison Carlino, an associate, all of the icon, but all highly regarded and respected in their individual fields in this industry. Let's have the next print, please. All the corners of my mind. First impressions, thanks, Gary.
Yeah, I think that my first impression of this is that it's a very cerebral kind of a piece, you know, and there's a couple of really strong choices here, more than a couple, but the one that stands out to me is this, you can hardly call it negative space, but it really is a kind of image with a lot of room to breathe around it, and I think that adds a lot to the feeling of it, of being in your own head, and just really good artistic choices there.
Thanks, Gary. Ivan, can you maybe tell us a bit more about what goes into making an image like this?
Yeah, it's a beautiful image. I can imagine all the work that went behind this photo. I really enjoyed how you can see all this many layers. It seems like very complex, but you can definitely see the face of the model very peaceful, even though everything around seems like very straight, very I don't know, could be very busy, but her expression is really relaxed, and the lighting definitely it's there. You have that little white line that kind of like helps separate the face from the background, so it's beautiful.
Heidi, maybe just touch on there's a sort of an interplay here between hard lines and contrasty lines and that, and then we have that soft, organic shape of the face. How does that work with the title of All the Corners of the Mind?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're exploring all the corners of this maker's mind right now because so much is here. And with all these layers, I was just taking a closer look at the paper choice, and I think the paper choice really adds to this. It's something you would see in a high-end gallery in New York or LA on a really grand scale. But all of those little lines and stripes and patterns and shapes are adding so much dimension that it almost feels three-dimensional to me. Like I had to take a closer look because it really sort of comes in and out of frame in this beautiful dimensional way. It's magnificent.
Thank you. Next print, please. Mother Nature. First impression, Michael.
Yeah, what's interesting about this image is that, and this is in a positive way, I'm not sure exactly which one is the subject. You know, I kind of am looking at the overwhelming scale of we'll call it like the flower. I struggled with the word vapor yesterday, so I'll go with flower today, versus the sort of human element that's towards the bottom. And I love that there's basically two subjects, and I can look at one and then go to the other and just be captured in the story, and then the one in the middle kind of pushes me down.
Alison, do you want to unpack this one a little more? Tell us what goes into this.
Absolutely. I'm impacted directly by the color harmonies, the way that they use these complementary tones all throughout, as well as the diagonal curve leading your eye from the top left down and then back around up to the top again. It's almost, with the title, it's Mother Nature being so overpowering and taking care of the things that are below her. And that the size relation to all of that is seen well with the title. The paper choice, beautiful as well.
Maybe just a final comment, Gary. There's this large, small, and smallest. Like there's this like a.
Oh yeah, I mean it uses. Sometimes something impacts you and it's really good, and maybe you don't know why it's good. And part of our job is to tell you why this hits so hard. And as Allison mentioned, there's an incredible complementary color palette working. That's one thing. As Michael said, there's an incredible sense of scale, which is very, very difficult to do on a technical level, to make a human being in this kind of fantastical image, make it actually look believable, which is excellent. And then little flourishes and attention to details like the silhouette in the cup there. This image wouldn't have, it's very easy to flatten an image like this, especially with this paper choice. But that little silhouette of the body inside the cup there sells the depth of the image and really just hammers it home. It's just brilliant on a ton of levels. Just really, really well done.
And just while you've got the microphone, what's the importance of the paper choice here? Because using what would have happened if it's been on a gloss paper, for example?
Yeah, I think that, we're talking about style, right? And style is affected by a lot of the choices that you make, from your lighting to your post-production technique. And I think because it's kind of a fantasy element image, it's got a little bit of a fairy in the woods kind of fantastical quality to it. And that choice of paper not only shows off is able to show off the dynamic range of this particular composition, but it also gives it a very storybook illustrated kind of a quality on top of that. And I think it's a great choice for this.
Thanks, mate. Okay, next print, please. Prophecy of the Dragon. Okay, Ivan, while it's still fresh in your mind, what's the first thing that came across your mind when that came up?
Yeah, I always appreciate when there's movement in this kind of like creative categories, and I think the creator definitely make that. You have the subject kind of like mid-air with some wings, but it could have been some very easily just to have it like that, but having just kind of like the fire kind of like going and kind of like some curvature, and having those I don't know, like her skirt or dress kind of like in flames adds to that movement. So that was got my attention first thing.
Thanks, Ivan. Michael, a lot of photographers would look at this in the gallery and think, where do you start? Like, okay, I've got the idea in my head, but how do I put this together technically? What's involved? Why is it so good?
Yeah, I was actually about to ask you that question.
Well, that's why I sat here, so you could answer it. I get to ask the questions, you answer them.
Yeah. And images like this, and frankly, all of the images that we're seeing in the top 10, it's so difficult because we're trying to cram our thoughts into such tiny window. Where you would start with something like this is to not immediately go for something like this unless you've rehearsed it, and sort of build your way up in terms of layers. Like new photographers, I'll often say, just show me an amazing photo of an egg on the counter with beautiful light and contrast and shadows, and then start working and layering things in. This image, there's so much to dissect, everything from the choice of the crop being very tight and very vertical narrow. There's symbols that are up top. Your eye is very clearly just going up and down, and you're held in, especially the framing at the bottom by the rocks, and that keeps you from sort of falling out of the bottom. And I wish I had more time to discuss, so I'll give somebody the final closing thoughts.
Okay, well, let's go to Heidi. And in reference, Michael talked about symbols. How important is when people put these things together that the elements used are congruent to a simple narrative or a single narrative?
Yeah, I think it's really important, but it's also art is subjective and it's open to interpretation. So what I love about this image is that while we do have the symbolism here, you're sort of able to make your own assumptions about what this is about. But I do think symbolism and imagery is a really powerful component. I also want to congratulate the maker on the post-production on this. I mean, make sure you see this in the print gallery. I find that fantasy images, can sometimes be overdone, but this is so beautiful that you really actually feel in this scene with her. There's a level of reality to it with that post-production that is just extraordinary. So congratulations to the maker.
That's a really good comment, Heidi. And a lot of times we see great ideas and judges will make the comment, they've just tried too hard and they've just gone too far. And if they can just hold back that level of control, the level of finesse is what actually elevates it. So well done. Next print, please. Some great comments, and it's not easy sitting there when you're looking at great work. And as Michael said, how do you break it down in a short space of time? Herding instinct. Herding instinct. Herding as in herd, like a herd of cows, or herding instinct. Alison, first thoughts.
Immediately impacted by the color harmonies working together, okay? I am drawn in directly by the bull's eye that it creates, but this animal is circling its body around, taking care of the herd. That's what I read out of this as a first impact.
Okay, well, Gary, maybe let's open that up a little more. What's going on here?
Yeah, I think this is more abstract than you initially give it credit for. I think it's meant to look sort of like an animal, but I think this actually might be a landscape. It's hard to say, and that's cool. That's one of the great things to think about it. First of all, let's start with the overall feel of it. I think it is the most natural thing in the world to circle the wagon, so to speak, and it's an incredible piece because of what it doesn't do as much as because of what it does do. I'm looking at the gap in the circle itself, which is kind of one of the most compelling parts of the image. There's a really beautiful use of this sort of monochromatic, warm color palette, and a very, very subtle control over contrast and sharpness that leads you exactly where you want to go. And it's abrupt because the circle is a sort of thing that you follow around and around, but every time you get to the end, there's just a hole there, and like it breaks again and again and again, and it just sort of has a really minimalistic but very uncomfortable feel to it at the same time. I think that it's a really beautiful abstract piece of art.
Okay, Ivan, maybe a closing comment, and one of the things I'd like people to maybe think about is the power of simplicity. And some of these strong images we're seeing, not all of them are complicated. Some of them are just a simple thing. Can you just maybe touch on that?
Yeah, that's what I love about the creative category. You have all these amazing pictures, and this one is definitely very simple. Makes you think about, like which tool did they use, which technique did they use, how much was in camera and all these different aspects. But to me, the color, the simplicity, it's sometimes we think simple can be bad, but for this one it's super, super strong. The colors and kind of it's fading towards the end. It's great.
Next print, please. Entitled. First impression, Gary.
Oh yeah. I think this is a little bit of scary image, a little bit of haunting image, and I think just for context, you're looking at white as kind of heroic, but then you think, actually, I think in some cultures, white is actually the color of death. And then there's a symbol of the crow or the blackbird flying, and also another symbol of death. And so, like, there's something pretty sinister about this that's really, really intriguing, and I can't wait for someone to unpack it.
Heidi?
Gosh, I'm just really drawn in by all of the beautiful texture, and the paper choice on this is remarkable because it actually allows all of those really deep blacks to sort of still have this perfect amount of detail. I sort of took it in almost as this phenomenal sort of travel shot, you know, luring me to this magical location, wherever this may be. I'm not getting a sense of sort of, you know, anything ominous, but actually sort of come with me on this fantastical journey.
Alison, maybe a final comment?
The maker's use of composition and knowing how to lead our lines down in a diagonal as well as size and scale is on point here. They took time to pose her correctly, making sure that we had enough light on the face, just enough to get a mysterious expression out of her.
Can maybe just expand on you talked about the composition and those dynamic lines, how that adds to the energy and the drama?
Yeah, I mean, because it's slicing it correctly, not through the middle, it's giving it that energy of, do I want to go uphill or downhill with her? And the motion of the clouds all around the energy. The dress, you know you're somewhere windy, but the diagonal composition leads your eye to know that there is a slant here, and it makes it energetic.
And the element of danger that comes through because of the slope of that roof.
Yeah, that photographer, if this is where they were on the roof with her. Yeah. Kudos to that.
Yeah. Thanks, guys. Next print, please. This image has a title, Resolve. Okay, first impression. Ivan, you're smiling. Big grin on his face. Why?
Oh man, this photo, we can talk about it for a long time.
First impression.
First impression is just the presentation. To me, that little detail on top of how they use the little rope, kind of like to crunch the little part of the mat. I think it's brilliant, and it goes well with the whole thing. So that was the first thing I just draw my attention.
So for the benefit of the audience and those at home who may not be able to see it, because you won't see it on the screen, the mat itself has physically been dented where that rope comes down to sort of look like that rope is physical and pulling down on the mat. So, Gary, unlock this one for us.
Oh, man. Well, let me get started with this incredibly bold choice of a full bleed image, just to really create the sense of a vacuum of just loneliness and someone being on their own. As you dig into it, there's also a really interesting mix of visual styles between this net full of, you know, bricks or burdens and then the style of the main subject. This woman who's strong arm trying to tie this rope back together, which apparently is for the 5th time. You know, this is a job that's been going on like a Sisyphusian kind of burden that you have to do over and over again, endlessly keep putting it back together. Jerry, that's Sisyphus. It's from your people. It's one of your stories. And I think that there's also the neat little addition. That on its own was all really brilliantly done, but the little addition of it also being tied to her ankle, which is sort of says a little bit more about the stakes of it. So there's a lot of tension in this very lighthearted kind of visual style, which is really a great choice.
Alison, can you talk about two things for me? One is the technique, the finish in this image, and also this interesting color palette.
Color harmony, my thing. Yeah, the maker took the time to make sure that the harmonious colors worked here between the blues and the pinks and the lilacs, and then into her dress as well, taking those tones into the light blues with her dress. I mean, even little simple things like I think she might even be wearing a blue earring. I mean, it's just little details like that that really elevate this into something very special. paper choice, was that the other part you asked me about?
There's an editing style here. There's a finish on this.
Yeah, well, it looks like a sketch drawing, like a pencil drawing, right? And so that leads your mind into how real is this? Is this a real moment somebody wanted to sketch out because it's representative of their life?
Okay, thank you. So again, you can hopefully, as you listen through the day and yesterday, you start to see what goes on in the minds of these crazy judges as they look at an image and they try to decipher what the crazy artists and the photographers have created, and that's what makes it fascinating. But before we go, you can take that print away, but you need to explain that word. So, so say it slowly, spell it, and then tell us.
First of all, I cannot spell Sisyphus.
Try to.
All right. Wait, so to be fair, we homeschool our kids, and we just did a whole unit on Greek mythology. So it's not like I'm reading all this stuff myself. But it's essentially the task of.
Would you like to call home? And
yeah, actually, I need to phone a friend. I'm going to phone my 11-year-old actually, and she'll be able to tell you of pushing a boulder up a hill for all of eternity, right? Like it's just basically you're stuck doing this forever. So it's this hopeless task that you can't quit, and if you quit, you'll be destroyed. So it's pretty incredible use of that sort of feeling. Just great.
Hell for eternity.
Yeah, it's perdition basically.
Thanks, mate. Just wanted some people to be able to sleep tonight knowing that. Next print, please. In Two Minds. First impressions, Heidi.
Goodness, what an impact. Because you sort of lean in and at first your mind is being tricked because you think it's a painting and then you have to remind yourself that it's a photograph. Maybe it's both. And it's just, it kind of grabs your attention and then forces you to sort of scan all of the little details. This maker has been so intentional about this storytelling, and I think it's actually quite brilliant.
Michael, what does it take to create something this brilliant?
Well, I think it takes a colossal amount of thought, planning, and thinking for what the final product is going to be. Maybe some makers can just create things on the fly and see where it goes, but this looks extremely like there was a colossal amount of thought put into it. The elements begin to kind of shift with the pipe being the most hyper-realistic. It almost reminds me of the painting where it's like, this is not a pipe. And then the story, the beauty of it, as soon as it came around and I heard the title, I started wondering which one is overtaking the other. Is the smoke pushing into the steam, or is the steam actually pushing down the smoke? And so my mind and story kind of really stuck there. And I love the fact that I keep going round and round in the circle between the smoke, the steam, back through the nozzle, up through the pipe, and then eventually landing on the subject's face.
And just technically, you know, lighting and being able to put all these things together so they work together, what's involved?
So when you start compositing, one of the things that you have to pay very, very close attention to is that you've got the lighting that makes sense, and you can start breaking and bending those rules. But these elements are completely contrasting from one another, yet they're coming together, and that's because they're tied in with lighting, color, harmony, and just the general. I don't know how to describe. I know the technique of how to do it, but the general smoothing of getting everything to layer together, so it doesn't look like you just simply slapped one element on top of the other.
There's a word for it, but we'd have to ring his son. That was great. Alison, just a final comment on the overall finish of the picture.
Yeah, I mean, the lighting matches the shadow under the nose and the catch light in the eyes. So, you know, complimenting what he said there about how you have to pre-think how this is going. I see good versus evil with the smoke, and so I'm wondering if that's where the thought process is going with that, on how the two worlds mesh. The texture around the outside, beautiful. It made the paper choice made that come through even more.
Thank you very much. Next print, please. This print is called Mortality. First impressions, Alison.
Blown away by the care that the maker took for the beveling and the matting and how they layered this to draw us right into the color harmonies of this. It's exciting, it's beautiful.
Gary, can you perhaps unpack this one and tell us a little more about what's going on?
Yeah, there's a strong sense of storytelling in here through some really kind of ingenious means. There's a great marriage here of storytelling and style and technique, and we certainly don't have the time to point out every awesome thing about this, but just a couple of things here is this almost monochromatic, image. That color palette's just built on almost just different tones of the same color. And yet it has such an incredible depth to it. It uses a brilliant amount of composition here where you've got rectangular and ovular sort of shapes telling you where to look. Whereas as busy as it is, the place you're going to go to is you're going to keep going to the face of that main subject. And just a couple of small details. If you look at the sort of the body falling apart, and this is something close to death. It's about mortality. And the minute hand of the clock is that basically it's like 5 minutes to midnight, which is a really nice little nod to sort of the end of life. And so just really brilliant storytelling. Somebody has to talk about this presentation though, because it's great as well.
Oh, Michael, would you like to just touch on that?
I think the last 2 points Gary made were exactly what I was going to say with the minute hand and the body falling apart. If you look closely, you can see the tissue falling down just below the foot and then all the way in the bottom right. So that's great. Yeah, in terms of presentation, so there are pieces, and the entire background here is not quite simple. There's a lot of detail, a lot of elements there. So going with matting such as this is very risky, and especially when you start adding in colors that are going in around the outside as well, because that's one thing that folks can say, well, my eye's being pulled there, but it's just doing such an amazing job of keeping my eye locked in, and that copper on the outside just complements the image quite beautifully.
Thanks, Michael. I was just noticing you have 5 judges sitting here and it's like a hive mind, and watching them is just a privilege because as Michael's talking, there's all these heads just nodding. So they're all thinking the same thing and one of them saying it. How cool is that? Next print, please. Untitled. First impressions, Michael.
My first impression is going to be a little bit more on the general side. Probably 95% of us here are all using the same or similar tools when it comes to our work and our post-production. And the amazing thing as you look at all of these images is just what you can do. If you think about your camera, your computer, your software, is just like hammer and nails. And the different things that folks are able to build with those, that's truly astounding. Quite simple appearing subject, and then the post-production just takes it to a whole new level, which I'll let somebody else talk about.
Okay, Ivan, tell us a bit more about this one.
Yeah, I really enjoy this image because you get the sense of kind of like 3D, kind of like it's popping. You have one eye bigger than the other one, you have the mouth, and then you have like this kind of visual, maybe the maker wanted you to see that eye first for a reason, but I really enjoy that, how you can see it and not just being flat, but kind of like it's sticking out.
Picasso with a camera. Alison, would you like to talk a bit more?
I see the soft feminine posing, and that they took time to do that with this young girl subject. And maybe she's coming into her own, and all these different features on her face, this is how she sees herself, and she's worried, is my eye too big? What do people think of me? What should I look like as I'm coming into my own? But you can tell it's soft and feminine, so maybe it's a young woman worrying about how she's coming into her own.
And perhaps just a final comment from somebody about there's an interesting warmth in the paper and then this colour palette in that monotone against the white matte. How does that work? Yeah, go. No, it's okay.
Too eager.
Enthusiasm.
Look, the maker could have gone in so many directions with the way they handled this in post-production, but there's this sort of warm greyness about it, which really adds to the storytelling because it has a somber yet hopeful feel. This is another example of really you need to see this in the gallery because, you know, it's quite a different viewpoint that we have here, but also another example of a really deliberate choice that paid off completely.
Thanks, Heidi. Next print, please. Pruning season. First impression, Alison?
Angst.
Sorry?
Ache and angst.
Angst.
Just want to feel with her.
And I'm going to stop you there because I get it. Like, I think that's simple. I'm going to ask Gary to maybe unlock what goes into bringing those feelings.
Yeah, there's some phenomenal artistic choices here, some phenomenal technical choices, but what it leads up to is just a sense of agony to the average viewer, and the relatability of it, I think, is it's disturbing and it's visceral, but it's also incredibly relatable. I think there's a little bit of this that we all just. And the longer your life goes on, the more it feels like you're just battling against your own body. And I think that there's a really phenomenal sense here that maybe is even more acute to the feminine than it is to the masculine in this particular case. And so it is just brilliantly designed from a visual perspective. You've got the bones of an incredibly lit portrait here, but I think that's almost the least interesting thing about it, as well as that's done, you know. And so there's a really intense control of contrast and color that tells you where to go. If you notice, the most intense saturation of color is the blood on the blade, although there's blood in other parts of the image. This is the author of the image telling you where to look, and then as you find your way through all these beautiful little elements, you notice almost there's a little chrysalis up at the top. That's sort of about becoming and the agony of becoming, and it's just really thoughtful, and I think what you see when you look at it says a lot about the viewer, and it's just really well done in that way.
Maybe a closing comment, Ivan?
Yeah, I really enjoy this image. I think the expression, all the elements in a creative category definitely adds to this photo, but for me, it's just expression. The maker, you know, definitely think about those little things, and it just I keep wondering about the little, kind of like top one, because it's different from the other ones. So the other ones are kind of like roses, and that little thing, sometimes that's what makes the image complete. So yeah, amazing.
It's got there's a really interesting color palette, isn't it? That the skin tone, it's warm, but it's not warm. It's that blood red that's sort of coming out, but not. Yeah, yeah. That's the last print in this category. So well done to our judges. And how amazing. It's one thing to have a concept as a photographer, as a photographic artist, but to take that concept and to execute requires a level of excellence that we've been privileged to witness in some of these images, and privileged to hear from our esteemed panel just what goes into that. So that's the end of that category. We're going to take a commercial break, and then our judges will go through the process of making their decisions on first, second, third, etc. And then a little bit after that, we'll be back with the next category. So thanks for joining us.
Welcome to the future. Thought to blast off, yeah, you can call me Super. Man, I'm an icon. He lost to the clips in the game like my middle name is Luna. Up in the cruiser, we'll be taking off. There you heard the rumors. Yes, I got the sauce. A true needle mover. I never took a loss in this game. I'm the ruler. Yes, I am the Everything's about to change. Everything's about to change. Can't stop what I've been on. Into the great beyond. Can't stop what I've become. You can't stop me now. Can't stop what I've been on. Into the great beyond. Can't stop what I've become. You can't stop me now. You can't stop me. Everything's about to change. Everything's about to change. Everything's about to change. Everything's about to change.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. What you see happening here is the judges are taking one final look at all of the images all together, and they are deciding who they would like to see win first, second, and third place in this category. It's an incredibly difficult decision. They've already had all of their conversations. They've chatted about each image, so there is no conversation during this part. No one knows what the other judges are ranking and scoring. This is a private choice between them. They don't know what each other is doing. And then we'll give them a few minutes now just to take their time and look at all the images, and then when we're ready, we'll let you know. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the judges have made their selections. And so we get to find out tomorrow night who they chose. Very exciting. And that officially concludes the Portrait Creative Individual category. A big thank you to TogDrop Solutions for sponsoring that category and also for providing all of our third place winners with that incredible insert for your paper rolls, which is so life-changing when you use multiple backgrounds. So we're very excited and very grateful to TogDrop Solutions for helping us and supporting us in that way. So we're now going to transition into our next category. It's going to be the Portrait Creative Group category. You're about to see a lot of mind-bending images, as you just did here. And so we just need a couple of minutes to get our judging panel all sorted away, and so we'll be back in about 2 minutes. Thank you.
I'm Lindsay Adler.
My name is Johnson Wee.
My name is Luna Hao.
I'm Malva Soler.
My name is Joseph.
My name is Sean Clark.
My name is Trish. I am Kelly Deezer, and I'm the kid.
Hello, I'm Loris Romano. And as you may hear from my terrible accent, I'm French.
I used to run away from Flash. It was confusing, it was just extra stuff to carry around, and I never really got the results that I wanted.
Off-camera Flash can seem intimidating, but with Profoto, there's just 3 buttons on the back.
Time is precious, especially on a wedding day. Profoto's intuitive design and user-friendly interface allow me to focus more on creativity and less on my equipment.
I have never had an easier system for controlling my flash than this beautiful dial.
And whether I'm using 8 lights on set or 2, I can change all of the settings right from my camera.
When I decided to turn professional, I wanted to get some gear which would follow me for long.
On set, I need to be able to rely on lights that are going to fire at the exact same color, temperature, and power every single time.
And this is where reliability is so important. This is where Profoto doesn't let me down.
So they're lights that work when you need them to work, that trigger when you need them to work.
It's just so fast, so accurate. I just can totally rely on it.
I shoot quickly, I shoot often, I shoot high frame rates, and Profoto always keeps up.
As a light shaper myself, I love having gear available to shape light exactly how I want.
I also work on a lot of commercial sets, so it's really important that the lights that I use have lots of different options when it comes to modifiers.
And even the system as a whole is so well thought out. There's no like weird adapters and clunky things. Like, no, everything fits.
Whether you're on an A series light or a B series light, all the controls are going to be all the same, and they're really easy to use. There's virtually no learning curve whatsoever.
Also, I like the extras to the A10. You have gels, diffuser, and the click softbox. It's magnetic, simple, and awesome.
To be able to work with the speed at which I move, the only light I trust is Profoto.
And it's an equipment that we cannot leave home without.
And they're the only brand that I trust.
I know our clients expect a lot out of us, and in turn, we expect a lot out of the companies that make our jobs possible. That's why we use Profoto.
Welcome back, everyone, to everyone here in the room joining us, and also to everyone watching us online. Thanks to Nikon's generous support. We're so thrilled to have you guys all here. Before we jump into our next category, that commercial that we just saw for Profoto just reminded me to tell you guys, if you remember last year, we had the Profoto Luminance Award, and it was really exciting to have that, and I'm very happy to say that it's come back again this year. So what that means is one of the images that you saw yesterday or today is going to win the Profoto Luminance Award. A separate panel of judges has already gone through all of the images that were in the finals, and they selected the one image that they felt made an excellent use of light. That can be from any light source. That was a daunting task, and they selected finally one image, and we'll announce that winner tomorrow night. So as you're going through the images and seeing them, it's kind of fun to try to figure out which one you might pick to win the Profoto Luminance Award, and we'll see if you're right tomorrow night. The winner of that award is going to receive a trophy, and they're also going to receive over $7,000 in Profoto gear. So you'll get a B20 Duo kit, a 3-foot Octa softbox, a beauty dish, a spot small, a click color effects kit. The whole thing will be shipped to you. I already have it in my hands. They've already sent it to me, so I can send it to you right after the show. So we're very excited about that. We'll find out who wins tomorrow night. But we'll go into our next category now, which is the Portrait Creative Group category. This features 2 or more subjects photographed together where the artist is given a lot more creative freedom in post-production to finish their images. This category is sponsored by Baby Dream Backdrops. And don't let that name fool you. This is not just for baby portraits. Baby Dream Backdrops has been providing incredibly beautifully artistically designed backdrops for photographers since 2009. And they are honestly some of the kindest people in our industry. This is a small family-owned business. They do such amazing work. And we learned about them last year and fell in love with it because they sponsored a category and decided to outfit our whole studio because they have incredibly beautiful designs, but what I want to talk about is their Dream Easy Studio system. It's an incredible system that they have built with frames. It's double-sided fabric that you can quickly interchange. They all have silicone edging. It makes it so easy to just pop your backdrops in and out. It's brilliant, and we just have them all set up. We can switch out backgrounds in a flash, and we love it to death. So huge thank you to Baby Dream Backdrops for introducing us to your products. And also I want to tell you about them because I want to introduce you to them, and for sponsoring this category. Our chairperson for this category is Tony Hewitt. We get Tony back to back for a little bit because Jerry is presenting a seminar elsewhere. So thank you so much, Tony, for doing the extra duty for us. And we're going to turn it over to your capable hands with our new panel of judges.
And Jerry is an amazing presenter, as many of you know, but there is one presentation and seminar that's even better than that, and that's right here in this room, where we get to look at these amazing, don't tell him I said that. I know he goes back and looks at all the tapes. We get to look at these amazing pieces of work put together by some incredible photographers. And what that requires in terms of breaking that down and telling us how that's put together and why they've made the finals is an equally talented panel of judges. We have Gary Hughes, we have Heidi Margosi, we have Michael Novo, we have Alison Carlina, we have Ivan Duran. They were on the last panel. They're so good at what they do, we kept them. No, they're the only ones in the room. It's all right, I'm just trying to get them relaxed. Okay, let's get into the serious stuff. Portrait Creative Group. Let's have the first image, thanks. And this has a title, The Gathering. First impression, thanks, Alison.
Serene, soft, ethereal, inviting, calm.
Oh, very eloquent. I like that. Okay. Heidi, would you like to unpack that a little bit more? Thank you.
I would. I mean, this is just a treat for the senses because you can almost feel every sense as you take this in. Visually, it's stunning, masterfully retouched. Every single detail has been considered here. The depth is incredible. And look at these gorgeous subjects. I mean, who knew that pelicans, I'm assuming it's pelicans, can be so, grand, but also there's such a story to each one of them. This is another image that you should see in the icon gallery because it's so beautifully printed, and again, every single detail, and the lighting is just delicious. It's literally like you're in a dream watching this. I think it's magnificent.
Thanks, Heidi. Let's have the next print. Demon Proof. Demon Proof. First impressions, Michael.
The surrounding subjects, we'll go with calling them demons. Wonderful how some attention is drawn at the subject towards the bottom and some are looking up. So that while they are an element themselves, they're actually quite literally pointing as to where you should look. And so I love my eye bouncing up and down there.
Gary, can you maybe tell us a bit more about what's going on here?
Yeah, there's an incredibly strong sense of storytelling here with some really beautiful little flourishes that are making this so strong. So your strong subject clearly, communing with the higher power, gaining strength from scripture, and then you have this divine being providing that protection. And you see that first because of the incredible control of tonality in this image. And I also find it really curious that the demons are very much, they're human skulls, right? So it's like there's almost like an earthy kind of element to it, like the things that are tormenting you aren't necessarily spiritual. But the way that all those elements are laid out together and spread out in a way that gives an incredible sense of balance and leads you through the image. It's masterfully put together, and I think this works really particularly well because of its grayscale, because it's black and white. I think that really adds a lot to the mood.
There's a lovely symbolism or acknowledgement to Trinity here with the three sort of bright areas, the book, the halo or the middle circle, and then the brightest point of the whole image is the angel's crown, which leads us up. So yeah, really well put together and really well thought out. Next print, please. See what you want, and that's not me telling you, that's the title. See what you want. S-E-E. S-E-E. First impression, Ivan?
Yeah, I really appreciate all the layering and all the color. I think it works very well on this image. And just with the title, right, it just kind of like, it makes you kind of like be free of just looking wherever you want to look instead of like having something specific to look at. So I think it works well for this image.
Michael, can you tell us more about what's going on here in terms of both the technical side and the narrative?
Yeah, I'll start with the technical. And the very first thing that took my eye round and round the image, and I think it's a little bit stronger on the print, is just the way the color shift. You've got green over here down to a little bit of blue in the bottom left and top right, and then red as you're coming around to the right side. And so I keep going round and round in the circle. I've said it many times, but the blue-green-red combo to me is very, very powerful. Also from a technical perspective, as there's so many things that are layered in here, one of the most difficult things to do is to get the depth just right, because as things go back further in water or out of water, there's atmosphere and they need to fade at just the right levels. And so that is absolutely masterfully done. There are so many elements also that just keep pointing at each other. Everything is leading into of course, the subject in the center. You've got many things pointing, but then it's kind of surrounded and pointing back up towards the dolphins on the right. This is just a wonderful story in the sense of seeing nature, but then it's polished off with the fact that as you approach the bottom, you start seeing the people and their equipment, and then at the very bottom is like items that are almost discarded, that are man-made. And so there's this kind of dynamic battle between man and nature that I'm seeing, and I wish this image stayed up longer. It's definitely one to look at in the gallery.
Yeah, so maybe the narrative side of this is that there's a powerful message in here, isn't there? In terms of, conservation and, when we see the ropes around the whale's mouth and the net around the fin, and then you look at how the colour shift reminds us of that, the brightness and the colour on the right, but that grungy, dirty colour on the left. So, yeah, great storytelling as much as technically excellent. Next print, please. So as a title, I hope I say it the right way. Lilith, it's L-I-L-I-T-H. I think it's Lilith. First thoughts, Heidi?
Wow, this image has a really profound first impact. Because of the way it's been shot from above, we're just sort of hovering over the subjects and feeling like we've got this bird's eye view into what I'm feeling is a really sad and sorrowful, grief-filled scene. There's a lot of symbolism here. There's a lot of beautiful storytelling, and the maker has handled this so beautifully because you just want to lean in. Every single detail has been considered.
Thanks, Heidi. Alison, can you tell us a little bit more about what's going on to make this a finalist?
Yeah, because of the reflection, or not just the way that the light is hitting this paper choice, if you look at the bottom, it's indented and it feels like you're drawn into the gravel and the dirt even more. It feels like you just want to touch it, like it's coming out at you. So, and the fact that it's darker down there makes that come through. But this is a fall from grace. That's how I see it, the angle perspective that the maker took to do that, whether it's the mother, just saying, this is what's happened to my child and this is how I'm going to grieve. Color tones, so well done. The square crop really works here, and the fact that the bodies and the heads are just above center just keeps bringing us up a little bit more into their facial expression.
And what we can see left of the black wings, the reference to Dark Angel, as you said, fallen, things like that. Yep. Excellent. Okay, next print, please. It says a title, Chef's Roux. Chef's Roux, R-O-U-X. First impressions, Michael. You were licking your lips.
Yeah, I kind of went to a funny place because, I had a cat and a dog, and the way their relationship was kind of like this. I love that the cat on the left appears to just be saying, yeah, no, look right there, it's great. And the dog's like, we're really there? And then the cat on the right is like, hey, nothing to see here, man. Just get away, look the other way.
Gary, tell us a bit more.
Yeah. I think the storytelling element is probably the thing that stands out. First, it's dogs and cats get the immediate awe and the look at me, and so there's a bit of silliness, a whimsical sort of narrative going on here, but it's also a little dark, a little twisted, and I think that's reflected in some of the post-processing choices and some of the paper choices. But there's a brilliant composition to things, multiple grouping of threes and lots of the elements, and there's just a really great technical build here. That gives this whimsical thing also kind of a creepy feeling. And I love the cat that looks like they've been busted, tricking the dog into getting in the pot. And so lots to enjoy. I love the little detail of the one little burner, tilted to that horizontal angle. There's just lots to really love. Well done indeed.
I'm going to push you a little harder. Lots to really love. Tell us a couple of more things to really love. There are plenty, so
yeah, you could kind of go over it. In my mind, the first thing that came up would be like, this almost looks like a commercial industrial photo. Like it could be for the company that makes the stove, It's like, or the company that makes the crock that the dog is sitting in, and just be like a really twisted bit of commercial advertising that's really great. I think that one of the most interesting things when you're working with pets is humanizing their expressions, because we're always trying to ascribe, to anthropomorphize animals and objects, and that's just to relate to us. And so the creator of the image has done a really good job with expression on animals in order to convey the sense of story that they're trying to convey. That dog just looks like so ashamed of himself at the same time, but like it's trusting the cats. I don't know, there's just a lot to really love here, and just the expressions sell the whole thing, as well as it looks like it was taken by a commercial photographer, which I really love.
Yeah, and the other thing I was enjoying was the dog almost looks oversized, and that's adding a comedic element to this image.
That's and the frog-sized pot.
Yeah, and having the two cupboards coming in as tight as they are accents the fact that everything's compressed and it's a very tight space.
The lens choice,
makes
the
dog
compression,
look,
the whole image feels very tight.
So that comedic sort of approach has been utilised or done through lots of different techniques. Yeah, well done. Next print, please. reverence. First impressions, Alison?
I'm on a story journey with this person from left to right. This is a great idea to crop in a 16:9 kind of feel, because that long skinny pano makes me go left to right, and I want to keep going where they're going in the story.
Michael, tell us a little more.
Yeah, you know, it would be believable if you told me that this was a still taken out of an animated or some sort of film, and you've got this sort of battle scene that's happening. If we've ever seen films where things are, there's so many things that are happening in the background. Sometimes it just hyper moves in on the hero of the scene, and so I think that part is wonderful to play off of exactly what Allison said in terms of that 16:9 cropping. I think it may be even tighter, 2:1. You're really just pushed right into the action. There's so much complexity and detail that can be added, and for this to be made a massive like fine art print, but the fact that you are just right in here with the two of them flying through, ready into the battle, and you've got the quite a few incoming, well, I would say missiles, but fantasy.
Flaming arrows.
Flaming arrows. Well, I don't know. Are they arrows though? I guess, but we'll go with it.
Either or.
Yeah, me with words today is not amazing, which is not good to say as a judge. But yeah, overall, and then finally the color palette, just harmonizing and tying everything together is amazing. And it's so difficult because especially when you get to skin tones and you go into the reds, it's really easy to overdo it, and keeping the balance to where the subject is, you know, clearly this is fantasy, but not overdone is just absolutely beautiful.
And it wouldn't have worked with a white mat as well, would it?
Yeah, your eye would definitely start pushing to the outside, and that's especially because it's a slightly heavier vignette around the edges, and so you're comfortable ending your vision there, and then being pulled back out immediately would be a little bit tough.
Yep. Yeah, well done. Next print, please. This has a title, Exitus. E-X-I-T-U-S. Exitus. Or Exitus. What's going through your mind, Alison? First thoughts?
It's haunting. The cool, it's almost like a fire and ice, but with reds and mints, and it's this strong diagonal line. Just, oh, that hits me deep. I'm interested to see what somebody else says about this, because that's very haunting, and that he's going down into nothing, and all these people are waiting on him down here and pulling his soul down.
Gary?
I was miles away. This is an image that probably would still be here minus one or two of the flourishes, like, because it's that strong. But the things that, for example, you know, you've got this balance beam, tightrope walking kind of character. I'm still trying to wrap my head around the wardrobe and the concept, but it's a syringe, I think, is what we're looking at. I think that this is more of a commentary. But if you notice the view of our main subject is that he's just looking beyond. He's not paying any attention to what's beneath him, like walking towards danger, eyes on the prize of that one hand, which to me, based on the wardrobe and the size and the proportions, looks like a child's hand almost. And so, yeah, almost, maybe it's just my worldview, but I'm looking at the things that we do blindly, because we're looking out for someone else or trying to reach some kind of goal, and you don't see the dangers that are beneath you. And just, so the storytelling, I'm wrapped up in it while I'm looking at the strength of the composition. This is a very, very surreal perspective and very difficult to done. We've got brilliant scale of all those little arms trying to claw their way out of that pit in the bottom, and those strong diagonals of those red walls going down into it. It's just beautifully tells you where to look. And I'm not thinking so much about the technical as getting wrapped up in the story, which means that's really good. Like the technical is really good if you don't notice it, and you can just enjoy the story. So lots to really enjoy here.
Michael, you had something to add?
Yeah, just really briefly, it's also the choice of the size of this print, I think, really adds to it, because you've got the subject that is getting very large up top, especially with the stick that they're using to balance, and it makes you feel a little bit uneasy as you look at it. It almost feels like you could actually end up down there.
Yeah, it's almost got undertones of narratives around escaping addiction or something, you know. Okay, next print, please. Some incredible concepts, hey? Okay, this one is untitled. Okay, Ivan, you got a smile on your face. What was going across your mind first thing?
Yeah, it makes me think of they're about to do something naughty, or they already did something with that little paintbrush. It's just a beautiful image. The paper, it's beautiful, but one of the first things that also grabbed my attention was the framing and kind of like the matting choice, which works for me. I love how they did that.
Heidi, would you like to tell us more about this picture?
I think this is a perfect example of when simple is just exquisite. There's such simplicity about this image, but it's also quite complex. And there's been a great deal of thought that's been sort of put into this on the maker's end. I immediately saw the expression on the cat on the left face. I mean, not impressed at all. Probably doesn't want to be a tabby, we don't know. But then the sense of delight and accomplishment on the other cat's face, like, look what I did, I'm making you just like me. It's delightful, and there's story and heart to it, which I think we often forget that, you know, sometimes infusing a little bit of heart in our images can take it that step further. It makes these animals humanized in a way, and I know we were talking about that earlier. Again, the choice of keeping this mat open was really strong. I love the crop because it's just bringing us right into that story. There's no other story that we want to look at. And that little paintbrush that just has the tiny bit of paint dripping from it is just that attention to detail that, you know, is really noted and really appreciated in print competitions.
Thank you very much, Heidi. That was very comprehensive. It was good. Next print, please. In Too Deep. What's your first impression, Gary?
I think that, you know, when I'm looking at it, I always notice color first, and this gives you a really strong sense of the style of the author of the image using this particular color palette. You know, like all these other, there's commentary here that someone's probably going to drill down on here in a minute. That might go a little bit darker, but initially the feel of it right off the surface, it's a little weird, it's a little eclectic. It's a little erratic, and so I like the way that I feel when I look at it immediately, and I think the color gives you a really strong desire to look at it more.
Michael, do you want to find some words for us?
Yeah, I'll try and drill down from what Gary said. I love the fish that's covering the mouth and the other one almost kind of gnawing at the brain, so it's like you've got all these thoughts inside your mind, but you can't quite express them, and the best thing that comes out is just a bunch of bubbles. Yeah, and to again go off of the colors, that blue, green, red is just amazing. One of the things that is so easy to do as a maker is to start desaturating images and stick to very, very simple, and let's not go too complicated. And layering in this level of complexity with the framing of the objects, the blending of them, the quantity of colors that you have in the images, and for it to get to work, that entire concept has to be stellar from start to finish, because if just one element is off and one is just, oh, this color doesn't quite match, the entire image falls apart. And putting this together is no easy feat, because as you're adding each one of these elements, maybe you're adding something, you're like, that's a little bit too much. As we look at the air bubbles, I would sort of want to have a conversation with the maker and say, you know, what were the other, say, files looking like, and how many times did you rework it? How did it all come together? And so that's the beauty of it, is that it's so complicated and so easy to mess up, but just came together quite well.
Thanks, Michael. That was great. Next print, please. Untitled. All right, Gary. Your first impressions?
Oh, you know, the deranged mind of the artist. This is just a really feel-good image, and the first thing I noticed, besides the absurdity, it's very absurdist in nature, which I think is great. But it's an image that also takes itself quite a bit seriously. And so I think there's a really strong choice with a high contrast kind of black and white in an image that is so whimsical and silly. So those two things set against each other make this very unique, and I'm excited to hear more about it.
Ivan, tell us a little more. How do you create images like this?
Yeah, you know, when you're trying to figure out what's going on, I think one of the things that sticks out to me is just the expression also of the chicken is also, like, you know, going fast. So I think that's hard to do as a creative, especially in this category, right? Because you probably have an idea and you execute it, and maybe the chicken didn't have that position that you wanted, or maybe you didn't match the chicken, you know, expression. So it's a very creative way to bring all together. And also, I mean, the color already, Gary said something about it, and just the framing it's beautiful to me. I think this image could have been busy if it was in color, but because it's black and white, it just works beautifully. So yeah.
Alison, can you touch on the direction of the light and how it brings out the textural qualities of the skin and brings out the drama and the intensity?
Yeah. Maker knew what they were doing with intention. This is a purposeful example of somebody creating with intention. They knew that the light had to be in front of the subjects on both sides to create the realistic shadows back there, but it also makes the veins in the hands and the muscle, you know, you see the highlight shadows. The shadows are in the crevices of the muscles because of that. And so that's intentional lighting with purpose.
Perfect. Next print, please. Wake up in the middle of the night, remember that. Has a title, Mandragoras. Mandragoras. I'll spell it for you. Mandragoras. Mandragoras. First impressions, Heidi?
Wow, symbolism, storytelling, symmetry, just all the S words. This is a masterclass in intentional storytelling. It is a feast for the eyes as well as the senses, and the maker has given us so many moments. I have to just stand up and look at it. From the bottom left corner to the top to the center of interest, which is this marvelous human that is part human, part tree, and all these beautiful tree roots coming from him, and the people that are about to feast on him. It's miraculous. I've never seen anything like this, and I'm really enjoying taking it in.
Gary?
I was sitting here looking at some of the visuals. You know, it's got some creepy kind of occult vibes. You got the very red glasses of wine. You've got everybody's wearing black in the coffin. Gosh, you don't want to like put too much of a story on an artist, but also great artists open to interpretation. But God, isn't this just sometimes what it feels like to be an adult in 2026? Like, you know, like all the people that count on you, sometimes it feels like being devoured, you know? Another way to interpret this could be what's a family dividing you up after you're gone. Like there's just some really brilliant storytelling that you can apply to it. And the thing that I think is also the most upsetting is how peaceful he looks. Like it's so upsetting to me to be like, oh, finally, just have it, just take it all. I don't have to go to work anymore. You know, like it's just, again, maybe that says more about me, but it's you know, from the technical aspect, it all again supports the story. The elements are brilliantly blended together to where you know, the seams are very well blended, and it just lets the story shine through.
Yeah, the technical mastery in putting this together is obvious, and I suspect there may be some, and I don't mean to be ignorant, but there may be a mythology or something associated with the word mandragoras, and just memory says something. So, masterful storytelling, but in excellence in craft.
Just a quick note on Gary's comments. I love the fact that we can all have a different perspective in this like serious image that can pull a lot of emotion, but at the same time we were all like chuckling a second ago because he tied that story back to like real life. So, you know, Maker, I hope that you've taken us through the full gamut of emotions, so I think that's great.
Yes, congratulations. Next print, please. Title: Pressing Matters Steamrolled. Pressing Matters Steamrolled. I can see your mind, Alison, your mind and your face is just moving around the picture. What's the first impression?
Talk about bringing us into her everyday life right here. Man, the maker has really taken time to color harmonize all the parts together, all of it, down to the lipstick she's wearing, and draws our eye into the brightest thing first with her face by using some kind of gridded softbox, but we still have light down all the way to the bottom.
Ivan, talk a little more.
Yeah, to me it's very interesting to see kind of like the choices, right? She could have just put the, I don't know, just the dress and some kind of like limbs, but she decided just to put the whole thing, and it's very interesting to me. You see her feet are dirty, right? So it's not something like it has to be perfect. It's just how she feels. Maybe this is an outfit where she's like going to work or where she is like working very hard, but like what she was saying about the color and everything, that really works to me. And then the lighting is beautiful because you can see how, even though it has all these elements and all this color, you go back to her face and then down to kind of like the iron machine. So it works beautifully.
Thanks, Ivan. Next print, please. Man in Hat. I wish I had a camera of the 5 faces. All right, Alison, I'm going to ask you again. Take your hands out of your face. Okay. Tell us what went through your mind first.
Confusion first, not going to lie. Confusion. Why was it called a man? There's so many feminine forms. You wanted to know what was going through my brain. There you asked.
That's the first impression, yep.
The warm tone against the cool, dead tones, pale tones in the back. That's what hit me the most.
Okay. Who'd like to unpack this one? Yeah, okay. Michael, you go first.
Okay. And this may be a good time to discuss, you know, what you must do for your image to qualify in order to be in this category, and that is these elements. It's not like, hey, let me just go on Google and just download a bunch of bodies and shove them all together. No, they've got to be done by the maker. And so I think that, man, so maker, I think you've got us mildly puzzled. I mean, we see the story, but putting everything together, what I really start to wonder is, how is the concept there first? How are you shooting the other subjects and elements that are coming in together? The story ties in quite well. I love the fact that you are seeing everything. Let's talk about the actual elements like that I'm seeing of the face. There's where the eye is. There's another little face. I don't know if the butt being the nose means anything, you know, but I just absolutely love the way that that's put together. But the fact that these had to be shot at all of these variety of angles and then layered in together that's what takes me to a new level. I think I could photograph the hat myself. I think I could probably nail that part pretty well, probably the bow tie as well, and everything else I would have the maker help me out with. But maybe somebody else can hop in as well.
I'd like to add to that. Ivan, thank you.
Yeah, this isn't my alley. This is my, yeah. So I mean, I love this kind of photos and I love this kind of composites because it's something that you really have to think about in you know, like with the model, kind of like think the poses that you're gonna do. This was definitely probably not the first time this maker has done something like this. He definitely have an idea, you know. But what I love is also the lighting. You see, it's kind of like two different lightings. You see the kind of like the background. You have the light coming from the back towards the front, and then the clouds, you have the light opposite. But then on the main subject, you have the lighting coming from left to right. So I think that works great, and the color for me works that it's in black and white. It's not something very easy to do, have black and white and then some color in a photo. But with this one, it just draws your attention everywhere, so it works great.
Yeah, and just a reference for everybody, of course, it could be he or it could be she or they. So yeah, incredible thought process gone in, but of course to reach the finals, it also requires the excellence of execution, which we're seeing here. But can I just ask a quick comment maybe from Heidi? How helpful or how valuable to getting a high score is it to give the judges something to think about and question?
I mean, I think seeing the icon judging room is a perfect example of how images can run the gamut, right? They can be very simple, or in this case, they can be so complex that it makes us lean in. And both have their place, but the level of creativity and I would say originality in this image is what bumped it up to that next level and just pushed it over the edge into finalist status. And again, as all of my fellow judges have said, there is so much to unpack in this, and sometimes giving the judges just a little bit more to look at and linger on allows you to bump up your score just a bit.
Cool, thank you. Next print, please. Has a title, Monad, M-O-N-A, deed, Monad. I'll get a first impression from you, Michael, because it takes less words.
Yeah, and that is, initially I look at the subjects that are down together in the sort of round form, and you're wondering, like, oh, it looks quite serene, but then when you look at the subject up top, there's kind of this mischievous look in the face, and you don't quite know what is going to hatch. It looks peaceful, but then it's like, I feel like there's going to be a lot more to that story.
Gary, can you tell us a bit more about what's gone into this?
Yeah, initially I'm getting a sense that there's some kind of allusion to something that I don't understand, some sort of mythology or reference here that's outside of my zeitgeist. But just taking it at face value, sometimes I can even make it even a little more clear. but there is a strong sense of surrealism going on in this image that I really like. I think that the blending of the elements is particularly good. You know, knowing that these things, like I'm looking at the subject that's floating in, I guess, the yolk in the womb or whatever it is, and I'm trying to see how that was put together, and it's just such an incredible piece of blending work in there. And I'm dying to know what the freaking story is. I think that the choice of the stark black backdrop is particularly strong. Like, what a strong choice to do that, and it all makes this seem even more like ethereal and like cut off from reality. So the composition creates a lot of really cool inverse triangular elements that are making it really strong, that keep you going back and forth. Along with that oval shape, you're kind of able to, because of the strong composition, the two heads leading into the triangular shape of the body, the feet of our trickster god up there or whatever, and you have two opposing triangles right on top of each other that keep pushing you right back. Where you want to be looking is at the double head of that, whatever that thing is floating in there. It's just, there's a lot to really enjoy, done so beautifully that you can't even tell how it was put together.
Thank you. Well unpacked. Next print, please. Whatever you want me to be. Alison, first thoughts.
Impact of a paper doll set that I used to play with as a child. But it's elevated because of the muted tones and the way the light direction falls perfectly on the shadow side, on the left side. Everything's photographed like it belongs in that box that I would have purchased off of a shelf. Very well thought out.
Okay, so I've got two thoughts here. Do I go to a woman to get a perspective on pulling this apart, or should we go to one of the guys? I'm going to go to one of the guys and let one of the ladies finish off. Michael.
Yeah, let me start more general. Just as I look at this image, and as we've been sitting here on this panel, what I see is it's wonderful to study what other photographers are doing and look at their social media, things of that nature. But there's this recurring theme of just having an ability of looking at art and what other artists do. And I think that this image, while is a photograph, you know, you start seeing like, what can an artist do with a camera instead of a paintbrush, and how their imagination comes together. And of course, getting into like the image itself, let me start from the outside, actually. We don't often see too many keystrokes that are going around the outside, and it's super easy to start pulling your eye out there. Everything kind of forces you right back in. I love the fact that this just looks like a commercial package. This could have been a commercial shoot sitting on a shelf in this sort of dystopian store like Omega Mart here, where you walk in and there's just 1,000 of these little boxes sitting there. And yeah, and it's of course a commentary on the fact that, you know, I can speak for like the women in my life, my mom, my wife, who have put on all of these different outfits at various times, and they do it so seamlessly. But the reality is that behind the scenes, these are all very different characters and very big mind shifts that have to happen in between. So now I'll let.
We'll go to Heidi. Heidi, you finish it off.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just an incredible example of having an incredibly original idea and running with it and pulling it off. I mean, this is so well executed. You know, we're taken around the wheel of, you know, who the perfect woman should be or who they want her to be, from the housewife caretaker to the businesswoman to the criminal to the active girl to the party girl and to the mum. And then we finish it with this beautiful frame, and the frame is gilded with the female symbol. It's just so well planned, so well thought out. The lighting is exquisite, and I just commend the maker. It's so unique. I want to spend hours looking at this.
Yeah, almost a homage to woman, but also questioning, is this the appropriate roles? So yeah, no, very good. Very clever ideas. All right. Well done, judges. That's the end of what was a very large category, but had some incredible images, some amazing ideas. And I hope that those of you in the audience and those of you at home learnt as much as I did from just listening to the wonderful words coming from everybody, including you, Michael, who thought you were a bit short on words today. So thank you. We're going to have a commercial break. In a moment, our judges will take time to look at the gallery behind me where they'll see all of the prints up on the wall and they'll make some decisions around who should win this actual category. And then we'll be back with our next category. Thanks again.
This is a real B&H customer story. Jack and Barbara, professional wildlife photographers and B&H customers for 30 years, live in remote Alaska. Hey, what's the population there?
About 50 to 52 people and bears.
We're definitely not in New York anymore.
It's just quiet here. It's beautiful. The wildlife photography out here is amazing.
While they could order equipment from any number of sites, they don't.
Anytime we need anything, B&H is our go-to. We can send an email. We have used the chat feature, and of course the phone if our phones are working.
If the phones are working.
Hi, Jack. What can I help you with?
I needed a tripod, and it had to be light, it had to be sturdy, so I talked with somebody at B&H. I think his name is Charles, and he pointed me toward a certain tripod and liked it so much that I bought a second one.
Nice one, Charles.
When it comes to getting gear, things were shipped quickly, packed well, made it through the harrowing journey, going from plane to smaller plane to somebody's hand, thrown to somebody else, put in the back of a truck, and arrives unscathed.
That's quite the schlep. It must be incredible when it gets there.
Oh, it's like Christmas. I mean, honestly, it's better than Christmas.
Yeah, it's my birthday.
B&H has everything that we need. I mean, when have we ever looked for something and it wasn't available?
Well, there was bananas.
Yeah, right.
Bananas indeed. Wherever you live, B&H is ready to help. Chat, email, and if your phones are working, give us a call.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, if I can just have your attention, please. We're going to have everyone in our room here just settle down and have a quick little seat. What we're seeing here are the judges taking one last look at all of the images that we just saw in the Portrait Creative Group category. And they're now making their decisions as to who they would like to see win first, second, and third place in this category. As you can imagine, this is going to be a bit of a daunting task. We saw some amazing images, so we're going to give them a few minutes to carefully consider each image and then make their decisions. There'll be no conversations during this time. We'll ask everyone to please stay seated so that everyone watching at home can also have a clear view of the judges making their decisions, and we'll let you know as soon as they've finished. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the judges have made their selection. And so we will find out tomorrow night who they chose for first, second, and third place. What did you guys think about that category? Did you all enjoy it? Yes? Yes. Amazing. Just a comment, sometimes you'll see when the judges are making their choices, you'll see Michelle and Carol and I all huddled around a laptop here. What's happening is we want to make sure that we keep those results private until tomorrow evening's award ceremony, so the judges don't even know. They know who they selected that they would like to see win first, second, and third place, but they don't know who the final result is. So we need to verify who that is. We can see that on my laptop, but we also don't feel like it's fair or completely transparent if only one person has control over that situation. So we always make sure there's a couple of us so we all can see who the winners were. There's no hint for anyone who may be watching or is here that someone could alter the results in any way. So it just keeps everything honest and also lets you know that everything is completely transparent and above board as well. So that concludes our category for the Portrait Creative Group category. That was sponsored by Baby Dream Backdrops. Thank you so much to them for sponsoring this category. And we are now going to move on to our next category, which is the Wedding Creative category. So give us just a couple minutes to get our panel of judges seated, and we'll be right back with you.
My business would not have the reputation that it does without 17 Hats. I photograph very high-end luxury weddings. They don't typically love being condensed into a package. I am sending them a quote with various options, but giving them the good, better, best almost every single time they choose a top package. Setting up workflows so you get to fully plan your client experience from start to finish. I use questionnaires to help trigger certain thoughts out of my clients so I know how to photograph them the way they want to be photographed. There isn't anywhere else I need to go to manage my business. Everything's in 17 Hats. It just has everything you need to run your business like a real business. If you think you can run a business without having the tools to run a business, you're going to be one of those businesses that start and stop within 1 to 5 years.
Welcome back, everyone. We are back with our next category here at the Icon International Photography Awards. And for all of you that are watching us live online, big thank you to Nikon for being our sponsor for the live stream and allowing everyone from around the world who couldn't be here with us in Las Vegas to join us and feel like you're right in the room. We have 4 different cameras going so that you guys feel like you're just sitting in the room here with us and we can all do it together. I know for a fact we have a lot of our Swedish photographers friends who are out in Sweden. They made a big trip last year to be here. So many of them couldn't make it this year, but they're having a watch party right now. So big love heart to you guys out in Sweden. I know you're watching us. We see you. We're so excited that you guys are here with us as well. I want to also just take a minute to say thank you to our judges. If you guys have been sitting here for the last couple of hours, I'm sure, appreciate just as much as I do the insight and the honesty that they have been sharing on all of these images. They have said so many comments that I've been looking at these images for months, and still they were able to pick up on details and nuances that I just didn't see. And so I'm learning so much as well, just listening to them talk. And I'm sure we can all agree how amazing it is that they have decided to come here. They've come here earlier than they needed to at their own expense just to be here with us for the Icon Awards, and we are truly so grateful for their time. So please say a big thank you to all of our judges who are taking that time. All right, we are now still in the creative division sponsored by Epson. Epson's a company that we all know about because we use them every day, from printers to projectors to scanners. They make our lives so much easier, and we're so grateful that they've decided to sponsor the creative division this year. The creative division is fun because it gives photographers a lot more leeway when finishing their images in post-production. They can use composites, they can use extra text and graphic elements. You've probably seen so many of them already. And so that gives a little bit more leeway and freedom to express your creativity. Our next category in this division is the wedding creative category. And as the title suggests, these are all images that were taken on the wedding day. So the original capture was taken on a couple's wedding day, but in post-production, the photographer is given more freedom to finish it and add some creative elements to it. This category is sponsored by Aftershoot. Aftershoot's an AI-powered software designed specifically to just help you cut down the post-production work that you have to do. We're here talking about the amount of post-production that's done in all of these images, so it's so appropriate that Aftershoot sponsored this category because they've designed a system to allow you to just, from culling to editing to retouching, just knock it down to minutes instead of spending hours on every image. The cool thing about Aftershoot, too, is that it learns your editing style. So it doesn't just come up with something completely creative that doesn't look anything like what you normally produce. It learns how you want to do it and then just does it faster. So you're saving time, spending more time behind your camera instead of in front of your computer. So thank you so much to Aftershoot for sponsoring this category. We have Jerry back, fresh back from his seminar. And so we, for this category, have him as our chairperson, leading the conversation with our new panel of judges.
Thank you so much, guys. I missed that. I was really upset that I missed those couple of categories. I was doing a posing class. I was incredible, I just want to say. No, it was a lot of fun. It's really interesting because I was dying to hear the reaction, just the bad timing, the reaction of how everyone responded to those two categories. I mean, mind-blowing, right? Mind-blowing. Here's the thing, guys, we've got a couple of choices. When you look at work like that, you can either be intimidated or be inspired. I'm going to tell you something right now. Like, you think you're decent, and then you have 240 of the best images in the world come to your home. You're looking at them all day, every day. You're putting the slideshow assets together. You're putting the awards night assets together. And I could literally say to myself, there's no way I'm going to be doing that. Like, you are not going to be better than someone else at being them. It doesn't matter what your experience level is. I want you to understand the following. And I'll say this very confidently, and you can too. I personally am the best at what I do. You are the best at what you do. You are the best at what you do. You are the best at what you do, and so on. How is that even possible? Because no one has walked in my shoes. No one was born the way I was born. Nature, nurture, what I've practiced, what I've done in my life that's got me to this particular point right now to be who I am, which means unashamedly, damn it, I am who I am, and I couldn't care less what anyone else does. But if I do, it's because I'm going to be inspired. When you come to WPPI, you're walking around and you're seeing some of the most experienced photographers out there. You're seeing some fresh blood as well. It isn't crazy. And you're going to walk away thinking, I'll never be able to do that, and then just quit. I am telling you, you are there to collect everyone's superpower. And then you become your own Avenger. How many people on this panel still enter and get a 79 or under? Put your hand up. I can't friggin' enter, but yeah, whatever. Like it happens all the time. Does it sting? Put your hand up. I want to say it. It stings like a bitch, doesn't it? Because you put your heart on your sleeve and you're thinking, you know what? My clients love this so much. Jerry, you don't understand. You weren't there. It made everyone cry or whatever. Or this one made $10,000 and then you enter it and it got a lazy 78. And I'm telling you that that's a bit of validation too. That's you're in that particular pocket of scoring range. That's where you should be as a professional. So if you want to score high, you need to practice. There is no better teacher than repetition, experience, and practice. You're looking at someone who's maybe doing it for 20, 30 years and you're like, I want to jump the queue. No, you need the pain. You need to feel the damn pain. Why do you think AI, apart from correction or corrective, AI over my dead body will be allowed in these awards? Why? You need the friggin' pain. I need to know that you had pain in the process of creating that art. Why? Because I appreciate it, value it more. Who watched the Olympics? Who was glued to the television watching curling? Holy shit, there's a rock that's, and everyone says, I can do that. I mean, that friggin' sweeping shit that they're doing, I can do that. What we do is we watch sports at the Olympics, winter or summer, that we would never watch, ever. But when the stakes are higher, we watch it because someone worked their ass off, maybe 4 years or 20, 30 years to be 0.1 of a fraction better. And we don't know why we're better overnight. There is a photographer that came to me and said, Jerry, I've been shooting weddings for 3 years. I'm not getting any better. I said, how many weddings have you shot? He says, 21. Dude, you've been photographing for 3 weeks. 3 weeks. I want you to find the pleasure and the privilege in the process, not the result, because here's why. If you hedge your bets only on the result, you'll only be happy for a fraction of a second when you get an 82, when you get a 90, if you become a finalist, if you get a trophy. I've got to tell you though, you know what's more fun? Have you ever been go-kart racing? What's more fun, being in front or freaking trying to get someone right in front of you? And I'm telling you, I have been more inspired by my losses than my victories. It stings like a bitch when it happens, but damn it, I'm going to get it next year. And if I don't, I'm going to get it next year. If you become a finalist, you're an Olympian. Doesn't matter whether you win first, second, third, you're an Olympian. You made it. And let's say if it takes you 10 years to make it, no one can take away the process for you, the joy. I get the goosebumps personally from the process. Melissa has seen it. I'm seeing it now. I'm picturing a montage of shoots I've done in my career. Find the pleasure in the process and the pain. And I'm telling you, whatever it is your target doesn't matter because you'll be so much closer. Don't be distracted by the result. Don't be distracted. Don't look at that and say, that's impossible. I am telling you, if you go down the gallery and get your app and play videos on how some of those shots were made, it's so stupid simple, some of them. Some are crazy elaborate. Good luck to you. That's your discipline. Go in Photoshop, put 50 minutes together. I'm in awe of you. I have won quite a few things in my career. They've all been client work on the job. And I'm telling you, I cannot be better than Richard at being Richard. I cannot be better than Rachel at being Rachel, but guess what I can do? Be the best damn person I can be. Screw everybody else. It's fun when you're there and you get the goosebumps and the butterflies. These guys still get it, right? Do you do that? I remember I almost broke Melissa's hand one day. This is like, remember that time? I had an image that scored like a 94. Someone wanted to make it 100. And then I was literally gripping her fingers and almost break them as I was waiting. I've had a couple hundreds in my career I've been really happy with. Got a 97. Oh my God, yes. But if I didn't get it, it's okay. I remember once I produced the most beautiful album I've ever produced. 4 generations. I photographed the wedding, the parents. When they got married, I juxtaposed them. Here's the groom to today, and here's the groom's father. Here's the bride of today, here's the bride's mother. Then the grandparents, and then an ultrasound of the unborn child due on the same day as the groom when he was born. And I said, this is the best thing ever. And I'd won quite a few Album of the Year awards. It got a 90, great, no comment. Didn't get in the finals. I was deflated. This is the best thing I've ever done. Didn't you see how brilliant I was? And I woke up and I said, I don't give a shit. I created one of the most meaningful album I've ever produced. No one can take that away from you. And some of the most profitable images that you've ever created, you might make 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 grand. They could barely get a 78. I'll take the cash. I would take the cash any other day of the week. I'm not going to say it's a bad thing, but there are genius minds that can't rub two pennies together. I would much rather you have a profitable business, but if you can be a thriving artist at the same time, don't be intimidated by what you see. We all start somewhere. Do you think we just came out of the womb and all of a sudden things just started, oh my God, I'm a genius? If I showed you some of my work, my wedding work, and sometimes at my workshops I show work from 26, 27 years ago, it's horrific. But damn, it was fun. Damn, it was fun. Don't be intimidated, be inspired. And here's what I want to say to you before we go to this category. You don't have to be the best. You simply have to be better than last week. You with me? All right. All right. All right, let's breathe. Okay, wedding creative, a bit more freedom in post-production. Let's have some fun. First print, 1 second. Andrew Hewitt. Welcome, thank you so much for being here. Rachel Owen, Richard Sturdivant, Heidi Margosi, and Nick Pakridis. They are incredible. Let's have some fun. First print, please. Above the world, within us. Heidi, you got a look of shock. Please tell us what you're feeling.
It took me a minute to register what was going on. I mean, straight out of the gate with the impact, right? This is impact on a grand scale. It sort of took my breath away once I realized what was happening. This is intentional, it's masterful, it's beautiful, and I cannot imagine how pleased this couple must be to have this work of art in their home.
Thank you for your comment. Very passionate. Nick, you do a lot of weddings. Tell us about this. Break it down technically as well, please.
Yeah, I really enjoy the maker who about the composition, the placement of the couple. It's intentionally placed on the rule of thirds on the top right corner, and the way that he or she used the lighting, the brightest part of the image behind the couple leads you directly to the subject, which is very clever and great idea.
Wonderful, thank you. Yep, Andrew, can you, above what you may have been saying, I want you to talk about the choice of mat and the way it's been printed, along with anything else you would want to say. Thank you.
What I was gonna, excuse me, what I was going to say is, you know, that this illustrates a feeling far greater than I can put into words, but you know that feeling when you're just with your partner and there's nothing else around you that matters? This is an illustration of that, you know, at the highest level, you know, and the presentation of the double white border really just kind of sets this in and brings you into the tonality of the entire image. It's a great presentation.
Yeah. When you get married, you're on cloud 9, and all of a sudden you could have 1,000 people all around you, and after all, it's all about you guys. Thank you. Next print, please. Bridal party. Rachel, first impression, please.
Yeah, it's got such harmony to it. It really does have a romantic feel when you look at all the golds around it, right down to the really genuine expression of the couple there. And that's something we often see is like something that's so set up, we wonder if the couple is having a real moment. And this couple is absolutely having a real moment. And just to see the reaction, I really enjoy the way that the harmony and symmetry of the composition, and just to bring out the golds in the church with the blue that's already there in the bridal party was a really well done execution.
Great comment. Nick, can you comment on how is this achieved? How do you actually, it feels like everyone has been illuminated maybe differently or something like that. Tell us a bit more about that technique.
First of all, I really value the maker who's about the color tonality and the great quality of lighting. It looks like they used, he or she used multiple exposure or multiple exposure with the light on different person, and that's why we have such a beautiful and even quality of light to everybody. And at the same time, they combined with the maker combined the warmness of the ambient light of the church with to lead you even more on the main subject.
Yeah, I love that you mentioned that too. So the print quality is just really beautiful. It's very tender for what it is, and that balance of ambient light with the artificial light like they use with all the shots, very clever. Thank you. Next print, please. Borden. B-A-W-D-E-N. It could be a reference to location, I'm not too sure, but Borden. Rich, first impression. You're focusing. Go for it. Microphone, please.
It's like a combination of an architectural piece with a wedding image, and the way they muted down the background to really focus on the light of the bride and groom, really pulling them forward, and your eye can go nowhere but there, even though you have all these bright white spots all over the place with the lights. I love this. It's very symmetrical, but with him off to the side, he just breaks that just a little bit, and that makes a really interesting composition.
Yeah. Let's go deeper in the composition. So Rachel, when you see this, talk about the degree of difficulty, the balance of exposure, and all the lines, everything we're talking about. From when you started to when you had something that you think was finessed and refined and sophisticated.
Yeah, that took me a long time because it was 7 years to get my master, and then 3 years to get my double, and 2 years to get to triple. So like I figured that out. At some point I went back and I started at the Art Institute of Chicago, and I started studying art, like not photography, and then I started studying drawing to get to those composite levels. And there was a point in my career, especially in competition, where everything switched for me, and that's when I started creating things that had more meaning, to a point where, like, especially trying to get to that master point, I kept trying to create things that were going to score well in competition. And then when I got to a point where, like, no, I want to create something that's meaningful to me, and I stopped caring about what the scores were, that's when my scores really started elevating.
Beautiful. Find the joy in the process. Not that I don't value your journey. We're back ready to go. So thank you so much. All right, guys. All right. Are we ready? Okay. Next print, please. A ceremony where the groom goes to welcome the bride home. A ceremony where the groom goes to welcome the bride home. Nick, you got a nice little smile on your face. First impression, please.
Yeah, I really enjoy, you know what I really enjoy about the competition? That actually through all these images we can appreciate different cultures from all over the world. Yes. This is very, very important, that we see something that other way that we can't have a chance to see. And I love, because this one actually inspired in multiple ways one culture to the other, maybe on the terms of post-production, on the terms of posing, on the terms of feeling and photojournalistic moments. But this is the most important for me when I paste these kind of pictures in front of me. I really appreciate the way of post-production on this image, and this is the tonality. And also, I respect the way that the maker use a real moment to recreate a wedding day.
Thank you. I love the passion. Hadi, you're nodding profusely here. So go a bit deeper with the lighting and the fact that we're not over-posing, which obviously is a cultural difference, but go a bit deeper here.
Yeah, I was going to say there's a real quiet reverence to this image. It's very tender, but it's also very proud. And the way the photographer has lit this, it just draws you straight to the two subjects, which is who we should be looking at. And I appreciate that there's sort of this almost just vague hint of desaturation around them to really enable us to just be zoning in on them. But I love this sort of, subtle nod to the, I'm assuming, sunset. But yeah, the lighting on this is so specific that you can't help but kind of be drawn into this beautiful moment with this couple, and what a magnificent capture.
Wonderful. Isn't it tender with his foot just breaking the monotony of his straight leg? And if you look at the umbrella, the red umbrella, and their two faces forming a nice little triangle where there's so much straight, it just softens it a little bit. Nicely done. Thank you. Next print, please. You're nodding, mate. Andrew, first impression, please.
Just the wonder and mystery, of this with the leading lines and the story that's being told here. The impact is just so surreal.
Nice. Rachel, I'd love for you to unpack it even deeper. What artist is this a potential homage to?
Oh, this has like Escher vibes, and I mean, just the composition. If you took one of those compositional grids and lined it over this, everything would line up perfectly. And just for code regulation, I'm assuming this is a lot of a composite. And I don't even know where you come up with this concept. And then the way that you have to photograph everything at the perfect angles just to make all this sing, and then to have all the lighting match is just really brilliant.
Yeah. Great comment. Richard, tell us about the choice of that color matte and just those muted tones.
Well, I love the matte. I think the color of the matte actually pulls out the color of the dress and the warm tones in the skin as well, because it's very muted, gray tones. And the paper that's printed on, I mean, it's just extraordinarily printed. I mean, it's just those grays of the dynamic range in it. It's really, really nice. And that zigzag going down just really has me intrigued, because I keep bouncing back up and down, up and down, up and down, and then I catch that veil and it takes me to that door, and then I go back down again, and it's just so many different directions you can go.
Yeah, it's like a muted Squid Games. You can hear the wah, wah, wah. All right, thank you so much. Great, thank you. Next print, please. I can see us later today as husband and wife. Heidi, grab the mic while you're there. First impression, how are you feeling?
Just so drawn into the joy. At first you sort of see all this multiple, sort of dimensional piece, but then when you really go to the center of it, there's just so much joy on that woman's face. And I'm just sort of, my eye is going everywhere, but I really love the way that this impact sort of hits you, and that sort of fade to black and vignetting just draws you right in.
Richard, risky idea, but how did this photographer pull it off?
Well, multiple exposure, composite, however they may have done it, they did it very, very well.
More, I guess, and I apologize for not asking the question even clearer, but in the sense of what we're seeing, forget about how you got there, but the image in front of you.
My first impression was through the looking glass. You're looking into the future of that day. And the way that they handled it with the montage of the subjects in there at the actual event, and that eye, and the tenderness of that eye, I mean, you just can't, you can't pull off of it. And I think the way that they did the out of focus hands holding the glass just really brings that focus to the eye. Even though you have that white dress right there, it just, that you can't get off that eye. It's just, it's very tender.
I love the risk taking. I think it's very clever, and it's a lot of thoughtfulness gone into it. So nicely done. Thank you. Next print, please. My timeless bridal party. My timeless bridal party. First impression, Andrew?
A good mastery of the technique. We spoke about this technique earlier of, creating multiple images with that source of light, with your voice-operated light stand running across and getting each subject. It's lit well, and the tonality and harmony between the ambient light and the subjects up front are done nicely, and that's the impact that I have at first.
Thank you. Nick, talk to me about the where they're looking. Like normally you would have them looking in the camera or something like that, but they're all sort of connected in a certain way.
Most likely the maker tried to create, when we look the bridal party, then we follow where they look. So actually, this way the maker tried to help us look at the center spot, which is the couple, the most important part of the image. I really appreciate also the sharpness and the quality of the picture, of the image. It's a great idea that the maker use a square presentation of the image and give us a lot of space on the top of the couple and narrow space on the left and right of the image. So this makes even more concentrate to the middle.
Yeah, thank you. Rachel, really quick comment about the way it appears to us, the print and the richness and all that kind of stuff. Let's talk about that.
Yeah, it definitely has like a harmonic color palette all the way through, and I think this would be a really difficult situation because of the multiple colors and how much light you need on the subject and still letting that ambient of the background flow. And it's got a nice matte paper that just lends itself to that kind of little bit of desaturation without making it dreary.
Great comments, guys. Great teamwork. Thank you. Next print, please. Think out loud, Rich.
Mind blown. I mean, what a graphic image. And the bride's dress, the way that I mean, everything's so vertical all the way through, and this pattern going through, and that one little sliver of that opening right there, that white, just takes you down to that white dress or takes you up. Really, really well handled, and the detail in the dress is just phenomenal. Very innovative.
Yeah, thank you so much. Rachel, I think you got a comment here for us.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen such a graphic image be so soft and feminine at the same time. Just like Richard was saying, that detail in that dress and having that tonality in these huge graphic shapes, yet not overpower the subject, is just really well done. And I really enjoy the maker. It's not perfectly bullseye, it's just a little bit off to the sides, and yet it's not our standard rule of thirds that we always see. It's something in the middle, and that makes it unique, and it's really working in this situation.
Yeah, I love it too. It's interesting, you know, a pattern is very interesting, but a pattern interrupted is even more interesting. Thank you so much. Next print, please. "9 years, 3 sisters, 3 weddings, 1 church window." 9 years, 3 sisters, 3 weddings, 1 church window. Andrew.
So this goes back to what you were saying about the journey and how things, like this is not something you can get until you've put in the time to have a client that you can service through the generations, through the sisters, through the years, and then to execute this concept and this idea. This is where your time invested pays back.
Absolutely. Heidi, we'll finish up with you, Nick.
I was just thinking what a marvelous gift in these people's lives. You know, this tableau of time and of love. It's just, and it's not just one couple, you know, it's their whole family. It's these 3 sisters getting married at different times, but under the same window that has created this perfect kind of storybook moment that they all got to have. How magical, how special.
Absolutely. Thank you. Nick, last comment.
I'm trying to see from the perspective of the photographer, and it looks for me very interesting because of, first of all, the photographer has the idea to recreate 9 years of his progress through one image. And the maker tried to we as a viewer to understand what he or she did. And I can see the difference, if I can assume that the first one, the top, is his first attempt, the first attempt of the picture, and us getting better and better. because if getting the posing is better, and then the flow of the veil, and this just makes the story even more interesting.
Love it. A great comment. And just another comment here is this is where a title is important. So some of us, we've all made this, and I call it a rookie mistake. This is no disrespect. I've made it before. You put in a bride and groom at sunset, and you say bride and groom sunset. Well, no shit, I can see that. So we all make that mistake, and I think we don't know. That's totally fine. When it gives context or meaning, great. When in doubt, go without, but context or meaning, go for it. Thank you. Next print, please. Good pickup, Nick. A meeting on the wall. The face of 1,000 memes, Richard.
I feel like I'm in a hotel, looking at these people that own the hotel, and it's a very symmetrical image, but it's not symmetrical. The expression on the wife, the bride, is very interesting. The way she's looking over at the groom, and then just the symmetrical pattern in the background, and the repeat of the circles and the squares down at the bottom. It's just really well done.
Rachel, give me more about why did they position, obviously we're there to see the reflection, but tell me even more intentionally why the photographer actually posed them like that, and what are we trying to say in the context and the harmony of also the furniture and all that stuff? What were they thinking?
Yeah, I think this took a lot of foresight because, just having them lit in very similar ways to the bride and groom, and then just kind of having that turned in where even though they're separated by the frame and the wall, you kind of have this connection, like you can tell. Without a title, without any background, I would know that these two people are connected if I had seen them on the wall. And it's really interesting. It has commercial vibes. It has wedding vibes. This image kind of has a range of technical skill in it. I appreciate that.
Thank you. While you got the microphone, a further comment about the print quality and the matte choice.
Yeah, this matte, having a dark image or a black matte is always, I think, a little bit of a risky choice because black is never fully black in a matte. And this is really working because we have that soft muted palette throughout. I think having something lighter, because we don't quite have white in this image, would have pulled your eye out. And I think black with this matte paper is really working.
Thank you so much. That is the last print of this category. Beautiful set of images, guys. Would you agree? Wonderful celebration of wedding creativity and certainly a bit more freedom in post-production. We are going to set the judges up to determine the first, second and third placings. We'll see you back in a moment.
We're at the Graphistudio factory. We're an hour north of Venice. We service over 20,000 photographers around the world in 164 countries, and this facility is known as a state-of-the-art facility. We have gone through some renovation the last 2 years to be able to create a very efficient workflow to help our customers receive our fine art products very efficiently in a very short amount of time. Most of our fine art products take 10 business days in production, which is phenomenal when you consider the fact that most of these products are handcrafted by artisans. They have worked in the factory for generations. They take so much pride in what they do and the product that they are providing our customers around the world. We're preserving memories for you to be able to cherish for many generations, and that makes us extremely proud and privileged to be able to provide that to the industry. Graphistudio is always evolving and innovating product that will change lives. The fact of the matter is that we're never still. We're moving forward. We have 80 new products that we're going to be launching by the end of the year. From wall art to albums, we are innovators for this industry.
All right, let's design an album. Here we go. So I think right about now, back in the studio, we're about halfway through designing the album. Done. 3 minutes and 20 seconds. It took me about 60 seconds in a straight free fall out of the plane and about 5 minutes in the air with the parachute. And here's how long it took me to design the album. Pretty fascinating stuff, I have to say.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back live. What you're seeing here is the judges making their selections. They're looking at all of the images one last time all together, refreshing their perspective, and they're now making their choices as to who they'd like to see win first, second, and third place in this category, the wedding creative category. There'll be no more discussion for this part because they've already had a conversation about every single image. So we will watch them making their choices, and then we'll let you know as soon as they have finished. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the judges have made their selections. So we do have a winner in this category, and we'll announce that tomorrow night at the awards ceremony. Sorry to keep you in suspense, but it just means you're going to have to join us tomorrow night. So whether you're watching us online or you guys are here in person, make sure tomorrow night, 7 p.m., you're there to see who the winners are for this category. Thank you so much to Aftershoot for sponsoring this category. We're now going to move on to our next category, which is the pre-wedding creative category. Similar concept, but with images that were taken before the wedding or within a month after the wedding, as in a post-wedding shoot. So we're just going to get our panel of judges settled. As we do that, before we kick off to a break, I've been announcing some of the prizes that we have lined up for the winners, and I wanted to tell you about another one, which is pretty exciting. Our grand award winners, which is one image out of every division that the judges will select best represents that division. So there's 5 of those. Those are 5 grand awards. They're the hardest to get because they're selected from all of the first place winners in each category. So in the creative division, for example, we'll take all of the first place winners in each category in the creative division, and at the end of the day, the judges will look at them and pick one out of all of those first place winners. So it's a really hard choice to make. Those 5 grand award winners, one for each division, are actually going to receive a $1,000 gift card to B&H Photo this year. So whoever gets that grand award gets to go on an amazing shopping spree with B&H Photo. So huge thank you to B&H for providing all of our grand award winners with that. We're super excited about it. We're going to go to a quick commercial break while we get our judges all set up. So sit tight. We'll be back in 2 seconds.
From the beginning, our philosophy has been to exceed client expectations on every project.
We began framing over 40 years ago and began printing almost over 25 years ago. When it comes to printing, every choice matters. The inks, the profiles, and especially the papers. That's why partnering with Hahnemühle is so important to us.
When artists see or feel Hahnemühle, they know it's something special. It's been steeped in centuries of fine art tradition, and it's archival too.
As a skyframe printer and a photographer myself, I personally like to use Hahnemühle papers because of their amazing quality and rich history since the 16th century.
Hahnemühle has quickly become an artist's favorite because of their commitment to recyclable materials, their paper types and paper choices, and of course, an array of finishes.
Artists come to us because they trust that promise that we value their art just as much as they do.
A great thing about Hahnemühle is that they have a massive variety of papers with different finishes, from matte, luster, glossy, metallic, canvases. Any type of print you're looking to make, chances are there's a Hahnemühle paper that can supply that at the highest quality.
Becoming a certified Hahnemühle printer is more than just an achievement. It's a promise to deliver the best quality prints every time.
As we look ahead, our partnership with Hahnemühle is only growing. Your dedication to quality mirrors ours.
Come take a look at Hahnemühle's new natural line, which features Photorag Metallic and Agave.
Welcome back, everyone. We're currently looking at images in the creative division, proudly sponsored by Epson. And we're about to begin the pre-wedding creative category. So, as I mentioned earlier, these are all images that were created before the wedding day or within a month afterwards. The reason why we say the 1 month afterwards thing is because there's photographers that will do post-wedding sessions, trash the dress sessions, those kind of things. Those happen quickly after the wedding, but they're still related to a newlywed couple. So these are engagement sessions and everything related to a couple who recently got married. If it's an anniversary session and someone has been married for 5-10 years, well, then that would maybe go into portrait creative group because that's not specifically related to a newlywed couple. That's why we have that specific wording in there. And they, of course, because we're in the creative division, that means that the photographers were given much greater freedom in their post-production. They're allowed to use composites if they want to. They're allowed to use graphic technique, graphic elements and text and whatever it is that they want. So you'll see a lot more range of techniques used in these images. This category is sponsored by 17 Hats, which is a business management platform that was created specifically for photographers. It helps you organize your clients, it helps you create invoices for your clients, get paid, manages all of your contracts. I'll tell you something personal, not like personal, but just a personal anecdote. Last year, they also sponsored one of the categories, and I was intrigued because I saw some of the commercials. And so I decided to sign up for myself after WPPI last year. I had heard lots of great things about them, had just never looked into it. I just did everything myself. I pride myself on being very efficient working. I just love it. I love that side of things. I got emotional at how much time 17 Hats saved me once I got it saved up. Ask Jerry. I legitimately cried when I realized how many hours I had been spending on things that is now all automated for me. And I feel silly for not doing it earlier, but I can tell you that 17 Hats has brought so many hours back to my life every single week. And I am forever grateful that they sponsored that category last year, because that's how I knew about them. And so I'm telling you, if you are snowed under by all of the business and admin stuff in your studio, please look into them. It is life-changing, and you'll get so much time back into your day. So thank you to 17 Hats for sponsoring this category. Now we're going to turn it over to our chairperson. This category, we have Tony Hewitt, who's going to be leading the conversation with all of our judges. So I'll leave it over to you, Tony.
Thank you, Melissa. And I'm pretty good at maths, so I was just working it out. You have now only got 28 hats left, haven't you? Is that about right?
Accurate.
Okay. Andrew Heorth, Rachel Owen, Richard Sturdivant, Heidi Magosi. Yeah, I just remember your husband. You said you've got to say it so. And Nick Pacredes. Thank you for joining us and sharing your elite knowledge. We can't wait to hear what you have to say about these finalists. And again, a reminder, what we're looking at is the prints that made the finals. To make the finals, they have to get us 80 in the online competition. They then have the opportunity after that qualification of having a look at the work and finessing it a little bit, not changing it too much, and then submitting a print. And I think, Melissa's not here now, but she'll correct me later, but I think, I forget the full numbers, but if there was 400 images that qualified for final, I'm going to guess about 396 submitted prints. Is that about close?
No, sorry,
245 and 230. So we're looking at a 98% people who took up the opportunity. So what we're seeing is the best of the competition, and our judges are going to tell us just what it took to get there. This is the pre-wedding creative category in the creative division. Let's have the first print, please. Untitled. And if you ever want to know what first impression looks like, Richard Sturdivant sitting there and going, that's a first impression. Richard, what's going on? What's your first thoughts?
Wonder. I mean, it's just beautiful. I mean, in the composition, the way that it leads up into the spherical shape there, and it almost looks like a keyhole, you know, like unlock your future, you know, and the wedding, you know, you got the bride there with that beautiful dress. I mean, just all the various accent colors in there, just really gorgeous.
Thank you. Rachel, can you tell us a little bit more about what goes into making this image work?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of foresight on the part of the photographer in choosing lens choice, because it's very flattering on her, and yet we almost have this wide angle where you have this really high perspective, and I wonder if they were up on a ladder. But also just the lighting harmonizing with what we're seeing in the background. You know, the light from the background is not the main source on the subject. At the same time, the way the photographer has chosen to position the light really harmonizes with that, and it doesn't detract, and it just brings out all that detail in the way that she's posed.
Andrew, just to finish off, there's obviously, as judges or as viewers of an image, we can read into things. And some narratives appear a little more obvious and others are a little more subliminal and leave us open. What's the narrative you might pick up out of this?
So to kind of double down on what Richard was saying, because when I'm looking at this, I'm looking at the intention behind what the story is. When I see a scene like this, I mean, you basically have this vast world behind you. And you have this element which looks like kind of like this entryway or keyhole, and it's almost like the maker is saying she's the key to the world, you know, for whoever's life she's a part of, and that's where the story takes me, you know, in the narrative that draws into my head when I look at this.
And the lighting was referred to by two of your previous judges. How does that contribute to the narrative?
Well, it's everything, because you have such a stark kind of sunset that looks like it's coming into camera, and your eye typically goes to the brightest part of the image. So to use the lighting that they've used, the artificial light, to help balance that out, and then draw us into that, creating a brighter part or a brighter element to draw our eye, is actually quite smart. And the way they've composed this to be a little bit more symmetrical leads us down from the tops of the image right into the center, to the brightest part, and then using the rest of the elements in the frame to just draw our eye around and down and leading right back into that center point.
Perfect, thank you. Next print, please. Title, Beyond All Else. First impression, Nick.
Respect. First, such a beautiful and the originality, the creativity of this image, and the way that the maker create this symmetrical and at the same time confusing presentation of the bride. It's unique. I never seen that kind of image before, and I appreciate it a lot.
Heidi, can you tell us a little bit more about what's going on?
Yeah, the dimension of this and the depth that this almost origami-like pattern around her is giving us, it almost looks like a puzzle that you sort of want to figure out. And there she is in the very center of this puzzle, is this beautiful sort of feminine figure holding flowers that kind of breaks up this, really structural framing. I think it's quite brilliant, and I really want to compliment the maker on the tonality. I mean, these are some really beautiful tones that we don't often see in an image like this.
Okay. Thanks, judges. We'll have a next print, please. Love words in a dream. So love words in a dream. Yeah, first impression. Richard, off you go.
First impression, wow. If you get a chance, when you're in the print exhibit, go look at this image. The dynamic range in this image is nuts. And the storytelling is crazy. And plus we have that modern day edition of that phone kind of sitting there off to the side where he just read what she just wrote to him or something like that. And then she's coming down the stairs. We take her identity away because it's all focused on him. She's a prop in this image. And the leading lines coming down, I mean, the way that it hits his toe, comes down his leg, goes up to his forehead, then you go back to the dress, and you just go in this circular pattern. It's really well done.
Rachel, could you expand a little bit on the use of hard lines and flowing lines and what that does?
Yeah, so the way that we've got that banister coming down from perfectly in the top left corner, and the way that his foot just aligns with where that banister ends pulls us back up into the bride. And then where we have the arabesques in the railing, that is what is separating her from the background, and it just really pulls your eye all around. I mean, even just the way his hand is positioned, bringing you back around up to the bride and back again. It's really quite exquisite in the way that every little detail is lined up perfectly.
Thanks, Rachel. Andrew, there was a comment about the printing quality and things like that, but maybe just touch on the paper choice and the tone of the paper and the mat.
The matte and the paper choice is not very contrasty, and I think that's what kind of sells the entirety of the image, and it's how it's presented. Giving it that matte feel kind of just makes it a little bit more surreal and just kind of brings us into the moment, like a memory. versus a contrasty image that would be more of like a photojournalistic, like in the moment type of look. And I think that's kind of what helps it bring it all together.
So what you're saying is there is a link between the warmth or coolness of a paper, the texture of a paper, and the emotion it evokes?
Yeah, 100%. The tonality of the ability of the paper and the tonal range that it can take on will definitely help illustrate a feeling that you'll get from the maker's intention of how they've printed this.
Thanks, Andrew. Next print, please. Untitled. First impressions, Rachel.
So first impression was like, where is this? Is it a real place? Is it a fantasy place? And, either way, it's really impressive, because if the maker created this scene, I am impressed by the creation of a fantasy landscape. And if the maker did not, and this is a real place, I'm impressed by the way that this was handled, because it would be a very difficult situation. It's so interesting the way that you have the natural vignette of the location just pulling around into the clouds, and that almost feels like a fisheye effect, and yet we don't see a fisheye effect on him. And the way that is blended, where you have a fisheye and something that's longer than a fisheye, is very difficult to do. In addition, the time of day that this is chosen, it looks like it is a really harsh lighting, and yet at the same time those shadows are handled really nicely.
Yeah, Richard, tell us a bit more about the lighting that's going on here. It seems like with that different types of lighting sources, a lot of control.
Yeah, you've got the lighting coming from the outside, where the actual structure is actually going past this oval shape, and then you're getting the sunlight there, and you're getting a little bit of that hitting on him. But it looks like there's another light added to kind of illuminate him, and it's just really, really well handled. The exposure, the dynamic range is very, very good.
Yeah. Is there any other symbolisms in there, Nick?
Yeah. I would like to mention something about the maker again, that is so difficult situation, looking like the structure is going to the top and there is a hole onto the sky or something like that. But at the same time, we have no distortion. The groom standing still, and even that the maker used a very wide lens to take the picture, it looks perfectly balanced with no distortion. And at the same time, huge dynamic range from totally shade part of the top left to the sky highlights. So very good handle all over the thing. So the technical excellence of the maker is outstanding.
Yeah, and I think the choice of a dark matte allows him to stand out even further and complements the black background behind him. Yep. Next print, please. Parallel Lovers.
What is the title?
Parallel Lovers. Parallel Lovers. And again, a reminder for those at home or perhaps in the room looking at the screen, the digital image often loses a little bit of detail at the ends of the spectrum, highlights shadow. So what they're seeing as a print has a little bit more detail at both ends. So it just means that if you really want to understand what it requires to get to this level and be a finalist print, take the time and go and walk through the gallery and have a look. There'll also be the little QR codes which allow you to use the I Am Iconic app, and when you look at that, many of the entrants have gone to the trouble for you of creating a little video that tells you a little bit how they did what they did and what the meaning behind their image is. Very educational. As I said, when Jerry was giving a presentation, Jerry was giving the second best presentation at WPPI. This room is the best presentation. Sorry, Jerry. Okay, let's get a first impression, because you've had plenty of time. You've had a second and a third. Rachel, first impression.
Yeah, my first impression was like, wow, what a story here. I mean, it definitely has a reminiscence of like a chessboard. And let's talk about the difficulty of creating something like this. You know, getting the subject in Photoshop same size perfectly and then just lining them all up. There's a lot of little nuanced details that have been handled really well. And I'm curious, like, the groom seems to be jumping in some of these, and I'm curious what my fellow judges are interpreting with this story.
Oh, let's ask Richard. He's good at storytelling, aren't you, Richard? What's going on?
Well, you may not want to, my thoughts are like speed dating, but it's for a wedding. You know, you got 10 minutes to figure out which one you're going to marry. But that's what my first thought coming to mind. But it's a very abstract piece with human figures in it. And each pose is totally different. It's showing a different expression. It's showing a different movement. And then you also have the graphic element of the diagonals that are coming from the upper left to the lower right all the way across. And it just keeps you totally within this frame. Very, very ingenious.
Okay, Heidi, maybe a quick comment for me. Just maybe addressing the use of the tonal range to tell part of this story, because we've got the shadows which are equal tone, and then the groom in the black and the bride in the white, and just maybe...
I think the maker has handled this so well because, as my fellow judges mentioned, not only to get this aligned, to get the people all the same size, but the tonality, you really have to see this in person because every little detail, and these figures are tiny in this image, but you can see the details in the corsage. It's just miraculous. And then, you know, it's been printed on this just off-white cream paper. I don't think it would have worked on a stark white background because they've given this hint of warmth to the paper and the printing. It's just, it's really masterfully done because it allows us to see every tonal dimension. And yeah, that contrast has been handled brilliantly.
Thanks, Heidi. One of the elements of print judging, and people often don't realise this, and a lot of photographers I know will go to a lot of trouble to capture the image. They'll spend weeks in a studio, they'll spend hours and hours in front of editing or get someone to edit for them, and then they throw it into a mat. What you have to remember is when you look at a physical image, not just one on the screen, but a physical print, everything in your view, everything in your vision is contributing to the response of the viewer. The paper choice, the warmth or the coolness of the paper, the texture of the paper, the mat, the opening size, the thickness of the mat, the choice of bevel, a black mat with a white core, a black mat with a black core. Every little detail will be something considered subliminally or intentionally by the viewer, and all contributes to an overall impression. So when I'm very fastidious if I ever enter awards. When I do it, I print my own and all of that. But when I come to matting, I will get someone to cut my mats, but I do not let them put them in the mat because I'm that perfectionist. It has to be right. And I'll do it myself because I know that every detail is going to be contributing to the overall expression and the overall impression. One of the narratives here, which I think is really cool, that could be drawn from this, is also that when people get married, they accept each other for all facets of each other. And what we're seeing is the bride and groom presented as different facets of each of their individuality. So anyway, next print, please. Untitled. First impressions, Rachel?
Yeah, I just love the tonality of this and the smooth composition, just the round. And then my second impression was this is really difficult to do. I don't know if you've ever done an underwater image, but you as the photographer, you can't see, you can't talk, you can't pose, and the model can do none of those things as well. So to be able to get these soft hands and the positioning of that light coming down and just kind of cutting in her cheekbones really took a lot of forethought. Like I'm putting myself in like, okay, how was this created? And it was a very difficult situation. I think it was handled beautifully.
Thanks, Rachel. Andrew, maybe tell us a bit more about what's going on here, how you think, and what is involved in putting this together, as was alluded to by Rachel.
Well, this is a creative division, so we have the ability to take multiple elements, and what I would imagine is I would have this foreground or this piece or this circular object, and envision something within that, almost like a porthole or a portal, and that's exactly what I think this maker did. And they've given us a portal through into an underwater dimension, which has a beautiful flowing subject in it, and I think the way they've lit this, lighting it from the short side, and creating that beautiful flow in the pose, with the softness in the hands and just the way it kind of caresses all the way down throughout, and how the hands mimic the rest of the flowy fabric in the body. I think that's exceptional.
Thanks, Andrew. Richard, also, you've got something to say, but also could you just touch on the colour of the mat, the thickness of the mat, and the paper choice?
The mat is wonderful. I love the thickness of the mat and the bevel that's cut into there. It really gives a lot of depth to the print. And then you look at the paper. It's a very matte paper, fine art paper. And this is a difficult image to print because, you can go south on this very, very quickly. Because you got to have detail in all those areas. And if you get a chance, look at this image. There's detail all the way through it. And as Andrew said, it's like looking through a porthole. And I'm envisioning this this mermaid floating through the water. And at first, what caught my eye when it first turned around was that little rectangle shape at the top of the circle there. And then I saw the reflection on the other side, and it really balances the image. It gives it this, it's not symmetrical, it's offset, and it just really helps you go right into the reflection, into the face, and on down, and just go in a circle all the way around. Technique's wonderful, paper is printed great.
Yeah, and on a flat paper, it's not that easy to create dimension, so using that extra thick mat has allowed that extra dimension to go through the porthole to the water behind. Yeah, well done. And again, great concepts brought to life through great execution and great craftsmanship. That's the last one in this category. Wow. So it's well done. Well done, judges. Just a reminder, we're going to take a commercial break, and our judges will have a chance to look at the finalists and make their decisions on first, second, third. We will ask that you keep the room fairly quiet, and if you do want to see what's going on, maybe you can come to a front seat, but don't step in the way of the judges. After that, we'll be back shortly, and we'll be moving on to the next category. Otherwise, we'll see you soon.
Thank you for this product. It was the reason that I was able to buy my house. When I switched over to really getting into IPS and doing the album sales and things, which it was the reason that I was able to buy my house, because my income increased so dramatically. Because I used to think, I don't have enough time to do these albums, and they were a pain in the butt, so I didn't push them. 80% of my clients now buy albums.
I get so caught up in the commercials that I forget that we're here. So I always have to be reminded that we're in the room. Welcome back, everyone. What you're seeing here is the judges looking at all the images one last time before they make their selections for first, second, and third place. This part of the process doesn't have any conversations or discussions. They've already done that. So we'll just give them a moment to make that choice privately, and we'll let you know when we have a winner. All right, the judges have made their selection, so we do have a first, second, and third place winner. We get to find out when that is tomorrow night at the award ceremony. So sorry to keep you in suspense, but you gotta come to the award ceremony tomorrow night. Starts at 7 o'clock. Doors open at 7 o'clock, but you wanna be there at 7 o'clock because we have a lot of fun stuff planned before the show begins. So be there dressed to impress. If you don't have anything fun to wear, that's okay, come anyways. We're gonna have a great night and we'd love for you guys to be there. So that now concludes the pre-wedding creative category, and a big thank you to 17 Hats for sponsoring that category. And it also concludes the creative division. So thank you to Epson for sponsoring that entire division. We truly appreciate their support in the Icon Awards. Just before we go on to our next category, I want to tell you about another specialty award that we're super excited about. It's the first time that we've offered this award this year. It's the Hanamule Signature Print Award. And what this is going to be is Hanamule came to us and wanted to celebrate an image that not only makes an impact, but also takes full advantage of the options available when printing. This is a print competition, and so Hanamule wanted to celebrate someone who really took the time to find a way to make an excellent print using all of the tonal ranges, the print quality, and the papers that Hanamule makes available. So tomorrow morning, the print gallery is being built right now by our whole team of volunteers. Tomorrow morning before the trade show begins, the Hanamule team is going to walk through the trade show and walk through that whole print gallery and pick one image that they truly believe represents true excellence in printing. That person, that winner, will be announced tomorrow night. They'll receive a trophy as well as $750 in Hanamule paper. So that's pretty exciting. So huge thank you to Hanamule. It's going to be really fun to find out who wins that. We just need to reset for a moment. We're now going to go into a new division and a new category. I'll tell you all about that in just a second. We're just going to get everyone set up, and we'll be back in about 2 minutes. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Yusai, fashion and celebrity photographer. My work ranges from magazine covers to celebrity portraits to fashion advertising campaigns. All right guys, how are we doing today? We have the model for a very short amount of time and we have 4 setups, so we gotta move fast. All right. A Assignments may vary from project to project, but as a photographer, it is always important to me that the images I capture are not just technically perfect, but evokes emotion and tells a story. Today's concept for the shoot is autumn bloom, so come with me. Beautiful, looking away. We're just right there. Look, you just gave me chills. That's beautiful. Do you love that?
Yeah, I love those.
Looking away. Sometimes you don't know what to do. I tell people to think about whether they turn off the oven at home or not. Or did I leave the dog in the car without air conditioning on? We'll go ahead and dial up the backlight and change the key. It doesn't matter if I'm on the streets of Paris, New York, or my hometown Los Angeles. One thing is always consistent for me is to capture my subjects in their very best light. Wow, these lights are amazing. I've always loved creating fashion editorial shoots with various lighting techniques within the same story. Bring the flower closer to your eyes. There you go. Lighting to me is the music to a dance. That's beautiful. My job is to capture the perfect moments in that dance. Every nuance matters. I wanted to achieve several different lighting setups, and then we also have a very limited amount of time with our model. Fill lights down by 1 stop, please. So the team and I have to move fast and plan the lighting very efficiently. Love. Well done. Let's get you changed for the next shot. Profoto D30 is small and compact, which is perfect for this assignment, where we have multiple lighting setups and location changes. Are you allergic to flowers? No. Thank goodness.
You asked at the end of the shoot.
I just asked her if she's allergic to flowers at the end of the shoot. You're absolutely correct. But it still shows I care. Using Profoto allows my team to move the lighting around with ease and achieve my vision. Beautiful. Okay, I'm happy with this. That's a shot. Amazing. Thank you so much.
This is incredible. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I thought I'd fill you in on a couple of things that we're super excited about. We have the awards ceremony I've mentioned quite a few times tomorrow night, so we want to make sure you guys join us. If you're here, you want to make sure you're there. It's always a fun night. We call it the Oscars of WPPI, and it does feel like that because it gets really exciting. You've been watching all these images and you've been cheering for your favorites, and it's fun to see who actually wins them. We also have really fun entertainment. If you guys have ever seen any of the footage from the Oscars, there's a glam bot. We got the glam bot guy, so they're going to be here tomorrow, so you guys can all have a turn. They'll be there a little bit before the awards ceremony. They'll be there afterwards, so you guys can have fun. It's going to be just such a blast. We also have some entertainment that I don't want to tell you what it is, but it'll kick off the show and you don't want to miss it. We're here in Vegas, so we take full advantage of all of the amazing entertainers and performers that are here. So it's going to be such a fun night. So we want to make sure you're there. The doors open at 7. Come grab a cocktail and just have fun before we begin at 7:30. I want to say thank you so much to our chair people who are just been doing such a great job leading the conversation, both Jerry and Tony. They've been, leading the questions and asking the right questions and just being on the panel all day. You just have to be on. And so I truly appreciate all the hard work that they do for that. And I say this a lot, but I want to just say to everyone who's watching now, in case you're just tuning in, the true backbone of this competition, we do a lot of work in the months leading up to it, but the true backbone of this competition is our volunteer team. It's just Jerry and I. So there's only so much that two of us can do, and we have a studio, and we work all year long. So this is all extra work. And so when it comes to the live event, there's so much happening at the same time that it truly does take an army. And we get such an amazing group every year that helps us out. We have over 30 volunteers this year, and they're everywhere. There's some in our room. Our print handlers are on their feet all day, and they don't get a break except for at lunch. You guys can sit back and relax. They have to be on the entire time. We have our camera crew who is always here making sure that everyone at home can watch everything. We have all these logistic teams. We have an entire crew on the print gallery at the trade show floor right now missing the entire live judging. They don't get to see any of it for 2 days so that you guys can then enjoy the prints. That's a huge sacrifice that they make so that you guys can enjoy it. And they do it every year, and every time you see them, it's just always the biggest smile. If you need something, they're always willing to help. Truly, like I cannot be more grateful for these wonderful human beings, and we just come together, we make the best team together, and we make it all happen for the whole week. So if you see anyone wearing an I Am Iconic t-shirt or hoodie, please give them a big hug. They work so many hours just out of the kindness of their heart to make sure that you guys have a good experience. So please thank all of our volunteers for me. And thank you for letting me say that, because I can never say thank you enough to them, because they do so much that I can never truly express how grateful I am. Well, let's move on to our next category, shall we? While I pull myself together here. Thank you for joining us. If you're back online with us, that's thanks to Nikon's generous support. They are sponsoring the live stream. We're going to begin now a new division. It's the wedding division. This division is proudly sponsored by Graphistudio. You probably see their name in the back of the room. You've passed by that table with their albums and wall art. They're known for their handmade albums and wall art, all done in Italy. They create such beautiful legacy pieces. They pioneered the digital wedding album years ago. They were the first ones to do it. And to this day, they're constantly at the cutting edge of modern printing technology. And so we're truly grateful to have their support for the entire wedding division. It feels pretty appropriate because of all of the wedding-related and storytelling products that they do that they're sponsoring this category, so it worked out very well. Our first category in this division is the Couple Together Wedding Day category. As the name suggests, you're going to be seeing images of a couple photographed together, and it must have been done on their wedding day. So those are the requirements. When it comes to post-production, photographers were allowed to finesse, beautify, color, and correct and adjust images, but no composites are allowed in this category. This category is sponsored by Imagine. Imagine is another option that you have for editing and culling and retouching software. They're absolutely amazing at speeding up the entire process. When you come home with 800, 1,000, 2,000 images from a wedding, you use Imagine to get you through that process of culling all those images. Instead of spending hours on it, it can now be done in a fraction of the time. Huge thank you to Imagine for sponsoring this category. Our chairperson for this category is going to be Jerry Ghionis. So Jerry, we are going to turn it over to you now with our new panel of judges.
It's so wonderful that someone can pronounce my name correctly. I appreciate that, Melissa. That's wonderful. Guys, thank you so much for being here. Natalie Lucini, welcome. Michael Novo, thank you so much. Jen Stitt, Danny Dong, and Nick Bekridis. Between all these incredible judges and mentors, there's over 10 masters. I combined them. I just pulled you all together. There's over 10, so that's amazing. We're going to have incredible mentorship, great comments. I'm dying to get into it. First print, please. Michael, I see you nodding. Okay, first impression, please.
Yeah, and you know, you've always got to capture that shot with the name on the dance floor when they've spent the time to take it, and it's so easy to just plop the couple out there and get a dipping shot or something like that. But I love the fact that this is almost like the intro for the album. You don't quite get to see their faces yet. It's leading you right in.
Great first comment there. I love that. Jen, tell us about the execution of this in terms of how it was captured, perhaps, and a bit of technique here.
I'm just fascinated right now with all of the leading lines that just bring you right back to the couple. And it's anonymous, but it's not anonymous at the same time, with how you can't see their faces, but it just tells so much story. The way this has been treated, you just look in and you can see his ring, and it just shines, and the way they're holding hands and even their arms together bring all that straight lines right back to the center interest. It's just beautiful.
Nice. Danny, whatever you were thinking of saying, say that, but I want you to address the deliberate decision to allow a bit of black underneath the tassels and the angle, as well as what you were going to say, if that wasn't it.
Yeah, the composition of this image is just very, very creative, and also the use of the black and white color. And you see the groom's the pants in black color. It's on the right side, and the name of the couple it's on the left side, and balance that black and white. And also the white dress is on the left side, and also the composition from the right to with the leading line to the left top. So it just forms just shape our all the and the shadow to the other corner. Just everything points to the couple, creates attention, focus. It's amazing composition here.
Yeah, very nicely done. Love that sort of white carpet effect. And then you've got that black sort of breaking up the monotony, because if that overlapped it, and white over white wouldn't be as strong. Nicely done, guys. Great teamwork. Thank you. Next print, please. Nick, first impression.
I like the storytelling about this image and the way that the maker tried to combine the reflection through fine art piece. And I love the combination of her expression with the paint expression on the top left.
Very nice comment. Natalie, tell us a bit more about the execution of this. How was this done? And talk to us a bit about the lighting and the contrast of how this is possible.
Well, I love the direction of light on her face. It's really giving us a sense of like her love and her embrace. You can see the light fall off the shadow and highlight on the hand. I think it was really well done. I mean, it looks like they're shooting through something. And it just really creates this sort of like powerful, rich environment. I love the color tonality. I think that it's really, really beautifully done.
Absolutely. It's interesting, whether this may be a reflection or whether this is a multiple exposure, you normally need more contrast of one of the images for that to blend nicely. So another tip there. Thank you so much. Great comments, guys. Next print, please. Dennis Chappell. Think out loud, Mike.
Well, so the first thought in my mind, and as a wedding photographer, you kind of go there. It's like, oh, I wonder if I shoot there, are those lights there? Do I need to bring them and gel them to make something like that? And that was actually the very first thought, as I start breaking down as to how I can do that and kind of make it my own, which is always means that you're going to a very wonderful place.
Yeah, great comment. Jen, please. We sort of Mike touched upon it. How do you achieve this, and also getting the sky? I mean, there's lots of going on here. The ambience, like, how do you do that?
That's a great question, Gary. I am just fascinated with the use of, I mean, the impact in the overall presentation of this, the use of color that just draws you in. This has every single color in it. And when you look in at the trees, you can still see all the detail in the leaves. And I absolutely love, I hope people get to look at this in the gallery. If you look at the mat itself, there's texture in the mat, which then is the texture in the trees. The nice white brings you back to all the colors and everything there. I mean, I'm assuming that the maker brought the color lights for the trees, but the color balance on this is just lovely.
Great comment. Nick, you had a final thought here, mate.
Yeah, I want to mention about the degree of difficulty on these images. I mean, like, how is it possible to have that long exposure and get all these star lines on the top right, and at the same time you have a so perfectly executed of the skin tones on the same image? And I'm not sure if that color leaves exist or created by the maker, but it blows your mind, you know?
If I was a betting man, I would say that we probably had a dark chapel. We probably expose for the Skype as we don't have a choice. Then we bomb the flash, and then you bomb each flash independently or simultaneously. Either way, high degree of difficulty, well executed. Great comments, guys. Thank you. Next print, please. On the wedding day, yeah. The geometry of us. Natalie, you're smiling from ear to ear. Talk to us.
What a brilliant execution in the matte choice. Cutting the matte in this design is absolutely extraordinary. I love the graphic nature of this design.
If you had to remotely try to explain this verbally to people watching at home that are not privy to the matting, try to explain it.
I mean, it almost has this like diamond cutout configuration on perhaps a dance floor carpet, and it's just meticulously cut in a way that just complements the image and draws you right down to the actual beautiful embrace of the couple.
Nice. Nice comment. Danny, this down.
Yeah, this is excellent execution and also excellent pre-planning from before shooting to final presentation. The maker absolutely know what he or she trying to deliver in the final product. Either it's a print or it's a digital image, but it created in a way that is very unique. It's more like a graphic thing, design, look like a graphic design. And all those angles are perfectly aligned, so the couple are in the center. And also all the leading lines pointing to the couple. Beautiful, very, very, very complementary posing, very smooth, very soft, fits perfectly well with the frame. And also the balance, the color balance of this image, the color tone, it's just very harmonious. Yeah, beautiful, excellent execution.
I think it's very interesting where we see this image, the people watching at home. It's striking already. You know, the harmony and the symmetry and all the gaps being all in the right places. But when you look at it matted like that, I've never seen anything like that in my whole career. So nicely done. Great, refreshing approach. Next print, please. Jen, first impression, think out loud.
This image just makes you want to lean in and look at all of the details that the bride and groom meticulously picked and planned for the wedding day. She had her nails done. She had this expensive watch that her husband is wearing. You can see the sleeve of her dress, but your eyes just go directly to the rings on their hands. It just tells so much about all the little things that go into a wedding day, but the most important part is the marriage.
Great comment. Danny, tell us a bit more about the lighting and also the choice of sort of that dark on dark. It's a bit dense, but it's a celebration, so there's a bit of an oxymoron going on there, yeah?
Yeah, this absolutely, it's a couple portrait, but you see a portion of the body, but it's just very strong. The way the lighting, it's very dark, deep, and it's a very low-key image. Majority of the image are in dark, are in the dark side, in the shadow part, and the only highlights emphasizing on the rings and the beautiful nails, and even the posing of the two hands are very beautifully done. So it's in a beautiful. We talk about posing the couple, but sometimes we just ignore the posing of the hands. But this absolutely illustrates a good example of posing parts of the body, just the hand shape. Yeah, and also the deliberate keep the watch there so people can see the timing there, so people can remember, even if the couple look at it, they know, oh, what time of the day we did this pose. It's very meaningful to them. Just smart, amazing.
Wonderful, thank you. Nick, it looked like you wanted to make a last comment there, mate.
Yeah, I would like to mention about the difference between the image and the printing. If you have a look at the screen, you can see the differences in the black with the deep black, but when you see the print, And I want everybody to have a look when it's in the gallery. You can understand how deep is the differences from all the tonality range from the black to the gray tones and everything. And I'd like also, the last thing to mention is that the maker think about to create a triangle using this type of shape with both hands, and gives even more attention to have a look at the ring on the top one.
Yeah, yeah. Can you imagine if this was front lit or softly lit? It wouldn't have that contrast or drama. Having photographed weddings for 32 years, as simple as that is, I've never done anything like that. Nice, the maker, well done. Next print, please. Natalie, think out loud, please.
Well, it's this like beautiful graphic fine art wedding portrait on the wedding day. To have created that in a moment's time, I love the graphic nature and the reflective surface. It's incredible.
Thank you, Jen. This is in camera. Look at the image and what's confusing that how would this be in camera with something? So tell me about if you see what I'm seeing.
So I'm seeing like a leading line coming into the couple, and I don't see that in the reflection. But what I do see in the reflection on the floor is it just looks like a beautiful graphic art piece on there. The way their bodies are posed and everything, it just looks like someone painted like a watercolor piece and let the image, let the colors just fade everything together. But I really admire how the author, the maker of this image, has chosen to crop it and only include the pieces that you need in this. There's nothing distracting in this image besides just going right back to the center where they're clearly very much in love.
Thank you. Mike, you wanted to make a comment, mate? Last comment?
Yeah, and this really just hit me now. The light is kind of spilling in, it's going, and then it stops right at the couple, but then it continues kind of behind them, and so it's kind of fascinating that they are more or less in silhouette form without any of the light spilling on them. And then you've got all this busyness that's sort of happening right around them, and normally that would be quite distracting, but it's the opposite. It works perfectly in their favor.
Great comments, great teamwork. Thank you. Next print, please. Danny, you're looking very intense there, mate. First impression.
Well, a silhouette image, a silhouette portrait, but did in a long traditional way. It has two layers, right? Either it's shooting through or getting a reflection or multiple exposure, but it done beautifully well. I think it just creates a lot of difference than a traditional silhouette portrait.
Thank you. Nick, what would the photographer have to have forethought to execute this? What would they have to think? Like, there's a bit of planning here involved.
It's a great idea because she used any simple graphical element like a wave, water, whatever, and a silhouette, and make something totally out of the box. Create something unique and creative that we never saw that kind of thing before. I like also the way that the maker create the shape, the frame into the frame, with a dark line behind them, and the shape give a more three-dimensional.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really appreciating the silhouette of the eyelash. Just those little details can make a massive difference, and also just the hair coming off just breaks that monotony of that straight line. So nicely done. Next print, please. King and Queen. Jen, first impression, please.
This image just feels like we are looking at a power couple. the title just adds so much to this image. It makes you feel like they have just, I'm trying to think of the words, an insane wedding planned for everybody. They look like they are owning the scene. There's so much going on in the scene. There's flowers everywhere, there's candles everywhere, there's reflections, there's little highlights and everything, but you go right back to this couple owning this moment on their wedding day. It's lovely.
Great comment. Thank you so much. Mike, how do you, I mean, this is a lot more difficult than you may seem. How do you achieve that balance of light and gesture and placement, all that stuff?
I'm so glad you mentioned that. I was going to discuss that. And I know, like, I'll just speak from, you walk into a wedding and you see this and you're like, wow, this is amazing. I've got it. And that's exactly what happens. Set up the lights. It's like, okay, well, my lights are too white and these are a little bit too orange here. And this one that the planner setup is way orange, more orange than the other one. So achieving the balance to get this color harmony between them where they're not too orange and too warm, but yet maintaining that in the background, very, very difficult. And so are you going to do it later in post to fix the white balance, or are you going to start playing with your gels there? And then on top of that, okay, now we're going to bring in what kind of lights? So am I putting on a bigger softbox for this? Am I going to try and just do it with my speed lights and then lighten the shadows later? It is so easy when you walk in and you look at it. You're like, yeah, just plop them in the center and you've got it. But the actual execution, and when you see the final image, it's so hard to get it to a level where it ends up being here at Icon. And just, one note, the fact that the couple is then placed not interfering with anything else in the background really, really solidifies it. And that's sometimes the most difficult thing, because there's that one plant that's going to be there, and you're like, can we just move it? So, but wonderful job. So much attention to detail has to be paid in an image like this that seems so simple.
I appreciate that. Isn't it crazy? You touched upon it, but what I'm really enjoying here is that often a location will tell you what to do. It's basically begging for a pose like that. So for me, I say to people, listen to the location. So, and that shows the hierarchy, that negative space around them. Nicely done. Next print, please. Moving forward into marriage. Nick, you've got a really nice smile on your face. Feel out loud.
I like the idea. The maker use a drone shot or something like that, but again, the creativity of the maker gave us a totally different perspective that most likely they didn't even imagine. I mean, the couple, they can't even imagine what the maker had in his mind. And out of this use of the environmental to create the graphical elements of the shadows of the poles at the left and right, create a totally beautiful masterpiece.
Wonderful. Yeah, Danny, I can see you biting at the bit to talk about this. Go for it.
Yeah, as a wedding photographer, we always focus on the couple, right? The posing of the couple, the shape of the couple, how the couple look like. But how many times we're focusing on the shadow of the couple, the pose of the shadow. The shadow here, it's just a perfectly posed. To photograph a perfect shadow pose like that, how many times do you need to try to pose the couple to achieve that? I just can't imagine the difficulty, right? And the thinking logic, the reverse engineering thinking, right? To achieve that, how you pose the couple itself to make that shadow can be a perfectly holding hands and also veil flying pose. It's quite different.
Yeah, absolutely. Natalie, can you talk a bit about the print quality, and because it's quite extraordinary.
Absolutely. So the maker chose the print, and let me just see. You want to make sure that you could accentuate the texture in the background. You don't want the print to take away from that. So I think the maker did a great job in the editing, the coloring. It's a muted color palette, but I think that you really don't want to take away from, I guess, the cement, background. And I think they did a good job.
Great comment. Another little pro tip, whenever you're photographing someone in silhouette or you're photographing a shadow, the gap between the body parts, like the chin, the veil, and the arms, it tells you where their bodies stop and start, and they add to the emotion. Certainly a little love heart there. But yeah, damn, I wish I did this, but I didn't. All good. That's the last print. How cool were those images, guys, and the comments from the judges? Well done. Okay, so we are going to reset the judges, and we'll be right back after a short little break. See you soon.
Introducing the new Paybu credit card. You can save the tax or choose special financing for your purchases made on your Paybu credit card. So you want to save the tax on a camera, laptop, and drone? No problem. No need to wait for credits or cash back like other credit cards. The B&H Paybu card pays you back instantly. Or save over time and choose special financing and pay it off over 6 or 12 months. It's easy. Use your new Paybu card as payment at checkout. Then choose your available options, either Paybu Savings or Special Financing. See your savings or promotional plan right on your receipt, in-store or online. Applying is easy. Your approved Paybu card will be instantly available for a first purchase at checkout. The new Paybu card, same funny name, your choice of exclusive benefits. Apply today.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our live judging room. What we're seeing here now are all the judges taking one last look at the images that they just all had a conversation about. They're taking another look at them, and they are each choosing what they would like to see win first, second, and third place in each category. So this part of the process doesn't have any kind of conversation. They're not speaking to each other. No one knows what the other person is selecting. This is a personal decision for each of them. And then once we know the winners, we'll announce that tomorrow night. But we'll give them just a few minutes now to make their decisions, and we'll let you know as soon as they're all done. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the judges have made their decision. So we do have a winner for first, second, and third place in this category, and we'll be very excited to share those with you tomorrow night. Sorry I can't share them with you right now, but that just means you have to join us. Now that they've chosen their winners, though, that means that this category is officially finished. The Couple Together Wedding Day category. Thank you to Imagine for sponsoring this category. And just as a reminder, as I said, tomorrow night is when we get to find out when all of the winners are. So everything you see here all leads up to tomorrow night. Doors open at 7 p.m. with our awards ceremony. We look forward to seeing you there. Now, what we're going to do at the moment is we're going to give all of our judges and all of our volunteers a break, a quick lunch break. So we're going to close this room for about an hour. We will be back at 1:30, and we're going to be back with the bride or groom alone wedding day. So please come back right at 1:30. We'll start promptly. We're just going to get a little bite to eat, and we'll come right back. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us. We look forward to seeing you soon.
So I think the Z6 III is a perfect camera for event photographers, wedding photographers, and just even as a personal camera. So the inspiration for my shoot today, it's set up to mirror the kind of work that I do on a daily basis. The portrait sessions, the couple sessions, the engagement sessions, the portrait aspect of the wedding day. Ideally, I want people to see what this camera does when put through the paces. So in a space, I generally start with looking for light. And then I see the kind of shadows that light casts in the space. And I see how I can work with that to create shapes or just something dynamic and interesting. I think there are a combination of things that I consider to be powerful. The new EVF, for one, has a higher frame rate, so things move a lot faster and more true to life. The autofocus with the wide area autofocus is amazing. And also, the flip-out screen on the back has also been very instrumental for me on the way I like to make photos. Being able to work with the Z6 III and Z lenses is kind of eye-opening. The lenses focus really fast, they're really quiet, the weight is nice, even the build quality is pretty good. They feel really nice in the hand, nice to hold. The focus ring is really smooth. So they're pretty amazing. Having the Z6 III with the clear, bright EVF has been a game changer for me. Because the way I work, I love to look at light. I love to see color, and being able to see in real time those shadows and highlights and know exactly what my photo is going to look like at the end of the day is just amazing. I really do think that Nikon makes cameras for the creatives of the future.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our afternoon session of the Icon Awards. So happy to have you joining us here again live in the room, and also to everyone joining us live from around the world. That's all thanks to Nikon's generous support. They are the exclusive sponsors of our live broadcast and also for our award ceremony tomorrow evening. So we're very grateful that they have made this a very small room in the sense that all of our friends from all over the world can feel like they're right here with us. We're filming this room with several different ZR cameras, Nikon ZR cameras provided by Nikon, and that different perspective and all the different angles lets everyone feel like they can be in the room even if they couldn't travel to Las Vegas. So huge thank you to Nikon for that support. I just want to quickly catch you guys up on what we're doing here. Today's competition, these last couple of days, is the result of many months of work. For many of you who have entered the competition, this has been a long time in coming. The online digital competition started on August 1st of last year. You entered images digitally, and our judges went through over 1,700 images and scored each one of those images. And they provided critiques to over 400 images, giving those entrants feedback and perspective and ideas on how to improve an image. Now, what you're seeing here represent the top 10 or equal scoring 10th place scoring images in each category. So these are the top 10 scoring images, and we brought them back and added on an extra element of difficulty by having them be printed. So now when the judges look at these images, the scores are completely irrelevant. The judges don't know what they scored. They have no idea. They're looking at them with fresh eyes, with a fresh perspective. Now we've added on the extra element of printing, so they're considering that, presentation, paper choice, matting, all of that comes into play now. And then they'll have a conversation about every single one of those prints. At the end of the category, the judges will then look at all of the images together, and then they'll decide who they would like to see win first, second, or third place in that category. That will all get decided right away, and then we will find out who those winners are tomorrow evening at our award ceremony. We're starting this afternoon with the wedding division. The wedding division is proudly sponsored by Graphistudio. As you walked in, you probably saw a big display from Graphistudio as well. You see their name all on the big back wall there. And Graphistudio is known for their beautiful handmade albums and wall art, all made in Italy. Every piece is a legacy piece. We use them for our own clients as well, and it's pretty special to be able to say that your album is a one-of-a-kind piece that was custom made in Italy, and they just do such beautiful work. So we're very grateful for Graphistudio for sponsoring this category, but also they are the ones who printed this year's Icon Awards book as well. So as a reminder, it is now possible to buy the Icon Awards book. There's a website here on the screen that you can see, and there's also a poster board in the back of the room with a QR code. You can go and purchase it, select WPPI Trade Show Pickup, and you can pick up your book at the Graphi booth starting tomorrow. Now, we sell out every year, so I'm not telling you to hurry up and get it, but I'm telling you to hurry up and get it. We run out every single year. We will get more, but it will be a bit of a delay before we can ship them out to you. So if you'd like to pick it up today, if you'd like to have some of your favorite photographers sign it, that's what we do every year. Our book is filled each year with different signatures. Then you want to make sure you get that while you're here. Dario Righetto from Love Edits is also the one who designed the Icon Awards book. He did the entire layout, and we just want to say a big thank you because it's a lot of hours to be able to do that. And we go back and forth so much, and he's so patient with me as I look at every little fine detail. And he also is an incredible artist. He draws and paints, and every year Dario does an original piece of artwork just for the Icon Awards. And it's really special. Every year has a different theme. This year is so beautiful, and it's always at the back of the book. So you want to go pick up the book. You want to look for his original artwork that has been placed at the back of the book, and it's very appropriate to competition. And I don't want to say more because I want you guys to go see it. It's really special. So, with that all being said, let's jump into our very first category for the afternoon. Our first category today is the bride or groom alone wedding day. All of these images that you're going to see in this category feature a bride or groom photographed on their own, and it has to have been taken on their wedding day. Those are the parameters for all of the images. As a reminder, there are no composites that are included in this image, so these are all single capture photographs. This category is sponsored by Cheetah Stand. Cheetah Stand's a cult favorite among photographers. If you haven't heard of them or if you haven't used them, then you are missing out. Cheetah Stand is most famous for their auto light stands where you drop it down and the legs plant themselves and they stay put instead of you having to like twist the knobs and adjust everything. And then when you pick up the light stand, everything collapses. So you can just pop them down, pick them up, and move on your way. It's amazing for anyone who shoots on location. We love them to death. They're the most wonderful light stands that we have because they just make everything so much easier because you don't always have a million assistants helping you out. So thank you to Cheetah Stand for sponsoring this category. Tony Hewitt is going to be our chairperson for this category. We have two wonderful chair people this year. And Tony Hewitt is going to lead our discussion along with our panel of judges. So Tony, I'm going to send it off over to you.
Thank you, Melissa. I was just at lunch and talking to somebody. They said, talking about the images that they're seeing in the finals and what's coming up, and almost intimidated. And Jerry talked about that a little before lunch about, don't be intimidated. See it as an aspirational goal, somewhere to aim at. And the reason we get these people here who are, have a level of excellence and experience to be able to talk about the print and explain is because they've made more mistakes than you have. And that might sound really weird, but in order to get where they have, they've had to learn. And in order to learn, you've got to make mistakes. There's no shortcuts, as Jerry said. So see that as the benchmark, as the goal. That's what drags you through, but you've got to do the hard yards too. And one of those is entering. And it's interesting to look at people's work and they say, oh yeah, one day I want to enter, and you look at the work and you go, what are you doing? That's already good enough. And the problem is they're listening to the judges going, oh, now I know what I'm doing wrong. Yeah, but you're listening to the people who are the best of the best. If they're only picking one or two things and you can see it already, you're already good, better than you think you are. So what you see in the stands at the gallery, that's aspirational. Entering puts you under pressure by yourself. You become accountable. If you've never entered a competition, if you've never created a print and put it in front of a judge, you've never become accountable to yourself because you've never put it in front of other people. Be prepared to make the mistakes because these guys here have made more than you have. So if you want to be here, you've got to make more than they have. Make sense? No, probably not, but you'll get it later. All right. We have Michael Novo, we have Amber Henry Spencer, we have Jen Stitt, Danny Dong, and we have Nick Bakritas. And they have 142 masters between them. No, not really. But they are associates and masters of Icon and further. And as I said, in order to become a master or higher or an associate in Icon, you've got to make a lot of mistakes. So I enjoy looking at your work in the future as you make those mistakes, and then every now and then you're lucky enough to go even further and win an award. Let's see the first print. Untitled. Jen, you're leaning in the most. Jen, you're going to give us your first impression. Thanks.
I want to applaud the maker for the eye contact that they've gotten from this bride. It's so lovely. The color harmony and everything is just bringing right back to the face of the bride with her skin tone and the red line coming through the middle of it. It's just, the impact is amazing.
Amber, talk to us a little bit about the lighting and the composition, the thought process that went behind creating this image.
The lighting is exquisite. It's exactly where it needs to be because your eyes always go to the brightest part of the image, which is her. It's perfectly centered. For me, for myself as a wedding photographer, it's so hard to get the detail in a white dress properly. And there's so much detail that's kept in all the beading and all the little work. And that's masterful lighting and thought process when it comes to anybody in a white dress, but especially all of the intricacies of the wedding dress because that bride chose that dress for those details. So it's really important for us to keep them in, and they did an exquisite job at it. It's beautiful.
Okay, Danny, there's a little bit of interesting work going on with that matting and the final presentation. Just maybe touch on that for us.
Also, I want to comment on the print quality, and the print is really good. The print quality, it printed very soft. because the lighting is, comparatively speaking, is a little bit harsh, so the printing actually dial down the contrast of the image, make it soft looking, and also the matting, the double edged, just to add another frame into the presentation. Very nicely done.
Thanks, Danny. And to the audience at home, you can't necessarily see what they're talking about, but what we're trying to get across to you is it's not just about the image when you get to that level of competition where there's print, and this is one of the few competitions in the world where we do have that celebration of the print. It's important to understand that everything within that 16 by 20 inch or 40.6 by 50.5 centimetres or whatever it is, space is all going to be considered by the judges either consciously or subliminally. They're going to be seeing it, it'll contribute, so the warmth of the mat, the coolness of the mat, all of those things will come into it. Let's have the next print, please. Untitled. First impression, Amber?
So I personally love images like this because it's a powerful statement. The stance is powerful. The mystery of him not looking at the camera is powerful. The suit, the fact that he's looming over the city, that the city is underneath him and not like through his head or through his arms was a really good choice. So just very impactful.
Okay, Nick, there's a little bit of work gone into the putting this together. Can you tell us a bit more?
Really enjoy the maker who create an image with at the same time posing and the storytelling. Pose the groom and at the same time try to explain us where he is at that time. So the idea of making two pictures in one, it's a very clever idea.
How would you do that?
Double exposure on the same frame, shooting for the shadows and overexposed to the ambient, which is the city on the background.
Excellent, thank you. Next print, please. Veil and Vault. For the benefit of those at home, you'll be looking at your screen and the bride does look rather bright and almost overblown, and those blacks look a bit heavy. You will find the contrast range on your screens, and on the digital image doesn't truly reflect what we see in the quality of the print, which is a good reason to make sure you're here next year so you can come in and see the prints in person in the gallery. Let's have first impressions from Amber. Thank you.
Yeah, so you definitely need to see this image printed. She is so sharp, so beautifully composed. All her details are there. It's very lovely. I really love the way that she is not perfectly centered, although it's a symmetrical place that she's in, but putting her just off, it just leads your eye around the photo. So you come down, you see her, the veil scoops you back up, and you just kind of stay in the middle of the photo right where you should be.
Thanks, Amber. Michael, can you unpack the ideas on composition and there's a lot of space going on here. What's that doing for the image?
Yeah, you know, the subject doesn't always have to fill the entire frame. Here the subject is sort of becoming the part of the larger story, and everything is pointing you right down. The fact that you're more in the center third here, and you've got many frames that are surrounding. So you've got these building blocks that are almost kind of, got the triangle at the top that kind of keeps you from leaving, and then the pillars which are like leading you straight down and then smack into the subject. And then as you look through the image, and again, this is, we have the luxury of looking at this in print, like those blacks, like there's still just something in there. You're still seeing just some detail through them. And that fine line of getting the detail in there is really why you see us often leaning in, because we're like, wait, is that detail there? And that's exactly what it is that we're looking for. We may look at the bride, but then really the rest of the image is fascinating, and you can kind of keep going round and round.
Thanks, Michael. And I might just add, given the brutalist location in terms of architecture, that lovely Hogarth curve in the vale with that nice almost sine curve coming through just softens the whole middle section, doesn't it? Just pulls you back into the femininity of the subject. Okay, next image, please. A quiet kind of brave. All right, Danny, you were all laughing.
Yeah, humor, sense of humor. The author absolutely captured the sense of humor, and that it's an interesting image, tells the personality and the characteristic of the main subject. I would say it's really a unique angle and unique concept. Normally we apply that for bride portrait, but the maker was open to apply that concept to a portrait of the groom, make it very different. Just want to encourage that creativity and bold idea.
Okay, Jen, maybe unpack this one a little more for us and tell us what's going on.
I just want to say I wish I could point my toe like that and keep my leg that straight. I'm just putting that one out there. But the color harmony in this is so lovely. You know, we all immediately laughed when it came up because it's not typical for a groom to be sitting in a tub with his toe pointed and everything like that. And he has such a calm and ease expression on his face, and his toe keeps bringing you back with the colors in the tub. And lastly, like, you're looking at this image and you're expecting to go in and see that curtain have the highlights blown in it. And when you go into that curtain in the background, everything is just, it almost looks like it's painted on there. It's really, really just nice.
Anybody else? Michael, closing comment, thanks.
Yeah, shots like this, and I know that this has been discussed different panels, but they look so much easier to execute than they actually are, because you walk in, you don't have a lot of time. This is happening on the wedding day, and so you figure, well, let's just let the ambient light bleed in, but then you lose the curtain, so now you have to fill, and everything has to balance and match. So again, it looks so straightforward, but it takes quite a bit of effort to pull this off.
And just quickly, I know that's hard to answer, when you say it takes a lot of effort, it looks easy, can you just give us one of the things that would have had to be done to make this happen?
Yeah, you've got, you know, I can see the groom's beard, like he's well exposed on the side that's closest to the camera. And I know that, and I've done this before, where I'm like, let me just let in so much ambient light that I'll get that look. But then I start losing the rest of the details, and that's really what would take an image down below that silver category, whereas an image like this takes a little bit extra time to set up an extra fill light to come in and get you from the front, but that's the difference of what gets you there, and that allows you to also balance the white skin tones against the darks of the sock or stocking.
Thanks, Michael. So just to clarify, you've done this before, what, set up a shot like this or sat in a bathtub and put a stocking on?
I've done first my self-portrait.
Beautiful, thank you. We'll leave it at that. Next print, please. Untitled. Nick, first impression?
Such a beautiful graphical element with all these lines, vertical and horizontal, and leads you directly from the groom to the bottom where is the red chair, and the maker for sure knew exactly what he wants to create for attract the viewer's attention. So, great.
Danny, there is some very interesting lighting and shadows and lines. Tell us more about that.
Yeah, creative use of light to add a lot of depth into this image. Look at the lights from the above angle, so it creates a long shadow. The shadow draws the attention to the red chair. That leads to another attention, very stand out. The red color stand out from the black and white background, and we realize there is a white jacket placed on that red chair. Then we immediately realize that's the groom's jacket, might be the groom's jacket. So it creates a connection between the main subject and the accessory. So a lot of times it just tells that we're looking for storytelling portrait. I want to say this image creates a strong storytelling portrait. We normally focus on pose, expression, but here it's a combination of accessory of the wedding day and the main subject, and to use the light and shadow to collect them together to create a story. It's a brilliant idea and excellent execution. The difficulty to shoot this image is also very high. We look at the exposure of the white jacket, the perfect exposure of the most key light area, and also look at the darkest point is the black. It's the main subject's vest and pants. So those are the brightest point and darkest point of the image. The other things are in the mid-tone. So very balanced.
Thanks, Danny. Michael, are you sitting forward because you want to say something? Okay. No, go on. Got something to add quickly?
Yeah, I'll keep it super short. If it wasn't for having the chair in the lower part of the image, I was looking at just the subject, and I would have thought, the subject is just a little bit too saturated. But the fact that the chair is there, they counterbalance each other perfectly, and that what would have been a flaw without the chair works perfectly with it.
Okay, thank you. Good addition. Next print, please. Untitled. What are you thinking, Amber? What's going on? What's the first thing that went through your head?
Well, I love color, and this color is extraordinary. It's not just one red. Again, this is an image you need to come see printed because you have multiple shades and tones and variants of the red, and they're so harmonious. They work so good together. It's just balanced so well. And then his pose with the background or location or however they put it is such a good masculine. You have the triangles and him looking off. It's so strong, and then you have these beautiful curves behind him, which are two opposing things, but they work so well here. It's beautifully done.
Jen, maybe unpack that a little more for me, please.
This image is the reason that we have print competition. The impact of when this image got put in front of the light here, I wish that everyone watching online could see this. The black mat, the white line draws your eyes back in, and then the paper choice. This groom has swagger. This groom, he has all of it. And the paper choice is a little bit shiny, so when you stand up and move your head up and down, it adds a sheen to that red jacket, which adds all of this layers of just wanting to keep looking in at this beautiful man.
Excellent. Just touching, Michael, on the mat, the fact that we've got this black mat with the white core on it, how does that add to this image?
Yeah, really
I know you love reds, that's all.
Yeah, here's the thing with red, and then I'll go to the matte. Red is just a very difficult color for especially computer sensors, displays to work with. So kudos to the maker for just being like, let's just go all red with everything. But yeah, absolutely, the dark matte just keeps you right in there, and I love the fact that the edge of it is white to still give me just a little bit of a highlight, which plays off of the frame within a frame that's already happening.
And just going back to Jen's comment about the glossiness of the picture and the sheen, having a matte black accentuates that even further. Yeah. Next print, please. Untitled. First impression, Nick, for the I heard that.
How can I describe it? This is a fine art piece. This is something that I never seen before. Originality, creativity, and the idea of the maker behind of present this picture in front of us is something unique. Brilliant.
Okay. Amber, let's hear a bit more about what's going on here.
I mean, wow, just wow. It took me a minute to take it in, and then I had to lean in and really look at her face to see if she was real, because it looks so beautifully artistic, and it reminds you of anime, and then you start to think, okay, she is real, so where is she? Where is this? How did they create this? It's just It's so beautifully done. It's so artistic. Even her posing, which is just soft and feminine and brings your eye back up into the cloud shapes and the circles. The color toning is beautiful. This is just, it's like a painting. It's extraordinary.
I detected there's an emotional response to here, Danny. Can you tell me a bit more about the use of texture and color palette and composition to evoke that?
Yeah, I think this image pushed the photography boundary to another direction of art presentation. Now we see, okay, this is a textured background and then have a main subjects lying there beautifully posed. But if we look at it carefully, if we see a background that where should this subject should be perfectly positioned, it is the best position. The color, it's not, so it balance the whole frame, the main subject there. And that posing is very complementary, it's peaceful, it's very soft. And then the post-production finish, and also look at even the color on her dress, just it's in harmony with the background color. It became so consistent.
Awesome. Yeah, that's excellent. Thank you. Great comments. Next print, please. Untitled. First impression, Michael.
Yeah, I can almost hear the joke of like, posing the groom and saying, all right, we're going to get this epic portrait of you and go ahead and stand here, and then showing the portrait and saying, oh, you can't quite see your face, but the flower is great, so it looks just right. And I love this inverse kind of play. It would be so easy to place the face and trying to get that and everything else be obscure, but this little reversal I really like. It kind of made me smile.
Thank you. Jen, can you sort of tell us a little bit more about the techniques behind this?
I wish I knew about the techniques behind
How would you do something like this?
How would I what?
How would you create an image?
How would I create an image like this? Well, I think it was a really bold choice the photographer made on featuring the boutonniere. Like, we talk about making images and having to photograph all these details and everything like that, and this would be what I think Jerry would call a detail with a heartbeat. Where it makes us actually feel like we are part of the wedding day instead of just looking at a flower that's attached to a pin and colors and everything like that. This was really important for their wedding design, and the way that the maker has gone in and really featured the only thing that is in focus in this image is the circle that points into that flower. And the flower's in focus as well, but you know it belongs to the groom, you know it's the groom's boutonniere. The way that they've presented it is just, it's a really cool way to do the detail photos.
Okay, thanks, Jen. Next print, please. The journey begins. First impressions, Amber?
So I'm a sucker for lighting and shadow, and this is such a beautiful use of it. And on the wedding day, it's really hard to sometimes just work in the space you're given. So he might have gotten ready his house, and it might have been cluttered, and it might have been chaotic. And the maker of this image saw that light. They saw that light. They saw how beautiful it was on him, and they paused him for this moment. So you have beautiful light on his face in the reflection. You have light gray tones behind the wall behind him. Then the wall is white. Then he's a shadow and the door's a shadow, and it kind of makes a triangle and leads your eye back. So you have all the elements of lights and darks and shadows in one image, and they're all done very, very well.
And what was the first thing you noticed?
The first thing, definitely his face.
Okay.
With the kind of like the back split light against him, which is also still a very masculine way to light him.
So everything, the shape of the composition, the lighting, everything drew you straight into that face.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah. Nick, perhaps just talk a little bit about the print presentation of the print.
The maker used a very clever idea with a white mat. So this is where he's with the black parts of the door inside, and the black shoot draws you directly to the main subject. I also like the bevel and the extra frame the maker creates on the matte
V-groove.
Yeah, to lead you even more, because I think we have a frame into a frame into a frame, so we have multiple frames with this way.
Which helps draw the viewer straight to the point.
Directly to the main subject, which is the groom.
Where the good light is. Yep, excellent. Next print, please. The Shape of Devotion. First impressions, Jen?
My first impression of this is I really want to applaud the maker for giving us the image the correct size in the mat. I think some of my favorite images are when all of the judges lean in close because they want to see more of everything. The untraditional / kind of traditional crop of this, they've used a panoramic crop but going in a vertical. Just the impression's amazing when you first see it.
Michael, can you tell us a little bit more about this? It looks very delicate. There's a lot of intricate detail going on. How do you create an image with that level of detail?
Yeah, so the first thing is you start by breaking it down, and what this image has is a foreground, a middle ground, and then a background, the arch being the middle ground, subject in the foreground. And, you know, the rule that we're going to hear many times in the classes in WPPI is, you know, don't have too complex of a background. But in this case, the maker said, you know, I'm going to go into, I chose a different path here. And so to feature that and to have it not compete by bringing it down and having it to be a little bit more muted, possibly desaturated a little bit, but the fact that it is half a stop down or so from the subject is absolutely lovely. And you don't get too lost in the details. I've got all the details through the bottom of the dress as well, which can get very, very complicated. So if we threw one big flat light going across, now it's like I kind of am struggling where to look. But instead, I'm guided by the dress and the details below all the way up right into the face.
And that brings us to the end of the category. So that, yeah, well done to the judges, thank you. And again, congratulations to all of those who made the finals. And Jerry talked about the Olympics, and I just want to emphasise and repeat that. Anybody who made the finals, so those of you at home or watching, perhaps your prints come up yesterday or today, you might be in the audience looking to get the feedback on your print. Congratulations. Making the finals is an excellent level, and it's an amazing achievement, and good luck with the final results coming out tomorrow night. But we're going to take a short break in a moment. During that time, the judges will go and have a chance to look at the images all together, or the prints on the gallery wall behind me. They'll have a chance to assess them, make their decisions on which ones they'd like to see win, come first, second and third. And then after that, we'll come back not long after that moment with the next category. So thank you, judges.
Yeah, I remember the great light stand fall of '08. I was on stage at a wedding and the wind came and just knocked my stand right over. And that's when I knew I had to go full metal Cheetah. Cheetah stands are constructed from high-quality, lightweight aluminum. Their heavy-duty offerings are built from robust metal to handle higher weight capacities. Extreme speed for frequent moving and going. Spring-loaded means that when the spotlight hits, it bounces into action. No plastic drama and no backstage breakdowns. Hair moves, drama moves, but not this roadie. When all eyes are on me and I've only got one shot to get it right, I'm going metal. Full metal. Cheetah stands feature the one and only auto-collapsing leg mechanism that auto-retracts when lifted and extends when placed back down. Cheetah stand, gear that moves as fast as your creativity.
When I'm working with photographers, it's a really gratifying experience working towards the final print because it's really a collaborative effort bringing their vision to life. I love the fact that I get to work with these photographers and understand what they're looking for and how they want their images to be printed. Working with Hahnemühle papers, I get to really understand how the papers perform and how they react to certain images. That has given me a great opportunity to recommend certain papers to photographers based on what they're looking for or needing.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to have our judges select who they would like to see win first, second, and third place in this category. So that's what we're looking at here. Our judges are looking at all of the images one more time, all at one time. And there's going to be no conversation during this point because they've already talked about each image together. So they will now take one more look at each image, and then they will select who they would like to see win first, second, and third place. So we'll give them some time and some space to do that, and we'll let you know as soon as that decision has been made. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our judges have made their selections, and so we have 3 winners in this category. You may see Michelle and Carol and I sort of huddling around the laptop at the end of every category, and we do that because we want to make sure there's full transparency in the whole process when we're selecting our winners. So there's never one person who alone knows who it is. That way there is no even perception of anyone being able to make any changes or change the outcome of things. We also photograph. You may have seen Michelle taking pictures of the screen. We photograph them as the results are being made, so we know that nothing can be changed after that. That's what the choice that the judges have made. So now that they have made their choices, that concludes the Bride or Groom Alone Wedding Day category. Thank you so much to Cheetah Stand for sponsoring this category. And congratulations to our finalists. Huge thank you to Graphistudio for also sponsoring the entire wedding division. Also, one fun thing that I want to make sure everyone knows about is that this year we have the Profoto Luminance Award that is going to be given out again tomorrow night at the award ceremony. The Profoto Luminance Award has already been selected by a separate panel of judges. They went through the finalists and they selected an image that they felt made excellent use of light. And that can be from any light source. So a fun little game that you can play throughout these 2 days is trying to figure out which one you might pick to be an image that makes excellent use of whatever light source they were using. So that panel of judges has already made that decision, and tomorrow night we will announce them as being the winner of the Profoto Luminance Award, where they'll receive over $7,000 in Profoto gear, including a B20 Duo kit, a 3-foot Octa softbox, a beauty dish, a Spot Small, a Click Color Effects kit. All of that stuff will go to that winner. So very exciting. All right, we are now going to move into the wedding party and family and friends category. That's all together. We're just going to get our judges all set up, and we will begin that in just about 2 minutes.
As the trusted expert behind the lens, you are in the business of documenting life. Every day brings a new environment, a new client, a new challenge to solve. And no matter the day, you do it all, so you need gear that can keep up. That's why we packed your most used focal lengths into a single, high-quality power zoom lens. It's versatile, lightweight, enhanced with technology to help you work smarter and faster. The Nikkor Z 28 to 135mm power zoom, a new all-in-one pro video lens from Nikon. Experience the power of zoom.
All right, we are back live judging. That commercial that you just saw, they're also, the Westcott Icelight is also one of our in-room sponsors. So when you see the judges looking at the images in that our little mini print gallery, they are all being lit by ice lights. I have a nice little hair light that is being lit by an ice light as well. So that's very awesome. Thank you to Westcott and to Jerry for inventing the ice light, because now we can use it.
Can I say something? Like, Amber Henry Spencer was featured in an ad and everyone cheered the whole time. I invented this category. Any light that you see that is cylindrical light shapes, like that's a rip-off of my invention. We're cheering for her. I get nada, nothing. You did a woo. I prefer. No, it's too late. Too little, too late.
All right, well, welcome back everyone to our live judging room, and welcome back to everyone who is joining us online. Thanks to Nikon's generous support that we can broadcast this live across the world. As a reminder, we are looking at images in the wedding division, which is proudly sponsored by Graphistudio. Very appropriate that it's Graphistudio. Make sure you check out some of those wedding albums that happen to be in the back of the room as we speak. Can't see it anywhere else right now until the trade show opens, so you get your own little sneak peek. The next category that we're going to consider is the wedding party, family, and friends category. As the name suggests, these are going to all feature members of a wedding party. It could also be the immediate or extended family of a couple, any guests that are at a wedding. The one requirement is that these images must have been taken on the couple's wedding day. So all of these images were taken on the actual wedding day. This category is being sponsored by Asset, which stands for the Album Sales Experience Team. And they're really awesome because if you hate sales and doing sales for all of your weddings and portrait sessions, then these are the guys for you. What they do is they partner with photographers and they provide that sales experience to your clients. So if you love to shoot, you love working with your clients, but you hate selling afterwards, then you find time to meet with Asset because they will partner you up with you and they will go through the whole sales process. They will sell the wedding album to your clients, they will sell all of the portrait and wall art to your clients, and your sales averages will skyrocket. So if you hate that part of it, give it up. Give it up to somebody else who can do it for you. They're absolutely amazing. They were also a sponsor last year, and several photographers heard about them at the Icon Awards last year and have since talked to me and told me that their sales averages went up by several $1,000s because they started using that. So if that's just the process that you don't like, you really need to check out Asset. They've got an amazing team. All right, we are welcoming back Jerry Ghionis as our chairperson for this category. So I'm going to turn it over to you and to our panel of judges.
Thank you so much. Welcome. Oh, thank you. You're trying to make up for it now. You're trying to make up for it. That's okay. I know you love me. Natalie Lissini, welcome back. Michael Novo, Jen Stitt, Danny Dong, Nick Bakridis. Isn't it funny how many of us will speak in a certain sort of accent, but when it comes to one thing that we know, we'll add a bit of tang to it. So you guys all sounded bland, and then it was Nick Bakridis. It just sounds, it's got meat to it. All right. Can't wait for this. I've always enjoyed groups and the wedding party, so let's do it. First print, please. Danny, I'm intrigued by your expression. First impression, please.
The expression of the little child looking at that wedding dress is just stunning. Very interesting capture on the wedding day, and also a very good use of the veil to create a story. Yeah.
Wonderful, thank you. Michael, when you went up close the second time, what are you looking at?
Yeah, just the expression on the subject's face is almost kind of, I don't want to be here, kind of crying, and then you put them under there. It feels like a shot that, you know, you were asked to get as the maker, and then like the kid's crying, and you're like, what do I do, and this and that. But then you get the shot, and you look at it, and you're like, hey, you know what, this actually kind of works. I'll probably make this top 10 in Icon.
Jen, what did you see when you're looking back again, and maybe even touch upon the fact that there's a bit more grain in there, like it gives it a bit more earthy flavor.
I was really enjoying how the maker makes this image feel like a story. The storytelling elements in this, just all the elements come together. We have the windows in the background creating frames, and then the mat also has, I'm not sure the technical term of it, like an imprint, a V-groove in the mat itself. Yeah. In the mat itself, creating another window into this opportunity, and this little girl is trapped inside this veil. And again, I echo my other judges saying, you know, they were probably asked, the maker was probably asked by the bride, like, oh, it'd be so cute. And the elements that they brought together just to tell the story are just wonderful.
Great comment. I think we should form a band and call ourselves the V-Groove. All right, next print, please. I appreciate one person laughing at that. Thank you. Natalie, first impression.
Oh, gosh. I mean, I'm fighting between the two sets of emotions of the groom walking out the door and then the mother wiping a tear and the father embracing her. When you're like, my youngest is a boy, and so I just instantly think of him walking out and needing to be consoled. So I love the emotion and the storytelling here.
Beautiful. Danny, unpack this a little bit more, because we have two stories in one and they harmonize together, of course. So tell us.
Yeah, this is a very complex capture a lot of story, two stories in one frame, and also well balanced, one story on the left side, one story on the right side, and good use of lighting, a one light source from the outside the door to emphasize the left side story, so the main subject of the groom is under that perfect lighting, and also use another way of backlighting to emphasize the other way of the story happens for the parents over there, and the connections of the hand touch, all the connection, everything is very genuine wedding day emotion capture. We are talking about wedding day category, wedding day for multiple elements, multiple people, and multiple story. I just can't imagine how much technical difficulty to achieve this one capture. It's amazing.
Thank you. Michael, tell us about the choice of matting and even the fact that there's more negative space on the bottom and how it was printed.
Yeah, and that's, you don't always have to put everything in a perfectly centered position. So it gives you a little bit of like breathing space on the bottom and really allows you to come up and focus in on the image up top. So that is very well done. That also complements the fact that the image itself is being split almost into two. It's self-matting itself within the frame, which is also nice. And then, of course, the doors that are in the background. And the final quick point on this, I love the fact that this is so imperfectly perfect, that the hands aren't perfect, everything, but this is that moment. This is when you open up the album later and you look at this image. This isn't a photograph, it's a memory.
It's interesting, if that was the sun going out, then it's hard to balance the lighting on the parents. If it was a flash, it would also be hard. And also getting that emotion, if there was some coordination of lighting, either way, it's impressive. Thank you. Next print, please. Barber wedding. Nicole.
Excellent use of lighting and color harmony. Perfectly posed and well balanced from the maker.
Yeah, definitely. Danny, tell us a bit more about, like, normally when we see weddings, we're seeing, young bucks, but this is got a different sophistication, but very cool at the same time. Tell us about that.
Posing each individual to also be able to complement their own personality, age, and style. I think that the maker did an excellent job on it. So look at each individual portrait. It's actually pretty a stunning portrait for each individual, and then putting them together and also positioning each person in the right position, balancing each out perfectly well. Instead of V shape, this is M shape, or even more, and also in a very complex background. And the lighting did a perfect well job. Each individual is perfectly light.
Thank you. Great comment. What are you noticing, mate?
Yeah, it's. I think it's very subtle, and oftentimes we're shooting couples. That you mentioned the age portion of it, but one thing that comes with age, I feel that's very difficult for younger couples to get and to really put forth through images is charisma, and that's exactly what I'm feeling. That each person is giving me their own thing. It doesn't feel forced at all, and I really love the fact that each individual is a masterful portrait in its own.
Yeah. I look at every individual and I feel like they could all be a Game of Thrones character, and they just happen to be in a modern wedding. It's great. Look at the guy on the top left. Then you've got the villain in the middle, and then you've got the priest is also on the villain. You know what I mean? I don't know. There's just lots of fun there. Great construction of image. Well done. Next print, please. forever his little girl. Jen, grab the mic. First impression.
You just feel with this father, or this older gentleman, I assume the bride's father, the maker has done a really wonderful job staying in there nice and close. It's so easy for the maker to step back when emotion starts to happen in a frame. And the maker has chosen to stay in nice and close to really almost bring you into the embrace that he's giving the bride. And it's almost like a loss for words of just how much you can tell this father cares for his daughter.
Great comment, thank you. Danny, tell us a bit about the tight crop and the way it's been worked and what we're seeing in front of us.
Yeah, this is a purposely tight cropping with that tight hand grab. And everything feels so tight, create a strong emotion, strong feeling of hugging tight. And it works perfectly well for the moment, the emotion captured. Very smart cropping, and also eliminate all the distraction. All the maker wants us to see is the expression on the father's face.
It's interesting, isn't it? Like when you want to emphasize something, you push that body part towards the camera and towards the light. And traditionally, we would say, if the hand is sort of bigger than the face or it's disproportionate, we might consider it a mistake. But now it's almost taken its own character, and you appreciate it as a beautiful expression, and then it's married up to what you see. It's sort of almost like, you know, I'd love to see what her face is like, but really it's about his moment and what he's celebrating. Thank you. Next print, please. Wedding ceremony with grandma.
Well, I had a similar situation at my wedding. My grandmother looked just like that. She was in a wheelchair, and this amazing moment. I don't know, I have nothing else to say.
Thank you. Nick, how do you feel about this image, mate?
This is so emotionally content impact create to the viewer. And you know, you don't want to have a look about the anomalies or technical faults that all the pictures might have. It's about humanity. It's about family. It's about relation. It's about legacy. This is something stays forever. This is about wedding.
Mm. Thank you. Danny, please.
It's just an unrepeatable moment captured for everyone's once-in-a-lifetime experience. I think that the picture immediately evokes everyone's feeling there. It says everything. The expression and connection there, it's just priceless.
Yeah, thank you. Beautiful comments. All right, let's take that print off just for a moment. All right. Isn't it amazing how photography can just... I mean, we all identify with the human spirit, right? And it's interesting when we get to, some people are older than me and younger than me at this age, but we're at this particular age where, you know, it's not really fun years. Our parents are at that age, our uncles and aunties are at that age. And the way I see it, everyone has a turn in life, wouldn't you agree? We all have a turn. And history repeats. And I feel that the bigger the grief, the bigger the love. In other words, if your grief is so much, it means your love was so strong. So really, if you have to appreciate it, you've got to appreciate both. And that's okay. We're all got to go through it. But it's nice to just calm ourselves a little bit and absorb those moments and know that the next time that we photograph a wedding, I don't know about you, like I go inside, I photograph chair covers, candelabras, details, and grandma is actually in the, call it the green room with the bride and the groom. No one's going to care about the chair covers and all that kind of stuff. They're going to care about those beautiful moments that's a once in a lifetime. So it's good to celebrate those as well. It's wonderful. All right, guys, thank you so much. Next print, please. Table service. Nick, I see a big grin from you.
Yeah. Originality, imagination, and unusual angle of the maker, of the using top, shooting from the top. I don't know if he or she direct the scene, but no matter what, is something that it's memorable, and something that I never said before, and it works. It's funny. It's nice.
Jen, I know you photograph weddings. Have you photographed anything like this in your career?
I don't think I've ever set up a shot like this in my career, but I, at this point, want to be besties with every single woman in this photo. And I feel bad for any photographer that comes after, like any of these bridesmaids who have hired a photographer for their wedding, because the next photographer has to recreate this for every single one of these women in the photo. I mean, this is friendship. This is the girls who are there to celebrate the bride and to push her off into the next journey. And there's so much joy in this photo. And I have to applaud the maker for this, of including every single detail that was important to the bride for the getting ready, down to the fruit and cracker tray. There's a disposable camera on the table, those stupid heart glasses, like every little, come on guys, you know what I'm talking about. There's every little detail here that the bride picked out meticulously prior to the wedding. So I have to applaud the maker in making sure all that made it into the frame.
Thank you. Michael, this is right up your alley. You've got a quirky eye about you. Tell us about, is this what we call posed photojournalism? What is it?
Yeah, and that's exactly, what the biggest struggle is you have such a big group of folks or larger, and to make sure that everything feels organic. I have this phrase where I say, if I can hear the photographer's voice, then that takes me out of the image. I don't want to hear the pose. I just want to see a moment as if it's happening. And the photographer's like, oh, you know what? I'm up here. Let me just take the shot real quick. And that's what I love, is that every subject is just doing something that is completely believable. So wonderful.
Great comment. I often, I've never done anything like this. I wish I did and have, and maybe I will, and I just won't show anyone. But when you want something to look like that pose photojournalism, it's too good to be true, but it just looks so organic. Build it, break it. Build it, pose it perfectly, as in not flawless. It's just the execution of your desired result, and then you break it. So it's the imperfection what actually makes it look and feel real. But yes, best is having fun. Well done. Next print, please. The overzealous guest. Danny, first impression.
Storytelling. I think that we see the story immediately, and we see the expression immediately, and we can feel the excitement, the fun there. It's captured very well, and beautiful finish of the image as well.
So Nick, both being Greek, we're probably looking at this as a waste of rice. We could have made a really beautiful risotto, but to go a bit further about the way it's composed, the expression, all that kind of stuff.
I like the idea that maker choose to be in a bullseye composition in terms of the big frame, but directly attract the viewer's attention to the main subject, which is, I don't know if it's a priest or a friend of them.
Guest, yeah. Guest.
Yeah. And the smiling and everything is in the middle, which is the choice of the lens also to create the separation with the background, which is out of focus, the f-stop. Everything made way that works for the viewer.
Thank you. Jen, tell us about the fact that we're not hiding behind the minimum length of the longest length being 10 inches. So this is really big, and also the print quality, please.
I'm really enjoying the darks and the lights in this image. And when you photograph something like a moment like this, when there's a lot of action happening, I mean, this overzealous guest probably came up and just started to pour things over, and you're like, oh, I got to get this. This is going to be, the bride's going to be picking rice out of her hair for the next 24 hours. It's sharp. Every detail in this is sharp. The background is perfectly lined up. And I applaud the photographer for knowing that that background and all those lines are not a distraction back there. And it's enjoyable how big this is in the mat, because you can see the details of the rice. If the rice was printed any smaller, you'd be questioning if it was dust or questioning if what it actually was. And here it's very clear what is going on in this photo.
Great comment. Thank you so much. Next print, please. No title? Yeah, so when there's no title, I just don't say anything. I know Tony likes to announce it. We're different. Hope you love us the same. Nick, you're so close to it. What are you noticing?
I like the idea of silhouettes through the framing and all the leading lines going to, but I've noticed that all the faces, it's outside of it's not carrying the heads. So the maker used the 3 different couples posing totally different and framing through the shadows and light, which is very clever idea and very unique to recreate an image like this.
Thank you. Michael, if we were to, maybe when we're starting out and we're in this particular scene, what would be the temptation to do and progressing to maybe get to this particular step and celebrating what's been done well here?
Oh, it could be numerous things. One is okay, let's use the shadow in the background, but I'll go ahead and throw a nice big light onto the couple. We don't really need everybody else in there. Let's just find the right, because if I was just starting, I would be finding just the right square and having them move from one to the other until I got just the right one, and they would be perfectly lit and looking at the camera. And then you start progressing a little bit where, all right, well, we don't need to make eye contact with the camera because that's not doing it. How about if you guys look at each other? Okay, well, let's use these shapes and forms and make you guys into shapes and forms. And there's this evolution that comes around. And then it goes all the way into the fact that you're going to be printing this image and putting this dark mat around it, which then also keeps you in the image and plays off of the shadows. So it's really an evolution of like the beginning to the higher levels of being a professional photographer.
Great comment. You're good, you. Very articulate, mate. Yeah, I find this kind of image quite tough. I think that really we often say lighting is the most important thing. If you really broke it down, it's a subtraction of light that creates everything. So sometimes it's just take it away, you know? Thanks so much. Next print, please. Tears of joy. Danny, first impression, please.
Oh, wow. Emotional touch there. It could be, I guess, it's first look of Bride and her father, and perfectly capture and well balanced the 2 main subjects in a background, actually really complementary to the whole frame. Make the story even more interesting, and we want to look at more at the subjects, even with the distraction of different frame of the paintings. Yes, I think it's very unique. Instead of finding a plain background, a plain wall to do the first look capture, the maker chose a different way and actually did it really well.
Great comment, beautiful. Michael, can you tell us, I mean, we alluded to it sort of towards the end of that particular comment, but what are those figures and those faces doing for this image in the background?
Yeah, I mean, they're making direct eye contact and giving this very strong, beautiful look, and here you have the 2, I don't know, I don't want to, maybe that's the bride on the right and dad on the left, I'm not sure.
Could be a sugar daddy.
Could have what?
Apparently it's politically incorrect to say sugar daddy. You call them glucose guardians now. Sorry, keep going.
No, all good. All right. Perfectly aligns with my train of thought there. Yeah, no, you've got these strong figures, and we often try and put on this certain type of persona to the world, but at the end of the day, this moment, I love that it breaks. This isn't the smile and the hug and the let's hold together and look for a camera. It looks like maybe even the photographer planned to potentially photograph them together here later, but just this moment, either just before or just after, and that's where the power lies in this image.
Nice. Natalie, last comment here. I want you to tell me about the fact that we can't see their faces, but the hands are quite visibly the strongest element here that express the emotion.
Yeah, I don't think we need to see their faces. It's just powerful. The second it comes up, you're just sort of moved because you feel what they feel. You know, you can feel like she's trying to perhaps not cry. He's wiping his tear away. She doesn't want to mess up her makeup, but you know, when you see your father on your wedding day and he tells you how beautiful you look, you know, that's something that you think about over and over. And it's a scary but exciting day, and you feel the emotion, you feel the relationship and the love they have for each other.
Yeah, I can't imagine a bride and a father who wouldn't appreciate this image, and certainly it is a legacy for their family. Beautifully done. Next, print please. What women carry forward. Jen, first impression, please.
These are three powerhouse of women, and it's really exceptional the way the maker has posed these women to really, they're all connected, the way they're posed, and they also all command the image and inside the frame here. I'm really impressed with that.
Thank you. Natalie, talk to us about the generational content here.
I mean, you're so lucky to have your mom and your grandmother there standing beside you. On one of the biggest days of your life. I mean, these are the women that shaped who you are. They raised you, and they're, you know, I mean, I guess there's a part of me that's like hearing you and then struggling with what is this story, because I'm seeing two figures that are missing, and there's a lot of questions I have, so my brain is kind of ping-ponging to did they lose someone? Like, I feel like there's more to the story that I'm wondering about. I don't know if anyone sees that.
Danny, what do you see, mate?
Family portrait on the wedding day, how to make it different. I think this maker did an excellent job. Slow down and find a way to combine all the wedding elements, beautiful dress, and beautifully dressed three people here, three generations. Amazing, beautiful faces captured, and stylized portrait over there. It can go to a magazine, it can go to a cover, just timeless.
It's wonderful. You know what I really appreciate myself is I look at the photograph, and Grandma is styling better than the other one. So you've sort of got the very classic, beautiful dress, and then you've got Mum probably married in the 70s, 80s, and then the modern bride, but you can see that Grandma's kicking it. I love it. Very nice. Okay. That is the last print of that particular category. Well done to the judges and the makers of those photographs. Thank you so much, guys. Wonderful effort. We are going to take a short little break and come back, and we'll get the guys to judge who's going to be first, second, and third. We'll see you soon.
Are you still trading nights for editing? Wasting hours switching between 3+ apps? Meet Evoto, the all-in-one workflow. Evoto guarantees batch consistency and professional quality. Let Evoto handle the repetitive work of noise reduction and retouching, freeing you to deliver magazine-quality results. Tether, cull, retouch, deliver. Everything you need is in one place, empowering creation across team, time, and space. Full manual control included. Designated features like color correction and manual tools are free for paid subscribers. Flawless portraits with a single click. Free yourself from heavy repetitive edits with Evoto. Reclaim up to 65% more time and enjoy your personal life. Boost upsell rates by up to 30%. Evoto is your complete intelligent imaging ecosystem. Start on desktop, finish on mobile. Every step connected with Evoto.
Time saved, space reclaimed, simplified workflow, designed by photographers, engineered for precision. Innovation should feel effortless. When your setup disappears, your vision remains. Modular by design, built to adapt.
All right, welcome back. As you can see, the judges have already started looking at the images. They're now looking at all of the images together in the wedding party, family, and friends category, and they are going to decide who they would like to see win first, second, and third place in this category. There's no discussion for this part of the process because they've already chatted about each image, so they will take their time. We'll give them a few minutes, and as soon as they have made their decisions, we'll let you know. All right, that was a bit of an extended session. Thank you for your patience, everyone, while we dealt with a few technical difficulties, but we got it all sorted out. We finally have our winners for this category, which you guys will all find out tomorrow night. I'm so sorry after that long delay, that dramatic pause. But that does officially conclude the Wedding Party Family and Friends category, sponsored by Asset. So huge thank you to Asset, and congratulations to all the finalists in this category. We have one more category in the wedding division, and that is the wedding photo journalism category. So we're gonna move on to that. We're just gonna get our judges settled in and seated and put in place, and we will be back in just a couple minutes.
This is how I and other photographers earn more by creating albums in less time. First, I use the Design for Me auto design feature. Then I'll make any changes I want. I'll move spreads around, swap photos, and change any layouts I want. And once I'm ready, I'll either hop on a Zoom call with my clients to finalize their designs, or I'll simply upload it to the design proofer in just a few clicks. When my clients can see and visualize the designs they want, it makes the process easier for everyone. If you head over to the Fundy website, they have a free trial that you can download. Be a part of the Fundy family and join all of these other great photographers around the world. You won't regret it.
Welcome back. We decided to make that one not so quick. We got our judges in place really quickly just so that we could get back with you guys. We are now going to begin our final category in the wedding division, which is sponsored by Graphistudio. Huge thank you to Graphistudio for sponsoring that entire division. And remember to go back and take a look at all their beautiful albums and wall art that they set up just for us here, so you don't have to deal with all the craziness of the trade show. You can take a look at it in our nice quiet room. The other thing that you should remember, just in case you're just joining us, is that Graphistudio is also the printer for this year's Icon Awards book. So there's a poster back there. You can also go to iconphotographers.com to purchase your Icon Awards book, and then pick it up right at their booth 301, starting tomorrow. All right, well, let's kick it off. We'll go into our final category in the wedding division. That is wedding photo journalism. This category features all candid moments on the actual wedding day. The photographer, there are more limited restrictions in this category. So the photographer could not have posed or directed or staged any moment in this category. This is purely a category of moments found. There's also more limited restrictions on post-production as well. There's no composites that are allowed in this category, and then there are certain techniques that are also not allowed, such as liquefying and cloning. All of that is allowed normally in the wedding division, but for this category in particular, we have even more restrictive post-production, so you must capture it more in camera, and they must be moments found. So the idea is that the photographer is looking for these moments and capturing them as they unfold, and using the techniques that they have on hand in their camera. This category is sponsored by Fundy Designer. Fundy, if you've never used Fundy Designer, let me save you a whole bunch of time, and you've just got to do it. They are an all-in-one software solution for designing albums, for designing wall art. If you do thank you cards, it is amazing. If you've never used it before, we use it with every single one of our clients. You put all of your images in from a portrait session or a wedding. They have an auto designer feature, which is incredible. You press auto designer and it designs the entire layout in seconds. It literally takes 2.5 seconds. You can go in and make changes as you want, but it saves you so much time. What used to take hours to design each spread individually now takes literally seconds. So huge thank you to Fundy Designer for sponsoring this category. Our chairperson is Tony Hewitt. So thank you so much, Tony, for joining us. I'm going to now turn it over to you and our panel of judges.
Thank you, Melissa. So we've got a few more categories to go. Hope you're enjoying the process, and there's plenty to learn. And talk about learning, we've got some incredible photographers who give up their time as mentors, all have been through this sort of system for many years, associates, masters, and further double masters, triple masters. So we're very privileged to have you all here, including William Adwin, Ben Connolly, all the way from Oz, Nice to have a fellow countryman in the room. Jen Stitt, Danny Dong, and Michelle Celentano. So with that said, we're going to listen to what they have to say when they look at these images. Now remember, these prints are all finalists. They've all reached that top of the tree. They're all in that final sort of the runway where they're coming in to be perhaps a winner. And what we're looking for from the judges is to explain and to take the covers off, unveil, if you will, the process that might go through a judge's head when the image comes around and what helps an image get to this level. The first judge might talk about the first impression. You'll often hear me ask them for their first thoughts or first impressions. So when you're creating a print for competition, it's important to be able to understand what is it that the judge is going to see in the first 5 seconds, because often that will be a sort of precursor to whether they're going to give it a high score or not. The second judge will break the image down a little bit more, tell us a bit more about the print quality, the strengths of its lighting, contrast, composition, emotional content, etc. And perhaps the third judge might talk about presentation, paper choice, things like that, because all of these decisions, all these little decisions add up to the final image. So with that said, let's have the first print, please. Champagne spills even in heaven. And I'm going to ask Jen for her first impressions as this came around.
I really appreciate the patience of the maker of this image. They were clearly there to pop some champagne, have a nice toast with a beautiful cloudy backdrop and everything, and surprise, the champagne bottle just pretty much looks like it exploded everywhere. And the father or the groom or the male in this photo is definitely doing his very, very best to try not to get this all over the bride's poor dress. And this moment is just a wonderful representation of the patience a photographer can have and being ready at the moment that we're anticipating.
William, can you maybe dissect this a little bit further as to what's gone into making this work?
Yeah, and I'm glad that Jen mentioned the ability of the maker to be prepared, and I wanted to kind of carry off of that and then go on to what you were saying. This seems like it was maybe about to be a portrait, something in between, something more formal, and the maker was ready to capture it. A gust of wind came by and this happened. And so the maker was prepared, which I appreciate. I also appreciate the composition overall, and the lighting was, whether it was a portrait or a moment that's going to happen, it was all already established. So essentially the maker created this stage where they were ready for everything. So it's not just about being prepared, but it's having the stage where that preparedness will create a visually appealing image.
Ben, maybe a brief comment on, we notice with a lot of photojournalism, we see black and white. Maybe just talk about this image, but with that in mind as well.
Yeah, thanks, Tony. I absolutely love talking about composition, and when I talk about composition, it's not so much where the people are in the frame. It can also be the composition of colours and the composition of lighting and the composition of the contrast. And I think if you look very deeply at this, you can see the contrast of the father and the daughter, let's say, against the backdrop, and they really stick out. And when you look very closely at this image, the tones of the whites and the blacks are beautifully handled. So the contrast there between them is beautiful as well as the contrast of her white dress against that dark wall. And if you look very deeply at this photo, you can see that all the details are there. You can even see the numbers on the gentleman's watch. So it's beautiful and sharp, and that contrast and that composition really sticks out. And the black and white, you're stripping the colour bias away, so you're taking your eye straight to the expression, straight to the moment.
Thanks, Ben. Next print, please. Untitled. Jerry. Take a microphone with you, Michelle. What's your first impression?
First impression is just what a beautiful, tender, quiet moment this is with this bride who's also a mother and nursing her baby on her wedding day. You know, motherly duties don't escape you just because you're getting married. You still have to feed your baby. And this moment is so quiet and so serene and so beautiful. It feels like we're being intrusive even seeing it.
Thanks, Michelle. Danny, tell us a little bit more about the use of lighting and composition in this image.
Yeah, strong harsh light I feel works really well in this particular frame because it emphasizes the focus. Now we are all focusing on the beautiful bride and the connection with the baby there. So instead of all the chaos backgrounds on the wedding day, I think it just helps people to focus attention, and also the finish of this image into black and white, just to make it more timeless. I think it did a great job for photojournalists.
When you say the finish, what do you mean?
Finish means in this category, we're not allowed to do a lot of Photoshop work. What we allowed is dodging and burning in general to make the people to see how you want this to be more high contrast or soft contrast, and the maker choose to go with a high contrast with a high intensity, with deep dark and high strong highlight. So here we can now focus on the strong highlight portion and ignore all the surrounding distractions.
Yeah, and there's a lovely warmth in the print, which is complemented by the warmth of the matte and having that clean white just to separate the two. Yeah. Yep. Good comment.
I think this is a perfect example of obviously something that was not on the photography timeline, you know, and this is what makes a great photojournalist. This was probably at the end of the getting ready pictures. I think what a lot of new photographers would do, they would think, okay, the getting ready pictures are done, time to pack up my gear and leave. And a lot of these transitional elements and things that aren't on the timeline is what makes for a really great and unique image and really great storytelling. So it's not just the scheduled events, it's all of those events that are in between, and this maker was obviously aware enough to pay attention to what could be happening.
Thanks, William. Next print, please. The pop heard around the world. First impressions, Ben?
I really love how the artist has got this gentleman shaking this, and it's spread him in the face. The moment that has been captured there alone, if we took out everyone else, that's the fantastic moment on its own, because it looks like he's worn the champagne or whatever it is in his face. Secondly, the setting up of the lighting in order to create this is not something that happens by accident. The lighting has been very deliberately set up to capture scenes like this in the moment as they happen, and it's been really well done.
Jen, can you take us a bit further down the track on this one?
I think it's really easy as a photojournalist to, you know this moment's going to happen. Again, we talked about champagne a little bit before, but you know this moment's going to happen, and you might want to duck and cover. If you get in close on this image, you can even see all of the splashes that are coming at this lens, maybe even on this lens. This champagne went everywhere, and this image is tack sharp. This photographer did not even flinch when all of this liquid is coming at their very expensive camera gear. And it's really nice the way that they've contained this image in the presentation. I love the white, brings out the white bevel, brings out the white, clean part of the champagne spray and everything like that. And the dark matte just brings you right back to the center of this photo.
Thanks, well covered. Next print, please. A father's silent blessing. First thoughts, Danny?
Beautiful story captured in a frame that includes both the mom and also father's expression. I think that's it. My first impression is how smart to capture both the parents, one in the action and one not in the action, but you can feel the emotion there.
Michelle, can you tell us a bit more about what's going on and how this sort of image comes out, or how you create it?
This image is just so yummy. I mean, it's a photojournalistic moment, fly on the wall, yet so beautifully done. The vertical lines are perfect. The balance of the flowers on the left and the right. And then this is a case where a title really boosts the image because the title makes so much sense, and the father is so stoic, and just seeing that profile in contrast to the more raw emotion on the mother, and I'm assuming the mother and the bride, it's ironic, like how stoic he is and how emotional they are. And that is, really a cultural thing as well, where men tend to be stoic and, the women get to have more emotion, and he's holding it all in. But just in terms of the composition, well done to the maker.
And Jen, maybe just touch on, when we look at this image, the first thing or one of the things that strikes you is the warmth of the image and how that works with that black and white matte.
I think that the black and white just really contributes to this image because it would be very easy to get lost in the background. The bride and her, what we're going to say the mother, having this emotional moment, they're framed beautifully in a door frame. I think it's a door frame there, window frame, door frame. And if this image was in color, we may just get lost in whatever is behind them. Whereas this, the white bevel brings us all the way back into the frame within the frame, and we're almost participating with the father as a voyeur, like looking in on this moment that's happening. Great choice for the matte for this. I think a white matte would just take us completely out of this moment.
Okay, thanks, Jen. Next print, please. The Real Thrill Ride. The Real Thrill Ride. You thrill? First impression, Ben? What's the element that came to you first?
Welcome to the Olympics. The mum is having an amazing time. To capture that expression, like, I know how fast these things happen and how rapidly moving these things occur. To get that expression, to get the beautiful arm, who will say, we believe maybe the daughter, to get that connection with them, holding hands, as well as mum's just all-out excitement in this situation, combined with everything else being beautiful and sharp, but not taking away from her. Love it. It's fantastic.
Thank you. William, let's unpack this a little more as what's gone into making it so it works so well.
Yeah, well, first I want to commend the maker for the degree of difficulty. If anyone has ever photographed a Jewish wedding or a hora, it is chaos, and I mean that in a great way. It's very celebratory, and if the maker was on the other side of this room, they very well might not have been able to get to this side in the first place, because it's hard to even move. So part of what came into this was going back to anticipation. The maker put themselves in the right point of view to get these expressions. It also nicely shows off the architecture with the leading lines and the steps leading to, I'm assuming, mother's face. And what I very much appreciate, and I'm sure the maker shot through this moment, but the fact that they chose this one, it's not just because mother's face is so expressive. It's that her daughter's face is almost completely the opposite, but in a really meaningful way. Her daughter is looking at her mom having the time of her life and terrified, but her daughter is so happy to see her mom this happy. And that also takes shooting from the right angle, because if the maker would have been too far to the left, you would not have seen the daughter's expression. And if the maker was too far to the right, you would not have had the square to the camera expression of the mother. So strategic and anticipation skill set very much from the maker.
And there's a couple of little moments in there that are kind of inclusive, and that is the gentleman on the right who appears to be looking up the mother's dress, which then makes sense of her expression, and the daughter's trying to say, "It's okay, Mum, it'll be over shortly." But yeah, it's the ability to capture multiple moments in a single frame that really excels and elevates. Next print, please. Untitled. Your first impression, Danny?
A smart choice of silhouette, using silhouette to capture the first dance moment, and also camera angle. The camera angle is so low, so was able to emphasize the smoke on top of the ground, and using the smoke to form a leading line, to leading a triangle to the center focus. Very smart.
Thanks, Danny. Michelle, these sort of images require some clever work in terms of dealing with that contrasty light, working against the light. How do you deal with stuff like that? What do you have to consider?
Yeah, I actually think if the photographer has worked at this venue before, they may have a heads up to the fog that's going to be used and the way that the bride and groom either enter the room or start their first dance. And they can see, like, I almost feel like you can pre-plan for this journalistic moment by knowing what is happening and being in the right place at the right time. You're not going to direct it, you're not going to stop it, you're not going to change it, but you know the fog comes up from this direction and that light comes from that background, and you can almost think to yourself, I want to do a silhouette of this, and I know where the light is going to be. I need to make sure I'm in the right spot. So I actually think that there was some thought put into this as opposed to it just being a random journalistic moment. I think that there was thought process put into this beforehand in knowing exactly where the couple would be, the light, and that fog would be. So I think it was smart, really smart.
Ben, maybe just to finish off, just maybe explore quickly, how do you deal with such bright highlights and dark shadows in the one frame and get it to still work?
And congratulations to the artist for dealing with those harsh lights and those deep shadows. It does take a lot of camera settings, a lot of ability, and a lot of being in the right place. And I think a lot of what we're seeing here, the paper choice to show off those shadows and highlights is really beautiful here. If this was a glossy kind of paper, I think we might lose a lot of the contrast and a lot of the detail that you can actually see in this image. But the handling of both the highlights and the shadows is absolutely beautiful, and it's been really well done. Congratulations to the artist.
And of course, the beauty of today's cameras, I mean, I'm a Nikon guy, truly, and the ability to make sure you keep those highlights under control. You can always drag a bit of detail out the shadows, and voila, you have a picture. So, yeah. If your camera's not doing it, try a Nikon or Nikon.
Yeah.
Next print. That was unscripted. Was that? "37 years Nikon. Title
or untitled? Title or not titled?
So he could witness." Thank you, Michelle. I'm going to ask you for your first impressions, Michelle, because I know it touched you.
Yeah, I had to come back up because of those prints on the wall behind. They're all wedding photographs, which is really beautiful. So he could witness. He's obviously signing, so he's a witness to this wedding, and again, it just feels like we're peeking into a moment we don't really have a right to be in, you know, between this couple and this elderly sick man. So, you know, in terms of composition, using the ottoman and the couch, the way it's coming out, seeing his feet forward to the camera, and then working your way up to see what it is that he's doing, and then to work your way up a little bit more and to see the history of weddings in their family on the wall is really pretty extraordinary.
And William, can you expand a little further on that storytelling and the elements that in this picture that are contributing to the narrative?
Yeah, I think this maker purposely chose a wider lens for the storytelling. I think obviously something is being signed, marriage license is being signed, whatever the case might be. The initial reaction might be like, oh, well, I'm supposed to photograph tight on the fact that this marriage license is being signed, when in reality, it's only part of the story. There's so much more. So to your point, talking more about the storytelling, lens choice and placement as the shooter is tremendously important, because if they were standing very close and shooting wide, by their proximity they would be cropping out, or if they were standing farther back and shooting long and zooming in just on the marriage license being signed, it wouldn't have told as much of a story. So lens choice is tremendously important in storytelling.
Okay, thanks guys. Next print, please. Devotion. First impression, Danny, what was the first thing that sort of caught your attention?
Wow, what a beautiful print. And looks like a documentary style print, and lasted for, it can last for a long time. And also look at each individual's expression there, perfectly positioned over there. Just an amazing capture of a moment that can tell each person's story over there.
Jen, would you take us a bit further into this image as to what's going on and how they've put it together to create this excellent print?
I'm really enjoying the way the maker decided to present this image to us. The mat itself looks like it has a weight. The title of this image was Devotion, and to be devoted to something, there's a weight that you carry with that. And the thickness of the mat and the way there's a reveal between where the mat and the print is, it just adds that extra amount of weight, that the way you feel about these men who are probably pretty stoic men in their average life, taking in whatever moment at the wedding this is. And the print is just, the paper choice is stunning. It brings out all of the highlights and the details, and the blacks aren't lost in any of it. It looks like an art piece.
Thanks, Jen. Ben, there's some interesting expressions going on here. Can you maybe have a little...
Oh, you got me on the expressions.
Oh, and plus what you were thinking, because I could see you were thinking about something.
Yep.
But yeah.
Yep. Let's all remember that this was a moment taken, captured on the spot, not staged. So every expression here, every human in this image is experiencing something. And all of these expressions are so vastly different. And as someone from Australia, I don't know or understand the religion and the details behind it. But even then, I can still appreciate, without knowing that, all of the different expressions, knowing that all of these gentlemen are all thinking and feeling something different. And that in itself is engaging on its own. The other point that I had was this is a very tonally dark image. And when you look at it on the screen, it looks black. But when you look at it here, you see all the details, and the handling of the shadows, in particular in this image, is really beautiful. To echo what Jen said, it's it's been handled beautifully. There's no noise. Like in dark images like this, sometimes you see a lot of noise and it's a lot of hard work. But the printing here is beautiful. The matting is beautiful. The paper choice just amplifies everything that's there. And it's been exceedingly well done.
Thanks, Ben. Next print, please. Tears of a Father's Love. I'll get your first impressions, William.
Yeah, obviously a tremendously beautiful moment here, and this is kind of similar to something I was saying before. There are obvious things that are happening on a wedding day, and there are things that are less obvious. So this is a church ceremony. It's obvious that the couple is standing at the altar. It's obvious that they're giving their vows. But where's the rest of the story? And the maker was aware enough to be cognizant of the other story. It's not just the couple at the altar, it's the responses to their beautiful vows, etc.
Okay, Jen, take us a bit further into the construction of this image.
I keep getting lost. There's a woman standing in a lighter color dress, and I love the fact that the maker has used this to their advantage. The expression in her face is looking down at this man crying, being like, I told you were going to cry. I told you were going to feel something on this wedding day. And the story element of that is just making me, even though it's a heavy image where he's crying and he's feeling so much emotion, I'm getting lost in the I told you so moment that is going on, the secondary story in here, which creates a really strong photojournalistic image when you can have more than one story appearing with all the characters in the frame.
And Danny, just a brief comment. Again, we see a lot of use of warm papers, warm mats. How does that tie into emotional response when the viewer looks at an image?
First, here in a church photojournalistic shot, it's very hard to handle the color temperature. So the maker make a very smart choice to turn this into a black and white, make it classic and make it timeless. And at the same time, this is a moment, there's emotion there, shows family love. So when you use a warm tone paper, that actually helps to balance that, to give it a little bit, a very muted tone instead of just a cold black and white. And also with a paper matte choice, just to make it more soft and more like art.
Okay, thanks. Great comments, everybody. Next print, please. Poor decision, P-O-U-R. Poor decision. Okay, Danny, you've got a big smile on your face. Just what was the first thing that went through your mind and made you smile?
A very unique camera angle to capture a fun moments with so much story there, and also all the hands, all the positions. Looks like even someone holding a knife there, and the other one pulling the bottle, and the other hand pinch the nose. Everything. I think this is a brilliant storytelling image.
Ben, how do you make stories like this?
Hopefully without going to jail. There's a bottle there, there's a knife there, there's hands holding this gentleman down. There's so many things going on in this, and the first question I ask is, whose idea was this? Was this his? Was this the boys? Is this at the reception? Like, where is this? Is this beforehand? Because he's walking down the aisle a bit drunk, maybe? Like, this gives me so many questions that I kind of like to try and answer for myself in my head. I'm still trying to answer the questions myself, actually. But I love the storytelling of it, and I love how that there's so many hands there, and if you maybe take the hands as a bit of a metaphor for, you know, everyone being involved and everyone having a hand in this gentleman's journey. So whatever journey that may be.
And I mean, photojournalism, so we're looking for narrative, we're looking for story, we're looking for a way to express something that happened, maybe behind the scenes, maybe, as you say, off script or not planned. And again, we've got another great example of that, so congratulations to the finalist.
Well done to the maker.
That brings us to the end of the category. I want to thank the judges. And again, we're going to take a short commercial break. While that happens, our judges will prepare to look at the images or the prints behind me on a gallery wall. I will ask that you keep the noise down a little bit while they do that, and try not to come up too close. If you want to step over towards that area in the aisle and have a look, that's fine. We just ask that you don't come into this area. Give the judges the space to step forwards and backwards and look at the images. They're going to make some decisions, and then we'll be back with the next category shortly. That's it from us for the moment. Thank you. See you soon. Well done, guys. It was awesome.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back. What we're seeing here now is our judges taking one last look at all of the images that they just talked about in the wedding photojournalism category. So they'll take a look at it and they'll decide who they would like to see win first, second, and third place in this category. There's no discussion during this part because they've had a conversation about each image. So now they'll take their time. We'll give them a few minutes to consider what they would like. No one knows what the other person is doing. This is all a private decision that they're all making, and we'll let you know as soon as they're done. Okay. The judges have made their decision. We have winners in this category, and we'll reveal those tomorrow night at our awards ceremony starting at 7 p.m. So that concludes the wedding photojournalism category, which is proudly sponsored by Fundy, and it also concludes the wedding division, which was sponsored by Graphistudio. So big thank you to both of them for supporting the Icon Awards. If you have been loving what you've been seeing and you've been enjoying this process, please make sure to go say thank you to both of those companies when you see them on the trade show floor, and to all the companies that you've seen. I mentioned it earlier, but we really could not do this without their support. And so if it means a lot to you that we can keep going, then please go to them and say thank you for supporting the Icon Awards, because that is how we can be here at WPPI every year. All right, well, we're gonna move into our final category of the day. That's the pre-wedding division. We're going to get our panel of judges all seated and ready to go, and we'll come back in just about 2 minutes to get that started.
Hi everyone, I'm Yusai, fashion and celebrity photographer. My work ranges from magazine covers, to celebrity portraits, to fashion advertising campaigns. All right guys, how are we doing today? We have the model for a very short amount of time, and we have 4 setups, so we gotta move fast. All right. Assignments may vary from project to project, but as a photographer, it is always important to me that the images I capture are not just technically perfect, but evokes emotion and tells a story. Today's concept for the shoot is autumn bloom, so come with me. Beautiful, looking away. We're just right there. Look, you just gave me chills. That's beautiful. Do you love that?
Yeah, I love those.
Looking away. Sometimes you don't know what to do. I tell people to think about whether they turn off the oven at home or not. Or did I leave the dog in the car without air conditioning on? We'll go ahead and dial up the backlight and change the key. It doesn't matter if I'm on the streets of Paris, New York, or my hometown Los Angeles. One thing is always consistent for me is to capture my subjects in their very best light. Wow, these lights are amazing. I've always loved creating fashion editorial shoots with various lighting techniques within the same story. Bring the flower closer to your eyes, there you go. Lighting to me is the music to a dance. That's beautiful. My job is to capture the perfect moments in that dance. Every nuance matters. I wanted to achieve several different lighting setups, and then we also have a very limited amount of time with our model. Fill lights down by 1 stop, please. So the team and I have to move fast and plan the lighting very efficiently. Love. Well done. Let's get you changed for the next shot. Profoto D30 is small and compact, which is perfect for this assignment, where we have multiple lighting setups and location changes. Are you allergic to flowers? No. Thank goodness. You asked at the end of the shoot. I just asked her if she was allergic to flowers at the end of the shoot. You're absolutely correct. But it still shows I care. Using Profoto allows my team to move the lighting around with ease and achieve my vision. Beautiful. Okay, I'm happy with this. That's a shot. Amazing. Thank you so much. This is incredible.
Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back if you're here in the room with us live, and welcome back if you're watching us online, thanks to Nikon's support. We are now going to begin the pre-wedding division. This division is specifically for images that were captured before the wedding, or they're wedding-styled images that were taken not on the actual wedding day. The whole previous division were for images that were captured on the wedding day. These are all the ones that were not captured on the wedding day. That means that we're going to see all kinds of things like destination shoots, styled wedding shoots, a little bit of everything in each category. The pre-wedding division is sponsored by Hanamule, and Hanamule has been manufacturing beautiful fine art papers for over 400 years. So they have a massive legacy of creating beautiful fine art papers. And when you think about it, since they started doing this 400 years ago, that means that they have been providing paper to artists long before photography even became a thing. So they know what it's like to work with creatives and artists, and they have continued that tradition for all this time. Our first category is the couple together non-wedding day category. Images in this category feature a couple photographed together and not on their wedding day, as the title suggests. So as far as post-production limitations are, photographers were allowed to beautify, correct, finesse their images, but no composites are allowed in this division either. This category is sponsored by 17 Hats. 17 Hats is a business management platform. I am a huge fan. I started using them about a year ago after last year's competition. I heard about them for a long time. I just never pulled the trigger and started working with them. And last year I did. After the competition, I kept seeing all their commercials. And I'll tell you from a personal experience, the number of hours that it has saved me made me emotional. I said this a little bit earlier, but it's the truth. I cried to Jerry when I realized how many hours I was going to get back in my day every single week. So if you manage everything yourself, you do all of the admin yourself, please look into 17 Hats. Their automations are just unlike anything I've ever seen. And I'm very particular. I am already very efficient, and they saved me so much time. So I'm telling you from a personal perspective, they are so worth it. It's absolutely amazing. Super grateful for them for sponsoring us, sponsoring this category. Our chairperson for this category is Jerry Ghionis. So we're going to turn it over to Jerry now and to our panel of judges as they consider the couple together non-wedding day category.
Okay, thank you so much. Welcome back. So William Odwin, thank you so much. Ben Connolly, you're awesome. You're wearing your Icon t-shirt. I know it was made by another company, but we'll take the win. We'll take the win. Jen Stitt, thank you so much for being here. Michelle Harris, always amazing. And Danny Dong, you're here. Enough about me. Let's make it all about the prince. Next print, please. Dash. Ben, you got a fun smile on your face there, mate. You're observing here with your meta glasses. Go for it.
First impressions, I really love the holding the shoe. That is the one thing that sticks out for me, because it's come back here, you're running away, you've dropped your shoe, but you can also see the barefoot, and that is just a beautiful story.
Yeah, very cool. Michelle, tell us about what it takes to actually create this kind of image and execute it the way you see it.
I believe that the lighting from inside I guess it's a tunnel that they're in. I mean, knowing exactly when to have that light shining and how far to make sure that it's also lighting up the groom as well, I assume. I think that it takes a lot of technical execution in order to get this done, and it is amazingly done.
Thank you, Jen. Great comment. Jen, tell us about what this story is in terms of, what is it a homage to? And talk about the anonymity of the bride here, perhaps, and what it's doing for the photo.
I know for me, this is like a perfect Cinderella moment. I love that he's trying to chase after his perfect princess, and I love that every detail in this image has been kept in here on purpose. The name of the building up at the top, you almost want it to be a distraction, but it's not. It's very clear she's very excited to either go get married to him or go and enjoy a party or go to this place. And the title even has the prince up in the top, which is so clever because she's being chased by her prince in her Cinderella moment. And all of these elements come together just to tell the most magical Disney story. And I just want to be her.
I love that comment. It's interesting how we've got movement in the groom's legs, and even that gap with his arm is really important, and the clever placement of the shoe against the dark background. My question, more importantly, is, you know how Cinderella, the prince is trying to find whose foot it fits perfectly? Why did it fall off in the first place? Anyway, let's ponder on that. Next print, please. The one less traveled. Danny, grab the mic. First impression, mate.
Wow, what a unique angle and a unique portrait of bride and groom. Looks like arrow shots, and the leading line, the curve, it's beautiful.
Yeah, great comment. Thank you so much. William, what do you think, mate? Give us a breakdown on the concept execution technique here.
Yeah, I appreciate the point of view. I appreciate the repetition of color. The red car, the red dress. I appreciate the conscious decision to have the red dress splayed out in a way that looks like a heart, and you would only really see that from an aerial perspective. So I appreciate that, and there's even just a little touch of some of those red notes in the starting to turn into fall leaves in the forest surrounding.
Thank you so much. Ben, tell us about the print quality here, and any other comments, because I saw you having a good look at it again.
Yeah, if I can go to color composition and then go to print quality, I really love the color composition here. You've got beautiful colors of reds and greens which go together, and then you've got the lighter browny sort of gray which separates it all, but nothing competes. Everything is just a nice little symphony of nice colors and nice sort of repetition in there that works beautifully. In terms of print quality, I'm really glad that the artist did choose this kind of paper, because it shows you so much more detail. And if you look very closely at this photo, there is so much detail in not only the trees, but also inside the car. You can see the seats in there, and it's just been beautifully handled. It's not over sharpened, and it's just been really well done overall.
Great comment. Thank you so much. It's interesting how both of them are forming an arrow pointing to each other. And often we know, I think it's reasonably common to expect that a photographer would maybe do a leading line or an S-curve on the bride, or in this case, the bridal shoot that we're basically doing, but often we forget about the groom. So giving him a narrowing point broadens the shoulders, and it makes him more interesting rather than just sitting there. So nicely done. Next print, please. The golden ratio. William, can you explain what the golden ratio is and what your first impression is of this image?
Well, the golden ratio is a ratio that has been found in nature, studied by the ancient Greeks.
You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. And it has been used throughout architecture and art. It is a certain ratio that repeats in nature. So that can be translated into the geometry, the underlying geometry that would be within a composition inside of a rectangle. So I'm sure this maker was using these geometric elements when they composed this, and I'm sure that inspired the title.
I'm going to add you to my sleep stories as well. I'm not saying it in a bad way. You're just very soothing the way you speak, and intelligent, which is amazing. Michelle, talk to us about the composition here. It's very deliberate. Why is that effective?
It is absolutely deliberate, and I believe it's really effective because of the contrast between the man and the woman, with the suit being really, really dark, and also having the gown be almost like kind of washed out towards the end.
Yeah, very nice. It's hard to get that much detail in a print like that, but it's such a graphic nature. It's almost got a commercial quality about it. That little gap on the top left and the repeating angles of what's going on. It is very editorial, and nice to see something a little bit different and very strong. So very nice. Thank you so much. Next print, please. Walk with you forever. Keep on looking at the image that close, and what are you seeing?
The first thing I see when I look at this image, I mean, the author clearly wants this red umbrella to be a main focus of it, but it draws my eye directly up to the groom and how he just has so much joy. And there's so many hard edges in this, but I just feel so much peace and so much happiness for this moment of him. He just looks so relaxed.
Thank you. Danny, where could a photographer gone wrong in this, and how did this particular image succeed in its execution?
I think it's about careful planning and careful positioning of the two subjects. There are so many lines here. The black lines crossing, and then the center, and then the circle of the red umbrella. So where to position the groom and the bride so it won't overlap, it won't distract each other. This is a perfect balanced composition, I would say.
Thank you for your comment. Ben, you took a second look there. Give us a final comment there to sort of round this conversation up.
The artist has done an incredible job of not only highlighting the masculine energy here, but also the feminine with the red. As you look at this photo, the leading lines lead you straight to him, but then, and they're harsh and they feel a bit masculine, but when he looks back to her, you can see his face and there's a warmth and there's a love. And then when we think of warmth and love, red is the color that comes to mind, which leads you straight into that red umbrella. And there's a certain element of unknowing who she is or what she looks like that is intriguing, and it's been beautifully done.
Great comment. That anonymity is certainly the mystery behind it's very, very appealing. Thank you so much. Next print, please. It's untitled. Michelle, what's your first impression? First thing you picked up on?
My first impression is that the composition of this is absolutely incredible. On top of the leveling of the two of them, I think it's very intentional, where he's a little bit higher than she is, but it's still like it draws your eye to go to both sides, and it's just incredible.
Wonderful, thank you. Jen, talk to us a bit more about the execution of this image, technically.
For like on the shoot itself or like in post?
Oh, a bit of both actually.
Okay. So it's very clear that they pre-scouted this location, and bringing in and making sure those ladders and the parallel lines and everything they photographed while they were on the scene just adds to what the photographer was able to pull out in post. The lines are parallel, the window is perfectly centered, and the tonality of this, oh my gosh, it is a dream with the tonality. There's so much going on in the background behind both the bride and the groom with the books on the shelf and everything like that. But your eye is immediately drawn into her in her red dress, and then she's looking across at him and he's looking at her, and you just want to exist in this moment with them. And it's so amazing that you can see the connection between the two of them, even though they're literally on the opposite ends of the frame. So I applaud the maker and able to pose them and have them gaze at each other and just enjoy that moment.
Thank you, great comment. Ben, please.
Can I just echo that and applaud the artist for this? When you look at this up close, I don't use this word often, but this is mastery. There is connection, there is lighting, there is detail, there is symmetry, there is just everything happening in this frame, and all of it is very, very deliberate, and it's a really captivating image. And please, everyone, come and look at this photo.
Great comment. I find it interesting, then many of us photographers who photograph weddings, we get to a place like this and we're like, oh my God, it's amazing. And then you're like, where do I start? And it brings up one of my favorite sayings that I've been teaching my students and I've been sharing, and I think about every time I shoot, is creatives aren't short of ideas. The challenge is committing to one. Next print, please. Find a bouquet. Or find a bouquet. Danny, first impression.
Interesting story, and very unconventionally posed a bride and groom separately, and one in the light and one in the shadow area, and to create a story, pretty interesting, and using the frame and using that two frame to create a leading line for people finally draws attention to the lost bouquet. So pretty smart.
Thank you, William. There's wine that's cheap and there's wine that's very sophisticated. Tell me about the sophistication of the execution of this, all the nuances that perhaps we can appreciate and bring value to the audience.
Yes, I would not compare this to a wine that's from a box. I would compare this to a top shelf glass bottle. I appreciate the maker's conscious decision of using a specific kind of value scheme, and I'll explain what I mean, to emphasize the story. So the story being is that, well, where is this bouquet? It is emphasized through the value scheme, the contrast, the high contrast of her, the light of her dress against a dark background. Now, the groom in the background does not have much light on him at all. If he was too lit, if he was too contrasted, you wouldn't have to search for the bouquet. But the whole point of it is, where's the bouquet? So if you have a story, if you have a concept, you can have intentional areas of contrast or less contrast, essentially the value scheme, to help emphasize that title.
Absolutely. It's interesting too, when you look at it, like when you sort of stare at it for a while, look at the leading lines between each of the gaps. So whenever I'm looking at symmetry, I'm looking left and right and think, okay, yeah, that's even. I go above where the lights are, oh, that's parallel, that's even. Little negative space, that's even. So it's a very thoughtful approach, because 1 millimeter out, I don't know what you Americans say, 3/8 of an inch. What the hell does that mean? 3/8 of an inch, just a mil. It's a mil, 2 mil, 3 mil. Anyway, I like the fact that they're mirroring each other. So he's one way and she's the other. So works out really well. And something doesn't have to be believable. This is just an editorial. Don't forget, this is also coupled together non-wedding day. So we're giving ourselves some creative license to play. Next print, please. Michelle, think out loud. I like your the brow pressure and all that kind of stuff.
Man, I am literally just wow is my absolute first impression. Like, I'm trying to figure out.
Specific, yeah. What's wow about it? What's wow?
What wowed me is that my immediate focus was on her in the red dress. Then I immediately was like, well, what is she standing on? And then where is the rest of, like, up there? Like, where are they? It just really captivated me and drew me into this photo. It's incredible.
Thank you for your comment. Danny, you got some comments there, mate?
Yeah, I think to me, the post-production, the finish, the approach is just creative. And I don't know how to do it. I just want to take a picture of this picture and send it to ChatGPT. Tell me how I can achieve a Photoshop result look like that. Very complex background, has different lines, different shapes to do a portrait, and use a way in post-production to simplify all the backgrounds, to make all the backgrounds only the lines live there instead of any distraction there. This is super smart, and emphasizing the main subjects. Only the main subject has color. It's very unique.
Thank you for your comment. William, talk to me about the fact that it's got a sketch vibe to it, and perhaps it's that subtle difference between the white of the image and then the actual matte color.
Yeah, I think it's brilliant and has a lot of intrigue, because I just want to keep diving in and thinking about it. So that sketch quality that you're talking about is as if, I take it as the background is not completely finished. They are finished, they are in color, they know their love and their relationship, and the environment around them, the world around them, is still being developed for them, wherever they want to go. I also it kind of looks like they're in this weird matrix. I also thought there were chess pieces on this game board, so there's just a lot of interesting things happening.
Great comments, guys. Beautiful teamwork, thank you. Next print, please. obscured. Jen, grab the mic. First impression.
My first impression of this image is the impact of it and how all of the elements come together, including the presentation. The texture of the foreground, the leaves that are in the foreground, and then you have a middle ground with more texture, and then the texture of the building and the texture behind the couple, and the couple is sharp, and then the mat itself has a texture to it. But with all of the texture, you're still being drawn back to the center of interest, that's the couple.
Great comment. Ben, how would one achieve something like this? I mean, obviously we're making a couple of assumptions here. The impact is there, of course, we just discovered that. How would you achieve this if it didn't look like that in real life?
Running out of the scrub like Steve Irwin, looking through the leaves and the foliage and stuff in the foreground is so captivating because it gives you a sense of a lot of depth in this photo. And then you combine the depth, there's probably 5 or 6 different elements of depth there. And the depth keeps drawing you in. And the composition of where the people are placed and the composition of the frame within the frame, and then the composition of something in front of the frame to obscure what might be down the bottom. And to get all the lighting right on all of that, it takes a lot of forethought and a lot of know-how and camera knowledge, and it's been very, very well done.
Thank you so much. William, you got a comment, mate?
Yeah, I want to commend the maker on essentially showing a kiss in silhouette. And the only way to do that is to get the picture that half second to 3/8 of a second before they actually kiss. If they were actually kissing in silhouette, their faces are melted together, it's not reading. But it still reads as a kiss because they're so close. There's just the slightest amount of negative space between them. You could still see their profiles, it reads as a kiss, and you could get stylistically that silhouette, quiet kind of moment look to it.
Yes, absolutely. And I'm sure there was 3 ice lights used in the making of this image. Thank you. Next print, please. Under 1 million stars. Danny, first impression, mate?
Beautiful color capture. What a unique scene. Very, very different time. The maker shooting this evening night portrait in a dark place, and then can also combine the beautiful Milky Way, the stars, and also the beautiful portrait of the couple. Looks like both are not easy to achieve, but combined together really well.
Yeah, and for the makers, for the photographers at home and watching in the audience right now, William, could you give us an idea of how this is achieved? Because don't forget, this category has limited post-production.
Yes, so the exposure for a night sky in the middle of nowhere is a tremendously different exposure than the couple is obviously lit. But in order to get the exposure of the sky and then also get an exposure for the couple, you have to have your shutter open for a long period of time. It's letting all that light in from the Milky Way, and then a flash is being popped while the shutter is open. So you're controlling different exposures simultaneously, and that could be very difficult to do. You could either not get all of that color in the sky and light the couple, or vice versa. So the maker, the degree of difficulty with multiple exposures, I have to commend the maker for.
Thank you so much. And Jen, just a brief comment about the print quality and the choice of black matte here.
I was really, really enjoying, I don't know if people could see me, I was kind of bobbing up and down over here looking at the paper. The paper actually has a texture to it, which adds this like really cool element that the stars actually exist out there. And I love that the bevel of this is white, and it brings out the white of the stars and every little detail in all the stars. And then the black matte just brings everything together where it keeps you in that like serenity of it being night and brings your eye back to the couple because they're the brightest part of the frame. It's just really enjoyable.
Thank you so much. That is the last print of that category. How about congrats to all the photographers and our judges for doing a great job. Thank you. Wonderful. All right, guys, thank you so much. We are going to be back after a short break, and the judges will determine the winners. We'll see you soon.
As photographers, we have the capacity to impact their lives in a beautiful and meaningful way. We are creating something tangible out of an abstract desire. But every single person that stands in front of me is trusting me with something really quite vulnerable, because it's a big deal. You're not selling ink and paper. You're selling transformation, you're selling impact, and you're selling one-of-a-kind experience. If you're in the under $1,000 sales space, we definitely need to have a conversation, because we cannot thrive as artists if we do not allow ourselves to be artists. And we do that through infrastructure and process and systems. Everything is a system. It gives them the opportunity to step back and decide what they truly want. What they truly want. It's not about strawberries, it's holding space. It's showing people that you see them, and the best of them, and the worst of them, and it's okay. They're impacted by the experience, they're seeing what you're showing them in real time, larger than life. Be valuable to other people. In the photo shoot, how can you make that experience more valuable for them? I want you to understand that everything about what I teach will always be tied back to the revenue that you make and to feed your creative purpose.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back live. What we're seeing here are the judges taking one last look at all of the images in the couple together non-wedding day. They are making their selections for who they would like to see win first, second, and third place in this category. That's all done privately. They're each making their own selections. No one knows what anyone else is doing. And so we're gonna give them a couple of minutes just to allow them to make their choices, and then we'll let you know when they're all finished. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the judges have made their selections. So we do have winners in this category for first, second, and third place. Unfortunately, we cannot reveal those right now, but we will reveal them tomorrow night at the award ceremony. So make sure you're there tomorrow night to see if your picks for this category are also the winners that the judges picked. The judges don't even know who the winners are, so it'll be very exciting. But that officially concludes the coupled together wedding day, non-wedding day category. We're just going to transition into our next category, which is the bride or groom alone non-wedding day category, and that will happen in just about 2 minutes. We're just going to get our judges seated. They took a little bathroom break, and we're going to come right back. Thanks.
Are you still trading nights for editing? Wasting hours switching between 3+ apps? Meet Evoto, the all-in-one workflow. Evoto guarantees batch consistency and professional quality. Let Evoto handle the repetitive work of noise reduction and retouching, freeing you to deliver magazine-quality results. Tether, cull, retouch, deliver. Everything you need is in one place, empowering creation across team, time, and space. Full manual control included. Designated features like color correction and manual tools are free for paid subscribers. Flawless portraits with a single click. Free yourself from heavy repetitive edits with Evoto. Reclaim up to 65% more time and enjoy your personal life. Boost upsell rates by up to 30%. Evoto is your complete intelligent imaging ecosystem. Start on desktop, finish on mobile. Every step connected with Evoto.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. Welcome to everyone here in our judging room. We have our couple more categories to review and some really amazing images to see. And thank you to everyone who's still tuning in via our live broadcast. Thanks to Nikon's generous support. Super happy to have you guys all back here, however it is that you're here. We're moving into our next category in the pre-wedding division, which is sponsored by Hanamule. In case you haven't heard, we're introducing a new award this year, and it is called the Hanamule Signature Print Award. And this is going to be an award that's given to someone who has submitted an image that not only makes an impact, but also takes full advantage of all of the benefits of using a fine art paper, including the excellence in printing and in using the tonal, showing the tonal quality that can be shown when you use a good quality paper. So what's going to happen is tomorrow morning, the Hanamule team is going to walk through the trade show and the print gallery floor before it opens, and they are going to look for an image that they feel most exemplifies excellence in printing and making full use of that fine art paper. Then tomorrow night, we're going to announce who that is. They'll receive a trophy and $750 in Hanamule paper. So it'll be very exciting to see who gets that. Our next category is the bride or groom alone non-wedding day. As the name suggests, this is a bride or a groom photographed alone on a day that is not their wedding day. The reason why we say it so specifically is because these are not models. These are not commercial shoots or model shoots. These are specifically people who are getting married that are being photographed on a day outside of their wedding day. This category is sponsored by Evoto, and as many of us already know, Evoto is an AI-powered editing program which was designed to dramatically speed up your post-production work, from something as simple as just removing stray hairs to completely changing the background of an image. You can do that so much more quickly with Evoto. Things that used to take hours to do manually by hand, you can now do in seconds. So we're very grateful for Evoto's support in this category. Our chairperson is Tony Hewitt. So we're going to turn it over to Tony Hewitt now and our panel of judges.
Thank you, Melissa. How do you do it? All that energy. It's nearly towards the end of the second day, and you look exactly the same and at the same energy level as you did at the beginning of yesterday. Let's just give her a quick round of applause. I know she gets a lot of accolade, but she deserves a lot of accolade, and she just constantly keeps us all on our toes, of course, with her amazing team around her. Talking about amazing teams, what a privilege to be able to sit in front of this incredible group of people who are going to share their knowledge with you. And as I said before, Jerry Ghionis' seminars are amazing, but they're just one step below what you can learn in a room like this, listening to this pool of judges or any of the judges that we bring in. They're all very carefully selected to make sure we're getting a broad perspective and a rounded opinion from our judges on why these images that you're about to see in these prints have made the finals. And of course, then a little bit after that process, they'll get the chance to judge. We're joined again by William Adwin. Thanks, William. Ben Connolly, all the way from Oz. You obviously got through customs as well. Jen Stitt, amazing Michelle Harris, and Danny Dong. So with that, we're going to have our first print. Traditional shapes and colours. And Michelle, I'm going to get you to pick up a microphone, and I'm going to ask you, when that came around, which characteristic of this print was the first thing that grabbed you?
The absolute first thing that grabbed me was the red color. It really pops, and against that white, it is just absolutely gorgeous. And I really loved how the red is seen even in between, like the fan blades. Those three pops of the red from the fan to in between her face, her lips, and behind, it's absolutely stunning.
Fantastic. So it was a colour that just grabbed you as it came around? Brilliant. Yeah.
I mean, you know.
I think the judges are all nodding. That got them too. Ben, can you break the image down in terms of construct, lighting, composition, etc. for us?
Composition of colour, first up. It's been so well done, and it draws your eye. Firstly, you see the red, then you see the white, and then your eye draws down, and then you see the orange of the fan, you see the red lips, and it all just works beautifully in terms of not competing colours and colours that complement each other. Composition of the human within the frame is beautiful as well. It's nice and equal on both sides. And you've got beautiful whites where you can see all of the detail in all of the whites as well. It's and combine that with the orange, it's just a lovely, engaging photo that draws you in and makes you want to look a bit deeper and ask yourself, why did they do this? And I think it's a wonderful question.
Well, let's go to Jen quickly. Jen, in terms of traditional shapes and colours as a title, where does that take us in our thinking?
I am admiring how the maker has made everything in this image so deliberate. It's the placement of the fan, which leads to the line of the hat, which makes a triangle and a half circle and a quarter circle, and then the cropping of this. Oh my gosh, I love how it's been presented as a square crop. They've left nothing out of this frame. Everything needs to be in this frame that's in this frame. And it just, every little shape, I'm trying to think of like my kindergarten brain kicking in of trying to think of all the different shapes we learned when we were kids, and just how deliberate everything is in this frame is just enjoyable.
Excellent, thank you. Great comments from everybody. Let's have the next print, please. This print is untitled. Danny, first impression.
Very interesting image and very interesting shapes, circle and very simple composition, but not simple at all. How complex it is. It looks like a reflection, and then not just smooth reflection, looks like a tiered reflection, and all works really well in one simple capture. And also the cropping, the square cropping to complement the circle shape. Well, a lot of things we can talk about for this image.
Well, let's get William to talk a little bit about them, because I think he's got something he wants to say.
Yeah, I think this is a great example of an environmental portrait. It's not just a portrait of a person, but it's a portrait of a person interacting with the environment around them. The conscious decision of the maker to have that arm extended, just softly touching the curve, and then the curve is reflected and creating this entire circle, and you have this enclosure and this framing element around her. And then you have the reflection, which it seems like maybe it's a glass ceiling. I'm not sure, but either way, it creates intrigue, where it's a reflection, but it's slightly distorted. So she seems contemplative. She's not super excited or anything like that. It seems like she's deep in thought. And I think when we're deep in thought, we can be, at least from the visual metaphor I get, we can have glimpses of maybe memories, but they're not perfectly clear. And visually speaking, that reflection of her could represent a memory. It's not completely sharp, but you still remember it somewhat. And so she just kind of has this contemplative gesture and expression, and I think the visual elements just support the narrative.
Thanks, William. We'll have the next print, please. She was lit by what loved her. She was lit by what loved her. First impressions, Ben, when it came around, what sort of went across your mind first?
First thing that I saw was the light, basically. So the artist has very deliberately positioned her and posed her to make the most of the lighting that's coming through. And even though there's lots in the frame, because of that lighting and because what the artist has done, it draws you straight to the subject. Yep.
Thank you. Michelle, as a highly skilled wedding photographer, when you look at an image like this, just explain to the audience the importance of how they've used the light and the composition and the elements within the room to make this image.
The maker was very, very intentional when it comes to the lens that they chose, because if it was cropped in any more from the left side, it wouldn't have balanced out with the furniture in the room. And it's so beautifully and intentional where the light comes in so that you focus there, but you also see how well balanced this portrait is. They made sure to make sure that every single detail was captured in the flow of her dress, and it lit up her face beautifully. Because there's so many different ways that this could have been done, but when I tell you that the light hitting it right in that direction, perpendicular, what's the right word? What's the side of your face called? Profile. Thank you. Her profile is absolutely perfect. And even the space between her hand and underneath her chin is brilliant. It's beautiful.
Yeah, great observations. Thank you. Jen, just to finish us off, colour palette?
The color palette here, I think it's just really masterful how the warmth of the light streaming in through the window, whether it's artificial light or natural sunlight that's coming in, it puts a warm glow on her face and a warm glow on the bouquet. And then to even look up, there's this portrait, or this picture on the wall, which has the same color tones as her skin tone and the light coming in through the window, and it's just dreamy. She just looks in just awe of the world that she's going to be existing in her wedding and everything like that. And I just want to point out one last thing of just how perfect she is existing in that stream of light where you can look in and you can see the beam of light coming in through the window, and it matches her back all the way down to the end of the dress. You could just draw a straight diagonal line through it, and it's amazing.
Thanks, Jen. Next print, please. Untitled. Danny, first impressions.
Oh, what a beautiful architecture leading line in this picture captured and then finished in such a beautiful way. And the focus is still the bride, and even the bride's dress, even the shape of the dress is very complementary to the whole graphic lines over there.
Thanks, Danny. Ben, talk to us about some of the things that would have been considered in the construction and the composition of this image.
Can I just say I wish we had locations like this in Australia? That would be amazing. Yeah. In terms of the creation of this, I love how there's movement within the subject, because you look around the whole rest of the frame and there appears to be movement. We know it's static, but there appears to be movement in the frame as well, like in all the surroundings. And I think with the movement, the appearance of movement are in the frame, and the movement of the subject and the flowing dress and her looking back, it gives us a sense of flowing and of movement. And although it's very white, it kind of, the movement adds a little bit of colour to it, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, you've got a comment, haven't you? I can tell, William. It's probably what I was going to say.
This is a perfect example, and I hear it said a lot, and I think it's a incomplete mindset of value, scheme, and design. We often hear, oh, your eye goes to the lightest spot in a frame, when what I think is usually happening is it's the highest area of contrast. It could also be the brightest spot, but it's the fact that it's the contrast. So if you look at this image, 98% of it is almost white, but your eye goes to her because of her dark hair. It's the highest area of contrast, which is only that 2% of this entire frame. This is a perfect example that illustrates that your eye goes to that highest area of contrast, and it just works beautifully.
Yeah, I'll just add the comment that the setting reflects the structure of the bottom half of the dress to a large degree. You could almost imagine if you were looking at that dress from underneath, that's the structure of the dress. So it's an echo of that pattern, if you like. Next print, please. She flew but fell in love. Michelle, share with the audience, when this came around, what was the first sort of impression or the first thing that went through your mind?
My first impression was how beautifully it was done composition-wise. How even like the exact line of where it stops on the curtains on both sides is perfection. Every single line in this image is perfect. And I love, love, love the movement of her veil in the back.
So the exactness of the composition really grabbed you first. Yeah,
absolutely.
Great. Right. Let's go to Danny. Can you break this one down for us? There's obviously working against the light sometimes has its challenges. What's going on here?
Yeah, it's a very symmetric composition over here. We see highlight, shadow, highlight, shadow, highlight, shadow. That repetition makes the image very interesting. We see white color, black color, white color, black color, and everything looks like vertical, everything, it's parallel to each other. But I think the use of the veil, a little bit flying of the veil, just break the balance over there to create a tension. And so now we have something very peaceful background, very still architect, but a little bit movement of the veil. I think it's a good use of the veil over here.
And earlier today we talked a little bit about with black and whites having a warm tone to them. Even though this is a colour, there still also feels like there's a pervading warmth to it, Jen. Can you just touch on that, how that helps with the emotional response that people might get?
I think that everything in this image has been so meticulously, it's so symmetrical. And I think I echo that with all the other judges saying that. But the warmth that you're finding in the carpet and her skin tone and everything in the center of the image is like perfect. It just draws your eye in where all of that color comes in there. And it's like perfectly unperfect because she is not symmetrical. You know, the veil isn't matching on both sides. It's movement and everything like that. And her arms, the way they are placed, and the floor that has that is a red line going through it, and the yellowness of the floor is making a triangle. So your eye keeps just going around in that triangle shape of her right there in the center of the frame.
And look, you know, as Melissa mentioned, I shot 1,000 weddings, but these days I'm known for other things. But one of the things I have learned over the years, and this is, as Jerry would say, a bit of a pro tip, is never underestimate the value that colour can bring to the emotional response you can gain from an image, even if it's just a subtle shift in the colour temperature, warmth to cold. And when you have an image like this where we don't see a face or an emotion, an expression on a face, we can still bring an emotional quality to the image by just tweaking colour balance sometimes, or providing that warmth through paper choice or matte choice and things like that. We'll have to do a little selection of pro tips, I think, Jerry. Next print, please. Untitled. William, first impression of that one?
This has a lot of impact because if you're walking by looking at a gallery wall, you look at this and you're like, well, what is this exactly? It's this beautiful shape and it looks like an aerial landscape, and what's going on here? And it just captures your attention because there's intrigue. It looks beautiful, and then you want to look more as to why. And I think some of the other folks here can expand on why, but it's a smart use of biomorphic shapes, essentially. These organic shapes that create this beautiful landscape pattern, and it just wants to make you kind of dive in deeper.
Jen? Dive in. Let's have a listen.
All in. Let's go. I think this image just takes so when you present an image for print competition, you have all these elements that need to come together to tell a story or composition or color or everything. And this image, I'm struggling to find a flaw in all of these elements coming together to be perfectly presented together. The way the red and the green balance, and there's a little red bushes in here with little flowers that bring you right back to the red dress of the beautiful bride in the middle of this frame, or the third of the frame there. I keep tilting my head. I'm like, I want to look at it upside down. I want to look at it sideways. The circle just keeps bringing you around and around and around. And it's just so enjoyable. I just love it.
Excellent. Okay. Just talk to me quickly, Danny, about the square mat, circular crop, and how all of these different shapes are working.
Yeah, it's a very smart choice of different ways to mat a square mat, and also using a circle inside. So draws all the attention to the center of the frame, because the center of the frame is very complex. It's a lot of graphic design elements into it. So I think those just add another sense of graphic design. So just make it more interesting on the whole graphic elements over there.
Awesome, thanks, Danny. There's some great comments from everybody, and that was the last print in that category. It's a small one. Thank you again to our judges. Amazing insights. And thank you and congratulations again to all the finalists. And as I said earlier today, becoming a finalist is something you should be extremely proud of. Becoming a winner is just cream on the top. So well done to all the finalists. And we're going to take a short break, a commercial break. The judges will have a chance to look at the prints together on the gallery wall behind me, make their choices. I'll ask the audience to keep the noise down a little bit and stay back from the front row, just so the judges have the space to look. And we'll be back in a little while with our next category. Thanks again. Well done, guys. What was that?
Introducing the new Paybu credit card. You can save the tax or choose special financing for your purchases made on your Paybu credit card. So you want to save the tax on a camera, laptop, and drone? No problem. No need to wait for credits or cash back like other credit cards. The B&H Paybu card pays you back instantly. Or save over time and choose special financing and pay it off over 6 or 12 months. It's easy. Use your new Paybu card as payment at checkout. Then choose your available options, either Paybu savings or special financing. See your savings or promotional plan right on your receipt, in-store or online. Applying is easy. Your approved Paybu card will be instantly available for a first purchase at checkout. The new Paybu card, same funny name, your choice of exclusive benefits. Apply today.
All right, welcome back, everyone. What we're seeing here are the judges making their selections for the first, second, and third place winners for this category. They've had conversation about every single print, and so now they will each privately decide who they would personally like to see in those positions. So we'll give them just a few minutes, and we'll let you know when they've wrapped it all up.
Hi, welcome back. I have just asked for a chance to say thank you. Coming all the way from Australia and to be part of the process is always a privilege, and this year I've enjoyed it more than ever. To be asked by Jerry and Melissa to contribute in the role of a chair and share that role with Jerry is something pretty special. To have the privilege of working with the incredible judges that we have available and who have given up their time to come along makes you feel pretty special to be able to sit here and listen to the value that you give to the people who sit in the room or sit at home and listen. And I just want to encourage everybody to take that first step. I did a little bite for social media just a little while ago, and one of the things I said was, you know, the creative journey is just that, it's a journey. You've got to take the first step. And I mentioned earlier today that if you make no mistakes, you don't get anywhere and you don't achieve anything. And it's not the achievements at the end that make it worth it. It's the mistakes you had to get over and learn from that make it worth it. Without those mistakes, if it comes easy, you don't really feel like you've achieved anything. And it doesn't matter who you look at in this room that's won awards, they make more mistakes than you have. So thank you, Melissa. Thank you, Jerry. Thanks for having me here. I look forward to being around again in the future, but to be able to contribute is pretty important, so thank you.
Thank you so much, Tony. That is so amazing to have you be a part of this. We missed you terribly last year as a chairperson. You know, there are some people who lead by being the loudest person in the room, and then there are those that lead by example. Well, and Tony, you're one of those. You have an ability to guide a conversation without overpowering it. And as a chairperson today, you created space for the judges to speak honestly and how they felt. You guided them with questions, and you let them share how they were feeling, and then you still were able to provide with just a few simple words, clarity and guidance as each image was gone through with so much respect. And I have never known anyone who has so much respect for this process as you do. We are so privileged that you agreed to come and be a chairperson, because there's truly so few people who could do that for 2 full days and to guide with such grace and with such empathy for every single image without overpowering anything or making it about you. So, Tony, from all of us, thank you so much for agreeing to be a part of this. And with that, we'll set for our next category, the Models Non-Wedding Day category, and we'll be right back.
In this world so dark, I was lost and gray. Whisper lights kept the light away. Trying to find myself in a blinding maze. Looking for hope and a brighter day. When it all seemed gone, it gave me sight. A canvas of hope being painted with light. The darkness unfolding, a finishing fight. Turning every wrong into something right. Ice for my soul that was searching for heat. Light for the gloom that was living in me. 3 for the times, ignite in a dream. The first of its kind, still leading the stream. Bringing beauty to life with a radiant gleam. Every shadow faded when the light touched down. In the pitch of the night, it never backed down. Like a brush in my hand, painting the town. Nothing else like it, not then, not now. It's still original, it's still in motion. Forget the past and live in the moment. Constantly working, I'm steady focused. I wanna be the best like Jerry Ghionis. I dreamt of who I used to be. I was free and my life seemed better. I spent so many nights thinking I believed I was gone forever. But now I see, I finally found my light. It shows beauty of who I am inside. Had a war with the shadow, broke out the cage. Show the page, now my mind's on a brighter stage. Got myself out the rain, escape the pain. Now the vision is clear every step of the way. Conquer my fears, the doubt replaced. Crafting light from shade, no longer afraid. Power in the hand like I'm holding a blade. And I'm built for this grind, do whatever it takes. I dreamt of who I used to be. I was free and my life seemed better. I spent so many nights thinking I believed I was gone forever. But now I see, I finally found my light. It shows beauty of who I am inside. Of who I am inside. Of who I am inside.
Well, I have to give a big shout out. That was Danny Martinez. He is a photographer, a phenomenal photographer from Silk Marty Studios. They're based in Chicago. Really great friends of ours. Danny wrote that song for the Ice Light 3. Little known fact, he also wrote a song for the original Ice Light. Danny is an incredible artist, such an amazing singer, rapper. He wrote, produced that whole song, as you saw, produced the video, because he had written a song for the original Ice Light. When the Ice Light 3 came out, we commissioned Danny to create a new one, and he killed it. That was such an amazing piece, and it was really fun to watch that come together.
I want to tell the story just a little bit, just to add there. Like, he did my workshop, and then in conversation, he was basically saying, I'm from a boy band. I was in a boy band. I'm like, come on. He's like, no, seriously, I'm from a boy band. I'm like, okay. He goes, tell me 3 things you love about the Ice Light. And I told him, and no joke, within 2-3 days, he wrote this song and he produced his own music video. I was floored by his creativity. And then this one came out and I said, do it again, mate. And he wrote the lyrics and here we are. So it's fun. There we go, little anecdote. Thank you.
All right, well, welcome back, everyone. We're so thrilled to have you here for our very last category of this competition of the year. We, to remind you, are looking at images in the pre-wedding division that is being sponsored by Hanamule. And our very last category in this division is the Models Non-Wedding Day category. So here's where we'll find images featuring people that are wearing wedding clothing or formal attire that are not an actual bride and groom. So we have a whole separate category for them. This category is being sponsored by Used Photo Pro, and Used Photo Pro is one of the largest and most trusted places to buy, sell, trade any pre-owned photo gear. They're really awesome. We've actually used them for ourselves, so we can tell you what a great process it is when you're trying to buy or sell some of your gear. They're located here at the show. They're going to be here at the trade show, so definitely go check out their booth. When doing all kinds of research, they have the best prices. So it was nice to know that, you know, we could trust them with gear, and they were amazing to work with. So huge thank you to Use Photo Pro for sponsoring this this category. Our chairman for the final category is Jerry Ghionis, and so I'll now leave you with Jerry and our last panel of judges.
Thank you so much. Sarah Edmonds, you're here. I would normally just say your name and introduce everybody, but I want you to tell us and the audience what you have in store for the 3 days of the trade show and how we can get more value from this process, please.
Yes, it is on. So if you've been enjoying the competition and seeing the images and hearing judges speak, it's not over. Starting tomorrow morning, we are hosting the judging room. Dario, my husband, and myself, we will be trying to run things behind the scenes, and the amazing judges who've been here for the last 2 days are going to be continuing to volunteer their time. And we have a packed schedule of images starting tomorrow at 11 a.m. So please come and join in. It's going to be a deep conversation. You'll be able to ask questions, participate, and it'll be very interactive. So yeah, can't wait.
Amazing. I had the privilege and honor of photographing your wedding. Was it in Wales? I can forget now.
It was Wales, yeah.
So we're there, and then Robert Plant was there. Uncle Rob, apparently you called him. I freaked out, and then we...
I didn't call him Uncle Rob.
You did. You said Rob. You came to me and said Rob. No, I vividly remember it. And we were in the room, the recording studio, where Bohemian Rhapsody was recorded.
Yeah.
We listened to the original tape, and then we were in the Wonderwall.
Yeah.
I mean, it's mind-blowing. So, I don't know, that
was fun.
Why you grew up, but I found it pretty cool. So, great to have you back with us.
Thank you for photographing our wedding, Jerry.
It was an honor, absolute pleasure. Ben Connolly, thank you so much for being here. Jen Stitt, Michelle Harris, Danny Dong. I love you all. I love photographs more. Let's get into it. Ole Americana. First impression, mate, you were the closest. Go for it.
I absolutely love the color palette. The whites, the browns, the khaki, it beautifully matches the skin. It's just a beautiful color palette, and that's the first thing that stuck out to me.
Thank you so much. Great comment. Sarah, let's get you to comment, please.
Yeah, there's just a beautiful tranquility here, and that's really Emphasized, I think, by those skin tones just being supported by the background and this vignetting, sort of cameo that has been placed behind the couple. So it's just really making me feel calm and serene, and I'm just really enjoying those expressions.
Thank you so much. Jen, how do you feel about the print quality and the way it's presented to us? The fact that we have this image that we pretty much gravitate always to vertical, but it's on horizontal, and the print quality. Talk about that, please.
The treatment that the maker has done with making sure the whites don't get blown out. You can see every single detail in this dress with this matte paper, and the way that it's been presented. I mean, one, I want this outfit, it's stunning. But two, like, I love that because we're not looking at this in a traditional way where we would want to put a vertical image in a vertical presentation, we've put a vertical image in a horizontal crop. It keeps bringing us back to this circle, this background, this mustard color, I guess, that matches both of these beautiful women's skin tones, and it just keeps bringing your eye back and back and back. Lastly, the placement of her hands brings that full circle moment in this image.
Yeah, it's very, very classic. And Sarah, it's funny, like you said the word tranquility, and us Aussies can say tranquility, Americans can say tranquility, but when you say it, it just sounds so much better and sophisticated. I can't get over it. It's wonderful. Next print, please. Michelle, can I have your first impression? I love your meme faces, not mean, meme. I could just photograph you the whole time. I could make all these expressions. It's awesome. First impression.
I am absolutely captivated by how her hand is in front of the couple, but how his body and suit and everything is behind the couple. So like the depth of this photo, it draws you in and just keeps drawing you into more and more details. Incredible.
Great, thank you. Danny, talk to us about how this was executed and how was it produced?
Yeah, it looks like two images in one frame. Looks like either double exposure or another technique to achieve these two images. But there is difference. The focus, the left one, you can see the posing difference of the hands is actually different from the background, the right side image. So that makes our attention just goes to the left to see the couple, and then goes to the right to see the details, the lips, the cropping on the very end, the edge, and emphasizing the lip and the shape over there. And also the right center is the posing of the hand, the beautiful hand pose over there, and with a lot of wedding details over there, beautiful ring. Absolutely a lot of elements captured in one frame. Smart.
Thank you so much for your comment. Sarah, how do you feel about the V, what is it called? VMAT, what do we call it? V-Groove, the V-Groove. Yes, our band name. How do you call it? The V-Groove as well as the way it was printed?
It's really elevating an already impactful image, but it is really elevating. It's like a frame within a frame, and then we've got the echoing of the figures as well. So it's taking the image and then it's amplifying it. The print quality as well is beautiful. It's a very clean black and white, which is always delightful to see, as in the whites are matching the matte perfectly. The blacks look like pure black. There's no color casting there. It's beautifully done.
Also, I'm enjoying the cutting out the anonymity of the bigger groom's figure, and then that little hint of the bride coming through there, which I'm really enjoying. Well done, great team effort. Thank you. Next print, please. Where yin and yang become the dragon. Danny, first impression, mate?
Interesting. The main subject in the front stands still, but there is a motion behind her. The other subject is in the movement. It's not on focus, but it also creates a story over there, and also with the graphic elements behind it, a circle, the dragon, just adding to the story over there. Interesting story, interesting image.
Thank you for the comment. Let me see here. Ben, talk to us about the editorial nature of this, because let's remind the audience that it's models non-wedding day, so that they're not necessarily in that relationship, so to speak, in terms of a real couple per se, and this is also achieved in camera. So talk to us about those two elements and how we feel about that.
Firstly, the achieving in camera. I think there's a very deliberate use of what I would think would be flash in order to freeze the motion, because to me it looks like you've got movement of the subject, and then all of a sudden that movement has just been caught a little bit, and then all of a sudden it's been frozen with the flash of light, and that's how we would freeze that motion. I also love how, as you look at the dragon, it always leads you back to her. You can go round and round in circles, but the dragon's head always leads you back to that motion blur figure, but then it satisfies you with the freezing of the subject.
Yeah, absolutely. It's interesting, if they were a real couple as well, wouldn't you agree that if she was just standing there and just with her hands flopped, you would say, oh, that's just so unemotional, it says nothing. But adding it models and editorial, it just gives you a different flavor. You could see this in the cover of Wallpaper magazine, for example. Different flavor. Wonderful, guys. Thank you so much. Next print, please. Okay, you literally scanned every last, we'll call it square inch for the Americans. What are you seeing?
I was just appreciating, it's so wonderful when you feel the urge to go up close and look at something, because we have some very small figures here. When I went in to look at the picture, the level of detail and quality and treatment of those figures, as well as every other aspect in this, is just delightful. The quality of this file and this print is just delicious. So that when you go in, you're really rewarded. You get something for being pulled in. And I was just admiring how beautiful it was.
Yeah, amazing. Jen, how does it taste to you?
I just want to echo everything that she said. Can you just say all the words for me, Sarah? Because I agree with literally everything that just came out of your mouth. It's so rewarding to go into the image and just see how, yes, when you go in, nothing's blown out. The darks, the shadows, there's detail in the shadows, there's detail everywhere. It's so balanced. You have two figures in this frame. You have a bride and a groom, and your eye just immediately goes down to them, and it's so deliberate, every decision the maker has made in this image. There's no distractions anywhere. I'm trying to find something to take me away from the couple, and the way it almost draws a V with your eye, and the chandelier dripping down there, and how they've cropped perfectly, leaving all the details of her ponytail, and you know she's wearing a dress, and he's just gazing at it. It's just delicious. Thank you, Sarah.
Danny, yep, I know you had a comment. Go for it.
Yeah, I'm just amazed by the cropping of this image. The maker deliberately cropped, only showing half of the body of the two models over there. Because normally in such a wide background, we're doing a full body portrait, but this one has a huge active space on the top, and it just crops so tight on the bottom. Just to make all the eye focus going to the main subjects. Super smart.
Thank you so much. Great comments. Wonderful. Next print, please. Michelle, you were squinting with this image. What were you looking for in terms of that gesture there? What were you doing?
I was looking for her expression, and I absolutely love her expression, how she is just casually just putting it down, like, I wonder where in the world I'll go after this wedding. And it just is such a peaceful vibe.
Thank you so much. Ben, talk to me about the positioning of her body in relationship to the light and her pose, please.
Thank you. The posing and the lighting, let me say the direction and the lighting in this are, I think, masterful. It's very clear that we're using window light. That's my subjective opinion, I guess. But the way that the lighting falls, the way her body is turned away from the light, her head is back in, she's slightly leaning forward, the leg is bent closest to the camera. There's everything in there, the triangles, even the way the hand is positioned on her waist with the fingers in front, the thumb back. All of this has been very, very deliberately done. And what the maker has done is he's made this subject love how she looks in this frame. And I think that is a beautiful thing, and it's been incredibly well done.
Thank you for that passion. Sarah, I know I often turn to you with print quality and stuff. I know that you're capable of everything, but talk to us about what you're seeing here in print.
Yeah, it's a very nice use of a really super smooth matte fine art paper that's just giving an artistic feel to this beautiful portrait.
Thank you so much. Awesome comments, guys. Thank you. Next print, please. Jen, while you're there, think out loud, please. Feel out loud.
I'm really enjoying the pose of this bride, and what almost looks like the way her hands and her fingers are placed, it almost looks like she has a song or something coming out of her mouth. It's the background there, but the way she's been positioned there, it's like she is having a siren song or something to bring in her groom or bring in a moment from the day.
Thank you for that comment. Danny, go a bit more technically. How do you balance this exposure? How do you get that light, all that stuff?
Yeah, what a beautiful lighting. I think it's a perfect flashlight, highlights the main subjects and darken the background. So now there is a huge contrast between the main subject and the background, because in the background there are a lot of distractions. But now this maker is looking for highlights, the highlight of the Latin. So the color now with all the darkening, now the Latin get emphasized and the main subject get emphasized. Now the only thing we're focusing on is the color of the Latin and also the main subjects. I think also composition-wise, really good composition over there.
Very good. It's interesting, right? You got that, red, yellow, green, but she's the only thing that's white in this particular image. And remember, if you want an even more vivid reflection, pro tip, we talked about that. The closer you go to the reflective surface with your lens, the more vivid the reflection. Thank you, guys. Next print, please. The runway show. First impression. What are you enjoying? What do you value?
I am just loving the Grace Kelly classic portrait and then the juxtaposition of people holding up phones in the background. It's just delightful. There's a beautiful grain as well, giving this old feel to it. And what a gorgeous monochrome. Just all of those shadows and highlights and so statuesque and striking.
Nice. Ben, you gave me the eyeball. Go for it.
I want to echo what Sarah just said, but there's also a beautiful softness to her, which is, and there's also a grittiness to the frame, to actual print as well. So the grittiness combined with the softness really draws you in, and along with that softness, you've got all of the other stuff going on behind her, which almost lends itself to that old film kind of feel, and it just gives you that really lovely feeling when you sort of look at it, and it's something that I could look at for quite a long time and admire all the detail as well.
Great comment, mate. It's interesting. When you said Grace Kelly, I was thinking the exact same thing, because there's this classic picture of her and she's looking down, and it's almost like there's love there, of course, but you could see this as responsibility. Most of us, if we were to do this kind of picture, we would basically say, look down, and the bride would do this. And it just wouldn't have the same elegance, rather than just putting your chin out and just putting your eyes down like that. Very well done, nicely done, and actually putting her face in the contrast with that highlight behind her. But it works, well done. Thank you so much. Next print, please. Late for the wedding. Michelle, first impression, tell me specifically what you saw first and why you appreciate it. Why did your eye go there?
The first thing that I saw was him running into the room. And the reason I got so close to it, because I was like, I want to see what her emotion is. Like, how is she feeling about the fact that he's late to this wedding? But she seems very, very stoic. Like, well, I mean, the show can't go on without me anyway. But he's in a panic, and I love the emotion in addition to the competition of this image.
Thank you so much. Sarah, you peered at me acknowledgingly. Go for it.
I did. The dynamism, is that a word? Yes.
You just flub a word?
I think I did. I've been in Italy for too long. Yeah, I'm forgetting my English. So just the dynamic feel to this image has blown me away, and it's the use of the wide angle and the tipping building by not straightening those lines. It's giving us the feeling like everything's going to come crashing down. He's running, he's desperate, she's not happy. And just that use of that decision to not correct those lines has amplified this crazy feeling, this crazy, perilous, let's put it that way, hazardous situation he's in. I'm just really enjoying it.
Jen, tell us about the scale of this print and the tones in there. What is it doing for what we're seeing here?
I love the scale of this. I mean, typically when we print an image, we want it to fit perfectly within the mat. So we're just presenting exactly, did the person viewing it need to come in closer? Do we need to sit further away? And this is printed so large in the mat, we feel like we're being sucked into this scene. The groom's shadow is coming off the frame there, and it feels like we are being pulled into whatever story is about to happen with this couple. The door on the side is open and everything like that as well. The tonality is awesome. I love it. I love the way that the columns mirror the two columns on either side. They have the same tones that are in the bride and groom's clothes and in her dress and everything like that, creating almost an X where you just want to go in. Or what did you try to say, diamond? It was like a diamond form here that your eye keeps going around the frame here.
Did she just diss you? What were you trying to say? That's so funny. Thank you so much, guys. Next print, please. Danny, you have a look of wonder on your face. I want to hear what you have to say.
Wow, very editorial, very interesting story presented over here by a beautiful image. And look at all the elements over there, even the two models in the center, and also even the two props or accessories are well balanced, well staged. And the color balance, the blue tone in the background, the warm tone inside, it's very interesting.
Thank you for your comment. Ben, I want to hear your comments here about the execution of this. Let me remind you and the audience, this was achieved in camera.
And breathe. This is spectacular. When you look very deeply at this, you can see so much detail in everything throughout the entire frame. So a very deliberate aperture choice has been made. There's also a beautiful symphony of complementing colours, the reds, the blues, the oranges, and then you've got the white of the bride. All of that all works very beautifully together to create something that is really intriguing. And you can't help but look through and look at the detail, even on the faces of the, what do we call those on the sides? Rabbits, cat people, yeah. See, there we are. Like, we're intrigued as to what they could be, and it's just an incredibly well done photo that just draws you in and makes you want to look deeper.
Thank you so much. Sarah, there is obviously a magical, mystical quality to this. A Wedding Beyond the Earth was the title, but there are elements that are quite classic there as well. Do you want to touch upon those things, unless there's something else you would like to say?
Yeah, I was really struck by the use of colour in this, because the whole thing is quite unsettling. But it's unsettling, why? Not just because of the rabbit people. It's the use of red, this blood red, and without that, we would have a complementary colour scheme, the blue and the yellow, which would feel very calming and relaxing, and it's complementary. That's what it's called for a reason. Then this table of blood red, to me it looks like a table of blood. So what I'm saying is that I don't know exactly what the story is, but it doesn't matter, because it's making me ask questions, and the more I'm looking at it, I'm just seeing sinister. I'm feeling scared. My heart's beating faster. So that's what I was being drawn into.
Yeah, it's the ritualistic nature of it, and the fact that someone had this in their brain and executed it is pretty remarkable. Thank you so much. Next print, please. Ben, you gave me the nod. What's your first impression here, mate?
The overall simplicity of this is striking in itself. The first thing I saw was the simplicity of it. The figure, the frame within the frame, quite a masculine pose. It's very simple, very clean, and that's all it needs.
Thank you so much. Sarah, talk to us about how difficult it is to achieve that kind of palette and the graduation in print.
The graduation.
Of the greens and all, like just where the light falls off.
Yeah, sure. Okay. So here we've got a beautiful framing happening. So we've got a frame that is leading our eye in through the door. And what the artist has done, I believe, is deliberately punch up that contrast and the light, and then subdued the frame around so that we're not distracted by that. What happens though when you do that in the file, translating that to print, is that sometimes it can become quite muddy. And you can, by muddy...
What is muddy? I was about to say, what is
muddy? Muddy is when the tonal range becomes compressed to such an extent that the pixels block together, and we're not seeing any variation in those midtones. But here the artist has quite skillfully managed that file so that when it comes to translating that to print, it hasn't done that. It's subdued, it's calm, but it isn't losing the intensity and the vibrancy. It's just subdued. It just feels naturally calmer so that our eye is just allowed to be pulled into that figure there.
It's wonderful. Yeah, I really appreciate the actual, the foliage sort of pointing down, and then you've got the sconce and this particular vase there as well. I think it's very, very cool. It just breaks the monotony of a predictable composition, you know. Thank you so much. All right, that is the last print of that category. How amazing were they? Yeah? This is the last time I'm going to be actually on camera, so I'd be remiss not to thank a lot of people, but I'm actually going to leave Melissa to thank everyone because she's got all that covered. I just want to say what a privilege it has been to be the co-chair with Tony. To celebrate imagery like we have, I just think is an absolute wonderful thing. It's almost like the most fun you have in a week that you don't want to do for another year. I want to say for those people watching at home, those people in the room as well, that we're looking at these images, and if you're used to the traditional way of judging, which is basically let's find fault in everything, it's already been done. This has already been judged. They've already been scored. These are the top 10 or the top 7, the top 15 images, an equal scoring, 10th or whatever it may be, that have actually already been judged. People who want critiques have actually paid for them. And what you can actually do is also, everyone can enjoy them. And I'm telling you this, that when we came up with this formula and we talked about, okay, I don't want to make money from the critiques, but I'm going to charge you more if you want them private. In other words, I want everyone to learn from them. And the great thing is that most people will actually allow their images to be critiqued and also be visible publicly. No names attached to it, all that kind of stuff, but you'll be able to go onto the Icon Awards website, go to critique, and you'll be able to see very soon over 1,400 images in different genres and different mentors contributing to that. This process is all about celebrating the imagery and finding what was done well. In other words, if you're watching the Oscars and you've seen like 10 images up for an Oscar, do you like every part of the movie and every movie? No, you'll have your favorites. But if I said to you, watch every movie and I want you to see what was intentional, what was done well, look at the color palette, look at the cropping, look at the storytelling, look at the score of music, look at everything and appreciate it. In other words, I want you to eat a dish and tell me what tastes good, not what's missing. And that's a valuable thing because in many, many years of WPPI, like I said, an image would come up, you would score it, we may get one comment. It may be 15 seconds long. But here we get a valuable 2.5 minutes per image, so every image gets a chance and the cream will rise to the top. So we hope you guys really appreciate this particular process because it's one that we've established and the judges have been on board with. So I appreciate the professionalism, appreciate the way you've actually come on board with this as well. Melissa's going to thank everyone. I want to thank our print handlers because they're the hardest people working in the room. To be on your feet 2 days straight and to basically not show the back of the print and to make it very careful, and the grace and the professionalism that you do and put them up is fantastic. So thank you. Yes, well done. I am not going to talk too long about Melissa because she knows how much I love her because I show her every day. I want you just to know that she works her ass off and the effort that she puts into this to make it look effortless is incredible. I love you. That's all I'm going to say because I'm going to cry. Thank you so much, guys. We're back in a break right now, and we're going to come back and we are going to get the judges to determine first, second, and third place. We'll see you soon.
My name is Alexander Pospiech and I'm a photographer and filmmaker. When I pick up my camera, I look for a story. How can it change the way we look at the world and help? Documenting nature requires an endless amount of effort, patience, and respect. Nothing is ever guaranteed, not even your safe return. But sometimes it brings rewards like witnessing the lives of wild animals or visiting a stunning scenery that will leave you speechless. Out there, it's different. It is real. When I'm in the wilderness, no matter how exhausting it gets, I'm precisely where I'm supposed to be. But every trip or expedition must come to an end, and then bringing terabytes of data back home, everything becomes digital. We almost drift away into the virtual realm. However, once there is an opportunity to print the art, it becomes tangible again. I have been printing for more than quarter of a century, but only when I discovered Hannemühle fine art papers did I truly fall in love with the process. Printing my photos ensures full control over the calibrated process and achieving the desired colors, tones and contrast. Since I'm not outsourcing this part of the work, my art has a personal touch in every part of the process, and I believe my clients can feel and appreciate it. Many of my photos took years in the making. When I can exhibit my prints and customers take them to decorate their homes, it concludes the journey, and I can say it was worth it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, for the final time this year, we are going to allow our judges to select and make their choices for first, second, and third place in this category, Models Non-Wedding Day. So we'll give them just a few moments to make that choice, and then we'll let you know when we're all done. Thanks. All right, well, that concludes the Models Non-Wedding Day category. Big thank you to Use Photo Pro for sponsoring this category and to Hanamule for sponsoring the entire pre-wedding division. So that concludes the Icon Awards for this year. Yay! Pretty amazing. We had almost 1,800 entries at the beginning, narrowed it down to 243 finalist images, and that's what we went through this weekend. And tomorrow we find out who our winners are and who the Grand Award winners are. So we're going to close this broadcast for all of you who are watching us live online because we are about to judge all of our Grand Awards. And our Grand Awards are selected from all of the first place winners in each category. And we don't want you to know who the first place winners are. So we're going to cut the cameras, and our judges are going to take care of that process right now. I do want to say a big thank you in our room live, because since you guys are watching us in line, what you can't see is all that is left is our team here. So we have our team of judges, and we have our team of volunteers. So I'm going to just speak to you guys directly. Thank you guys. Just wow. The comments that came out the last 2 days, the insights. I told a couple of you already, I've been looking at these images for months, and then I would hear some of your comments about a detail that I missed after looking at these images over and over and over again for months. Just, you guys, those comments were so valuable, and I know that if I was blown away, everyone who's seen those images for the first time were absolutely blown away. So thank you for this is a lot of work, I know, and it makes a lot of effort to have to come early. So just thank you guys for coming early and for being a part of this. I wish I could pay you $1 million to be up on those panels because you deserve it. You so deserve it. So thank you for your expertise and your excellence. Truly love you guys. Thank you. And wow, Elena, Rena, Carol, like, wow, you guys, I hope you guys get the biggest bubble bath tonight. You need to be off your feet. Thank you so much. You're always so professional. Carol, I need you more than you know, so just thank you. Carol has been working with the print competition in one capacity or another for just as long as I have, so we go back very many years, and I just truly appreciate all of you. Thank you so much. Thank you to Jeff, Ed, and Ali, who have been manning the cameras. I know that you guys are back there, and you have to stay back there all the time, so thank you so much for making it all work. Natalie, Namaya, and Julie, just love you guys so much. They're in the back of the room watching this whole thing, just separated away, and you guys are just wonderful. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Chris, Nellie, Michelle, and Keith. Chris, Nellie, Michelle, and Keith are the logistics. I have to come up every 20 minutes, so there's only so much I can do. Well, here it goes. Chris, Nellie, and Michelle, and Keith put out all the fires. I'm running around like a chicken with my head cut off, and they make it happen. So, guys, whoa, thank you so much. Thank you for keeping me calm. Michelle is my calm here. Thank you so much. Jerry, thank you you're an amazing chairperson. The way you lead a conversation and you just guide it is just so masterfully done. But you didn't just chair the competition this year, you created it. You did this, baby. This whole week, this is you. This was your idea. You built it. It's absolutely amazing, and I'm so privileged to have watched it all come together and to have been a part of it. What people see when they see you up there is they see your leadership, they see your energy, you're so infectious and everyone wants to be a part of it. What a lot of people don't see is how much heart he has in this. Behind the scenes, it's his whole heart, the countless hours that he spends making sure that every detail is right. He is so detail-oriented. Every single detail on the screen, every single detail for the awards ceremony night, he has envisioned everything and he has made sure that it's all perfect. And the hours that he has to make sure, that he takes to make sure that they are, it shows in the final product. On a personal note, you're my calm in the chaos. My life for these few months is just pure chaos. And sometimes it gets to be a lot. But the only way I get through it is because I always know I can go back to you. You are so rock steady. No matter what stress, what pressures we have, you are always rock steady. There's no way I could do this without knowing that I could come back to you and just have you there. So thank you for that. Love you so much. Okay, we're cutting the cameras. We're going to decide all of our grand award winners. So thank you so much for joining us from all over the world. We'll see you next time.